everyone, and welcome to the Saturday showdown between the Amazon Web Services League of Legends Power Rankings #1 and #2 Hanwha Life Esports versus T1. Two champions in their own right, the LCK champion, the world champion, do battle here for us on this Saturday. Digon alongside Ox and Wadid. It is a big one, storylines throughout. Last time these two played in the LCK Cup, went all the way in terms of games, and it was electric, looking to have the same thing today.
I mean, I feel like, often you get these 5-game series, and maybe the fifth game is close. Maybe it's like one team has a bit of an edge, and you see that from the start. But I think that game we had in the LCK Cup, that playoff match, couldn't have been closer. I really thought T1 was going to have that one in the bag, and think how different things would have been if HLE had been knocked out, didn't go on to win the LCK Cup, didn't go on to win First Stand. So I think T1 definitely coming for some revenge today.
It's going to be so hype. 2024 Wars winner versus HLE. HLE is winning every single tournament nowadays, so it feels like HLE is in favor, but we'll see what's going to happen, because T1 is completely different.
Oh, that's kind of interesting. There's one guy who's in both pictures. I just noticed that here. Maybe,
all right.
A big talking point between it. The 2024 Summer, 2025 LCK Cup, and 2025 First Stand champions Hanwha Life Esports up against the reigning 2-time world champions. I mean, I think we know it pretty well. These two have done battle a lot over the last couple of years. We take a look at the match record back from 2024. It is more one-sided than what I thought in terms of match victories here. 7-2 for Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, I think this also kind of just reflects the fact that T1, won the 2 biggest titles in the past 2 years. Really clutched them, but it hasn't been smooth sailing. HLE, I feel like other than Gen G, who are kind of at the top domestically, have really been that second strongest team for a lot of the last year. And obviously coming up to playoffs, managed to topple Gen G as well.
I mean, according to scores, it's getting better for T1. It was 3-1 and 3-2, and maybe this time around it's going to be different result here.
Maybe. I mean, it will be different because it's not a 5-game series. But did already trying to read the tea leaves here as the big talking point in the offseason and in their matchup in the LCK Cup was the swap of the top laners. Zeus moving from T1, signing on over to Hanwha Life Esports, and his form has been very, very good.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus has just been such a great addition to this HLE squad. Really, especially with the fact that we've seen lane swaps disappear, allowed him to flourish quite a bit. He is that big carry player. He loves taking advantageous matchups in the top lane, and even moments like this on the Jax, clutch teamfight angles.
Yeah, I mean, even though he's sometimes getting caught a lot on side, I think they already have the mindset that they can actually win out because they have the best teamfight players. So I feel like they have some confidence, and also their momentum is always there because they are the champion, champion mindset is always there. And now, I mean, I feel like Zeus, I mean, he already showed up so many good plays and playmakings, but I feel like this time around it's going to be different because it's kind of personal matchup.
Yeah, he's going up against, he obviously left T1, Doran is the player who ended up replacing him, but these players have played against each other so many times before. There's often that thing we were talking about where Doran just kept finding the edge in those critical matchups against Zeus. I felt like he was just able to match him out, but I think a lot of people would say that Zeus has just been best top player in the world for a pretty significant time now.
Yeah, but you know what? I was the only one saying Doran will be fit for T1, and it's happening. I think he brings a lot for the team, and now is showing off finally. And I think no one can actually replace him at this point.
Yeah, it has been very fun to watch both these squads figure out how to integrate the top laner. Obviously, Zeus taking a lot more resources and being a little bit more on the front line. Doran willing to play on the weak side, but make plays despite lack of resources.
I think Doran's always been this player who's been clutch when it comes to those 5v5s. When you get to the team fights, able to find great angles. We've seen that before on picks like the Gragas or the Jax. And less about that lane dominance, I would say. Even though the stats don't necessarily show that way, I think that's more indicative of how the team has been playing and the success of them so far in the LCK regular season.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's all about the plan, right? If you put the resources, Zeus is going to carry. Even if you don't put the resources on the Doran, he's going to be okay in the team fight. So who's going to work? We'll figure it out.
And that leaves you an opportunity, if you're T1, to put resources somewhere else. Down on the bottom side of the map, we've got a very unique matchup with Viper, who has been world champion, one of the best to do it in the bot lane, up against the new player coming on in. It's Smash.
So yeah, if I am HLE fans, I will say you've got Guma and Smash. but I have Viper, you know? So we don't need more AD carries because Viper, known as a textbook of AD carry, he plays carry, he plays playmaking champion, he plays AP bot lane, he can play everything.
Yeah, super wide champion pool. But honestly, I feel like the LCK Cup wasn't the best showing from Viper in the earlier stage of the tournament, but I feel like he's absolutely been popping off and just making these standout carry performances so far in the regular season. Even when HLE have struggled a bit, he's been popping up. But speaking of a player popping off, Smash has really added a different dimension to this team. I feel like his champion pool has varied quite a bit from what we've seen from Guma. They've both got their strengths, both got their styles, but really it's been about these picks like Kai'Sa, setting him up to get all these kills, and then when it comes to team fights, he is that follow-through when it comes to these engages from the rest of the team.
I mean, let's be clear, we cannot say who's better. I think it's completely just different style, you know? We could see that their whole draft plan is different, their whole game plan is different, so I feel like it's just about the different gameplay styles, so we'll see if it's gonna work for T1 this time around.
Yeah, one way that you make a different game plan is the champion pools. We take a look at these two AD carries and what they've played so far in 2025, including LCK Cup and the LCK regular season.
Yeah, I think more so what hasn't Viper played, if we're being honest, when it comes to this one. You can definitely see, though, for Smash, really the Kai'Sa's been the big one that he's lent towards quite heavily. But I think also the fact he has less games, he's not going to have as many champions played. But I think this is something that's more relevant when we get to like best of fives where the champion pools are pressed. Right now, though, we definitely know that Smash is a style he leads towards, that the team wants him on, and at best of threes, he should have access to all those picks he needs.
Viper has played so many games, and the, I guess, game pool has been quite limited here for Smash. And we'll get a lot more details on how he's going to be with more games. And speaking of guys that have played a lot of games, Peanut and Faker go head-to-head yet again. They've done battle 97 times, 52-45. Again, another stat where it's kind of interesting how close that was.
Not many people have, like, close to a winning record against Faker. It's quite hard to have. He obviously has played a lot of games. We just hit his 1,000th game milestone. That means if we go to 3 games today, which I'm hoping we do, 100 games between these two players, 1/10 of the games Faker's played in the LCK, just about, against Peanut.
Both are icon for LCK. We cannot talk about LCK without them, you know? They are the history and they're the history maker, and they're gonna write another storyline today.
And remember, that doesn't include the amount of games they played together on the same
That's true.
team. Like,
That
they
is
did
true.
do that for a while as well. Let's take a look at what the coaches had to say in this huge, huge matchup between the two squads, as it is the first regular season match between these two teams since the trade was made. Right now, it's a meta without OP picks since we know each other well. We might see some surprise picks, is the thought from Dandy. On the opposite side, Koma saying, if surprise picks come into play, I believe we have a better shot. We prepared a lot, so we'll play without regrets. Kind of interesting that the Joker card conversation comes out here with it.
Yeah, and now I'm more excited, you know? I mean, he already mentioned that the Joker pick is gonna come in, and I feel like, I don't know actually, maybe we can see finally some Mundo Jungle or something else.
You know, we've seen.
What do you expect actually?
We've seen some interesting picks this week, you know. Does anyone remember the Diana top lane? Which,
I tried to forget the King and Diana mid yesterday.
We don't talk about that,
it
bro.
got played.
I don't want to see
12 hours
Diana
ago,
top
bro.
anymore.
When
12 hours
counter that got solo killed level 4, so
Yeah.
hopefully they've cooked it a little bit better than that. That one was pretty raw, if I'm to be honest.
I gotta protect King in here just a little bit. Remember, he cooked the Anivia as well. That led to like some lane blocking stuff. That was kind of cool. Yes,
It's easy to cook eggs. Anyone can cook eggs, man.
That's true. These two teams will have I guess, a lot of ideas on how they want to play the game and try to find the edges wherever they can. Time for predictions, y'all. I went with the reigning champs coming off of the LCK Cup win, off of the first stand win, and thinking that they'd be in better form. After this week's matches, I'm not sure. T1 looks pretty good, and Hanwha Life still seems like they're stumbling their way around, but we make the picks at the beginning of the week, so what are you going to do? Hanwha Life Esports, 2-1 for me.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, I'm not going to ever flip-flop, but I feel like this one has been a hard one, and I feel like as the week has gone on, as you said, my opinion's kind of been a bit like, I think current form T1 are playing better right now, but HLE just have this habit to show up. You know, is this regular season game enough for them to show up like the form that we saw from them at the end of the LCK Cup? I don't know, but we know that HLE are capable of beating T1. It's just whether that level of play is what we see on the day.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, you know, we do the predictions starting of the week, right? And I didn't know that T1 is gonna change their roster, because, I mean, we really didn't know that, right? And I feel like I really wanted to predict T1 for today because they have the momentum, you know? I mean, I feel like they have the different playstyle, and I think their playstyle right now kind of beats HLE, so...
Okay, so you think with the swap, the playstyle is sufficient to beat HLE?
Wow. Wadid, where is that where we're going with? What are you thinking? Can we get a full zoom on Wadid face right here?
No, don't do that. I mean, it's fine, but you know, it happened. You know, we're gonna see. I mean, I like T1. I love T1, but I really like to see HLE perform. But stop doing it, man. It's fine, man. I can just predict.
Wadid, I didn't know you were Belgian because that was a lot of waffling right there, man. That was
It's just a prediction for fun, you know, right?
Don't tell Mao that.
Guys.
Chronicler
Mao's
would
gonna
be
be fuming hearing this. He's gonna be like, "Oh, fun?
Hey, guys.
This is serious." Look how stone-faced he is right now. How dare you, Adid?
All right.
How dare you?
T1 versus Hanwha Life Esports, two champions in their own right. The reigning first stand champion, LCK Cup champion, LCK regular season champion up against the two-time world champions, Zeus and Doran with the swap, the substitution in the bot lane, Peanut versus Faker, all the storylines you could want for the Week 2 matchup of the Saturday Showdown. Let's get into it. Hanwha Life Esports versus T1.
Makes me stronger.
Of the past, the present, and the future. A new era, the same empire.
국제전 우승이라는 그 수건이 연이어서 하나생명의 우승 시리즈가 이어지고 있습니다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Saturday Showdown. Today, we have a huge one. It is a match not only to determine who is the better team, but also bragging rights throughout the entirety of the fandom.
And also, not only between these two teams, but within one of these teams at the same time. Looking forward to seeing how it's going to go. I'm Atlas, this is Chronicler. We're going to be very careful with how we say things in case we get in trouble. And we're going to have a look at the standings to see.
I was going to do the whole thing. No jokes today. Only serious. We're just talking about the video game only, and you had to break it. As T1 take on Hanwha Life. Obviously, we're early in the season. But these two teams, together with Gen G, look to be the Premier 3 thus far. DK, who knows? You know, this team is just a wild card.
Yep.
I could see them do anything at any point.
They did winning. Wasn't that cool?
They did a lot of winning so far, but I'm going to hold off because obviously both Hanwha Life and T1 lost to Gen G, which...
not a shocker.
It's not a shocker, and also the T1 game was extremely close.
Yeah.
So, no surprises there. I think these three teams have looked the best. Out of those three, Hanwha Life have actually looked the worst so far. I think we've seen the return of classics like regular season Zeus, who's just kind of Peanut just walking in and dying.
Yeah, there's been a bit of Hanwha Life esports like relaxation. And I feel like a lot of regular seasons for Hanwha are kind of just like off-season. For them. I just don't think they take it all that seriously, and I think it's largely because a lot of the success this team has found throughout like the last, how many years? 4 years at least, has been in playoffs, not necessarily everything that comes
gauntlets, you know, crazy runs.
But due to Fearless Draft, games 1 and 2 can carry some extra weight. And how will both of these teams approach their drafts? Already we heard from Dandy and from Koma about this, and both teams have some pocket picks in store. And I think it's going to be largely about these two players. Zeus versus Doran is a contentious matchup and was, of course, source of a lot of drama earlier on in the year. And I'm looking forward to seeing how Doran's going to cope with it this time around.
That really does seem like a distant memory, doesn't
it? It does, doesn't it? Really, it does sort of move around. As 2 POMs out of 2 matches, Carrier is looking incredible. And I think as far as supports are concerned, in Fearless, Carrier is one of the top 2 as far as being able to utilize it effectively.
And he has also just been in crazy form, which isn't a given. I think this is important to notice. When it comes to Carrier in the regular season, I think he has actually been one of their consistent underperformance. You know, when push comes to shove, when it really matters, we know you can trust him. But on things, even picks where we know, as I love this, where we know he can be quite strong on, like some of his regular season Alistair games in years past, which is not that great. But right now, him and Delight, I think, are in a very fierce fight of who the best support is. Duro
Delight.
Well, I was going to say Duro is starting to climb up, but I need more time.
Duro?
Okay, it's Beryl.
What? Did you not see DK higher in the standings than both of these teams? Yeah. Chronically, you're being very strange today.
The schedule isn't real as these two teams. Gonna take to the Rift today. I think it's going to be hard to match the sheer cinema in what many are calling, I think, justifiably so, the very worst, a contender for best regular season game of all time. That's Gen G versus T1 Game 3. Is going to go into the history books regardless of whether you were happy with the outcome or not. And if today hits even a third of that, I'm going to be very happy. We're
going to lose our voices. And this is the first series. That's the big problem. Like last time, it was the last one, so we could just go home and die, you know? Now, this is not the case. We have an absolute banger of a follow-up series here today in B&K FearX taking on KT Rolster. Make sure you stick around for that one.
Oh, yeah.
Saturday Showdown obviously is going to take precedence here today as Faker takes his throne. Some smiles on the faces of all of these players. And one of the biggest worries for me, as far as that walkout was concerned, was Delight and Carrier basically cackling at each other. They were really having a very good time. And sometimes, you know, you see some walkouts from the T1 players and they're very serious. You know, it's all business on the Rift. It's not today. And I don't know what that means necessarily, but it does mean they're in high spirits moving into this one.
I would watch a buddy comedy that just consists of Delight, Carrier, and Beryl. Can you imagine the shenanigans they would get up to?
And like Beryl would seem so upset all the time, is in my head canon. And it's the other two kids just being larrikins. Yeah. Oh, I'd love it. Absolutely love it. Make that one happen. We need to. We'll talk to the LCK about it. We'll see whether we can.
I don't even care. Like they could do anything. They could renovate houses. They could It could be a cooking show. The possibilities are endless, Atlas.
Absolutely endless. As Doran there, I was very worried because he was about to have a giggle, but he had a mouthful of water. That could have been a recipe for a pause. As Doran, of course, having a lot of history with a lot of the players that are all over the Rift right now. Him and Peanut, of course, going back quite a way. Him and Viper playing on Griffin together in the past. So this is very, very fun. Of course, we have seen this matchup already in the LCK Cup. And of course, this matchup in particular was a huge one at the very beginning of the playoffs of the LCK Cup because it was so contentious, right? These are two of the teams that looked the best. HLE went on to win it, but their matchup against T1, I think, was the most important.
Let's not forget that in the minds of many, and this is with hindsight, you know, I think obviously in game it's always going to be different, but T1 had basically won that series. They didn't end up actually taking down the Nexus, right? But there was the decisive fight. They made the call to go for the end as opposed to Tip picking up the objectives. Everything could have been different. I think with the level of the LCK right now, had T1 be able to beat Hanwha, they would have at the very least made a very deep run in a double elimination bracket. And I think really out of the top 4 teams, any of them would have been favorites with first stand with how that went. So we were so close as Guma and Koma in the booth.
Yep, Guma looking in relatively high spirits there as well. And one thing I want everyone who is a fan of T1, who maybe is a fan of Gumayushi as well, understand that it's a team game. And Guma wants T1 to win as well. Remember the famed CFO. Because they play with a top lane sub and they support one another. And it's all about bringing success to your team, utilizing your own unique strengths.
What about 2022? Without Juhan? No
Damn right.
And no Worlds win.
Think about HLE is another example. 2021, Morgan subbing in. Do you think Dudu was upset about that? Probably. But it was definitely a great move, and you have to think about the team needing to win together. Okay, let's have a look at this draft and see how it is going to go. Already the Xin Zhao and the Azir are going to be big bans. This is something that T1 has relied on. A lot of teams, honestly, have relied on. Owner Xin has been ridiculous.
He's been the best at it by far.
Oh, yeah.
By a very large margin. We've had a lot of great junglers. Right now, Lucid, Peanut, Canyon Owner, all kind of contesting. I don't think we've had a clear standout yet. But when it comes to Xin Zhao, I do think Owner is truly unmatched, particularly with the style that T1 plays and his ability to know when to go back in. Something that Xin Zhao, in particular with his power in longer fights and the sustain, is craziest.
Can we say flex pick? Yeah, can we say it?
Sure, yeah. Most likely, obviously, it's going to go to Zeka, but there is a possibility for some flexing going on here. I'm wondering if this raises the priority of Nidalee specifically, because that is a pairing that we've seen a lot of.
Yeah.
And we do know Hanwha Life quite likes it. The Rumble also open, the Jace open, the Ambessa open, and one of those is definitely going to get picked up by Doran here. Looks like it's going to be the Rumble, also because denying the combination of Rumble and Yone, I think, is a really big deal, because that is a nightmare to teamfight against. Itemization becomes quite hard towards top as well.
Also opens up flexibility in the jungle at the same time, giving you that definitely more even damage profile as Owner taking a bit of a risk here. We've seen the Nefiri up and down was nerfed a little bit on this patch as well. Isn't quite the same top doggo that we were seeing in the last week of play, but it still will be locked in and does give Owner a lot of power in this draft.
What the interesting thing for me is with Nefiri is that as it got nerfed, our players still looked better because both them and the team got more proficient at playing with this champion. Yeah. Because I think Nefiri is actually crazy strong, and it does fulfill, not in terms of the setup that it has, but in terms of the backline threat that it provides. Kind of similar vibe to Lee, right? To something like the Xin Zhao champions that can really go in on heavily on these brawls and influence team fights by a pretty crazy degree. As you're not going to go
I always think that it's a new champion when she gets hovered. I don't know whether this is actually going to be a thing that happens, but Zeka with a blind LeBlanc option would be odd, to say the least.
I think they're just going to counterpick for top. The
Yeah,
only downside of this is that we are looking at a very AD heavy draft. No AP thus far.
Does mean that T1 have to ban Ziggs Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
And so HLE probably able to sort of knock that off. They have an understanding of what they're then able to pick. And Viper has an extensive champion pool when it comes to the crazy stuff. And so I'm expecting
Teemo angle.
It's going to be Teemo. It's Teemo 100%.
Yeah. I knew you were going to go there.
Yeah, it has to be the case.
What's the last time we played it again? Just for Just so people know how
2019?
realistic. Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Something like that.
Interesting.
That doesn't help my you're supposed to be here supporting me, Chronicle. I'm trying to dole out
your case at all.
I'm doling out the misinformation.
How did you not know that before you answered it? Obviously, I was setting you up to fail.
Oh no. Damn it, it's like I keep forgetting the obvious. It's okay. The Kais are going to be banned away as we expected. Next one should be the Ziggs. And now, what are HLE going to be removing? As it's both bottom lanes have been ignored so far. And in fact, T1 have just picked their own champions. Theoretically, HLE could have picked their own champions as well, but we expect a little bit of a mid-top swap. And the Poppy is going to be the response ban out of HLE.
Also telling that the respect that the T1 bot lane has for Humble Life, because they obviously could have just picked Kai'San 4 here, right? Opting to ban it instead. With this setup so far, I wonder if they're looking towards the Ezreal, because Ezreal kind of slots into any composition, right? Kai'Sa would have actually been good here, but I think Kai'Sa can struggle more with lane matchups, as it's a respect ban to the Lights Alish. And this is a clear sign that I think both are gonna... Well, they're gonna... I actually think they're gonna save counterpick for Keria here. But they just think the Lights Alistair is so cracked. It could also be R4L, as you're saying, but I could see either. As we have the final ban here, we'll see if they then, in response, but no, they seemingly agree. I think Ezreal here is really hard to punish as well.
Yep.
So is it maybe MF? The setup isn't great for MF. There's a lot of damage available between the Equalizer. MF is obviously quite lane dominant, but not the best setup thus far. But if you go Rel on 5, I think you're kind of feeling good about it.
Yeah, I think that they do want to lock in an AD carry. I think saving support counterpick is a huge one, because otherwise it gives HLE the ability to take something that's a little bit more maybe scaling and put a range support alongside it. I just think that Viper's going to play Kog'Maw. I don't know why. I just feel it in my bones. I feel like, yeah, it's some like mega nerfed Lulu over the last 7 patches and Kog'Maw, but it's not going to happen. Looks like Viper is going to head down the Misfortune route into this Corki. Still taking some time thinking about it. And it will be locked in. Makes me a little bit sad because I kind of wanted them to cook a little bit, but it will be just MFRL. Very standard composition that has been put together by HLE, and it's a good one.
Yeah, it is full AD, but there are matchups where, you know, if they still have top lane and they R5 Malphite, obviously going to be feeling bad, but that's not going to happen unless Keria just pulls out the Rumble support. Not going to be the case, as expected. We will see what he actually ends up locking in, but as T1 actually picking their whole draft in order, which is always cute. This is the one team that I trust, because I think the Pantheon support has really looked very lackluster to execute on this, is specifically T1. We've seen, even in their matchups against teams that are insanely strong, they're able to very consistently find these early mid-game advantages, and that's what the whole comp thrives around, right? You want to get the resets with Neferi, you want to play with a really strong jungle 2v2, and when you have a support that allows for setup as well, allows you to really snowball the game. If we do get to the teamfight stage, though, and the laning phase doesn't end up collapsing for Humble Life, that 5v5, oh boy.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I actually think that HLE have come out of this feeling absolutely fantastic. I think the damage profile means absolutely nothing because there's no tank, and so it doesn't really matter. And so HLE just getting a whole bunch of champions that they really, really like in matchups that are pretty good can be a little bit worrying here. But T1, like you say, they've got a lot of the OPs, they've got a lot of the stuff that they are very, very good at playing, and they're also in outstanding form at this point in time. So I'm very keen just to see what happens on Summoner's Rift, because that is the main one. Is that another famous person and I can't recognize? Oh, she's an actress and a huge T1 fan as well. So having a little bit of a chat to her prior to getting onto the Rift here for game number 1 of our Saturday showdown. HLE, all of their favorite things is what they've decided to take to the Rift here today. An understandable decision. And T1, they've got the Ahri for Faker, absolutely huge one here. Owner on the Neferi. We know that Owner has been in incredible form, but I don't know whether it necessarily is a composition that can stand up to what HLE have put together here as we jump onto the Rift for game 1. Oh, Lolpark is exploding today. There are so many people. Fan chants looking pretty even as well. As we could see, there was some biffo that happened.
You know what that Neferi skin reminds me of?
What?
One of my favorite games ever.
Akami, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I said this just the other day.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I 100% agree with you. It's so cool because that
was coming.
Yeah, cannot wait. And they need to remake the other one as well, because I know the Wii version came out after the PS2 version, which is the one that I played, and I loved it. But it was still a bit grainy, you know, because the resolution wasn't all that high, so it didn't feel great.
Switch version is great.
Is there a Switch version of Akami?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's where I played it.
Because I was told actually that there's a Steam version as well, but I'd prefer to play it on the go.
No, you can.
Oh my god.
Hey, you're welcome to.
Can I borrow it from you, utilizing the new
Of course.
borrowing method thingy?
Let's you can, yeah.
Hell yeah. Okay, Carrier is going to get engaged on here, but is able to avoid Delight. As already we are jostling for position here on the bottom side. Man, I'm so excited about Akami, but I need to stay focused on the Saturday Showdown.
That's us, Atlas. We're always focused. Sometimes in roundabout ways, but that's okay. As we do
We're focused on something.
Yeah, fighting for early position. The Corki has not been living a great life so far.
That's continuing to happen here as Carrier also down to sub 200 health. And Smash's cleanse is already on cooldown. Delight does have his Ignite now not available. So T1, a little bit more aggressive option.
Yeah, pot's ticking. Cookie still there for Carrier. Do take a note of that. Cookies right now, especially if you're low on health, are completely crazy. Really strong in these early all-ins. And the Corki, to me, is really, we couldn't pick Ezreal. In this case, Ezreal was banned.
Yep.
Because it feels like he doesn't quite have the same impact. I think he's a little bit stronger in lane, and I do think he pairs nicely with the Pantheon in that regard. But you're obviously still playing into a map. So Viper looking good on the early trades here, and Carrier and Smash, even for all of their heavy contesting, doesn't look like they are going to maintain control of this lane.
Nope.
Jungler pathing towards the other end as well, as Owner is on the top side of the map. I don't really think there's an angle for Peanut here just yet, unless they get more poked down, but still big win early on here for Viper and Delight.
Yep, going to be able to get this wave shoved on forward. You can see Smash and Carrier were thinking about going for a cheater recall, but realizing that they don't have enough time to get back, so they will be waiting for this lane as Zeka and Faker fighting. But Faker actually doing pretty well here as Carrier going to get interrupted before he goes back home. That is going to spell a little bit of trouble here for the T1 bottom lane. Man, this Rel is being very, very annoying. As Owner's coming up towards the top side of the map to see whether he can punish his former top laner. Let's see whether it's going to work out here as Doran looking for some harpoons. He just flashes on him. There's the boot back, and Zeus knows that he is 100% dead. First blood going over to Owner is exactly what T1 want with this composition.
Very straightforward. Gank here. This shouldn't be a surprising timing. I wonder
nice
if...
that's a nice knock-up as well. Faker is really dead, guys. Permafrost is a thing, and Zeka also just going to come on over. Peanut presses no buttons, but just supports his mid lane.
Actually, cute little timing there from Delight. Usually what happens is after you get the crash, you then base and then walk towards mid, but a little bit early on the timing there, which I think is what caught Faker off guard. And here, Owner does a really good job of dodging the ward there that was put down in Tri-Brush, so does catch Zeus off guard. But again, I assume they didn't have any early tracking because this is very standard game timing, right? It's just full clear, get grab. And Zeus didn't quite get the crash either, so I think his lane state wasn't the best. The one upside is that he just rotates the bot. And because of the immediate kill also found by Hanwha Life, thanks to Peanut and Delight, Gold dead even for now.
Yep. Zeus also has flash advantage. Even though he did fall down, he's probably still feeling okay as far as the lane phase is concerned. Faker and Zeka continuing to do a bit of battle here, but that's a very nice charm. As Zeka going to get a cute little knock-up, but otherwise Faker is just fine. So Dragon going to spawn, like you were saying, based on the very even nature of just getting a pick on either side. It is T1 with a slight lead. That is just first blood.
The game going to be, particularly for T1, the big thing here to me, how much value can they actually get as we take a look.
Wait, one of them has to win.
Between the Corki and the
Rel, yeah.
Well, I do think the Rel, if you look at the teams and that have played it, I do think the sample size is a little worse, yeah, compared to the Corki. But yeah, we're going to break a losing streak here in this first game.
Oh, that feels good. That's a bit of an upside, isn't it?
That's nice.
Very, very nice.
On the flip side, we're also continuing a losing streak.
Yeah, but I mean, it's already a losing streak, right? So it's fine.
So
what's the difference between 7 and 8?
so what you're saying is sustaining the losing is offset by how good it feels to break the streak?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
That's what I think. I think the upsides outweigh the downs. Okay, speaking of downs, Faker is taking a bit of damage here, but Peanut not able to find too much. Doesn't have level 6 as Carrier is making his way in. Immediate flash out from this Sejuani, and Peanut's in so much trouble. Doran's going to cook him. That equalizer, so incredibly proactive and gorgeously well played.
Nicely done there. Carry out, making his impact known on the map. Sets it up there. The attempted play towards Faker not working out. Faker didn't even need to flash.
Yeah.
So Peanut thought he could just do a little, little drive-by gank. Maybe you get Faker, maybe you don't, but you shouldn't have to pay for it. Instead, actually ends up paying pretty handily. What I do have to note, though, is that with that roam, Zayas was able to get a play towards the bot side, which means that even with the assist, Gold stays relatively close. As Delight going in, Carrier does have flash, might have to use it here.
Yeah, Peanut is just running forward. Zeka just joins in.
TP'd and ulted.
For some reason.
Well, I think he thought that they were going to get Carrier, but he was definitely... There was like a good 2 seconds after Carrier was already out.
Yep. Still, I mean, his flash is down, so...
Well, it's not the end of the world, but it's not great.
No. It was an odd maneuver. Some synchronized backs coming on in here. Please just cancel it so that you can pick up the flower. Yes, very nicely done there, Delight. Thank you very much. Zeka coming on over, Faker ignoring him, and it should be okay. Zeka is decently far ahead as far as farm is concerned, has about a 300 gold lead, as we can see there. And so the Yone is still going to be doing some good things. However, that last play was just weird.
We just didn't quite see the line.
No.
He did.
But the thing is, we're not world champions, so he sees lines that perhaps others don't. And so do we have a right to judge?
Or he just made a mistake.
Yeah, but we don't know that because we can't see the lines. The lines, Chronicler. It's the lines.
Can never say with certainty.
Exactly. I didn't see the line for the Diana top, and that's why I didn't judge Kingen either, because he's also a world champion, okay?
Yeah, and there was no line, as we found out.
Well, I mean, did you talk to Kingen about it? I haven't heard from him what the line was.
Well, I'm a guy that loves to see lines everywhere, even when they might not necessarily be there.
I think the line that we had was, it wasn't very good. That was the line. As Zayas is going to walk down the line himself, and immediately he's harpooned, realizing that he's going to have to try and turn this one. Owner coming down, and Doran is just going to leave it for him. Let's see whether Zayas can get any magic done. And he's trying to avoid some of the daggers here. Does do so. Goes to the skies and then dies. That is going to be another kill going over to Ona. This Nefiri, we know how well the doggo can scale, or at least snowball. And that is once again working out very, very well. As Zeka not quite finding that Q. Just trying to get some trade damage onto Faker and does utilize the Unbound Soul quite well that time around.
Bit of a jungle diff so far.
Yeah.
Owner actually be able to have a huge impact. And if there is one team that knows the tendencies of this laner, well, it's obviously T1, as the almost solo Bolo ends up getting the flash out of Zayas, but Zayas otherwise would have been fine, right? Would have been able to disengage, maybe even bait in when Peanut also in the area, but there's no outplaying a point and click, unfortunately, for Zayas, as Peanut should be able to get this. Was a little close, but not actually going to be in any danger. But T1, again, as they should, building a lead.
Oh dear, Smash gonna get bullet time. Does Valkyrie his way out. Carrier taking a lot of damage here, but so is Delight. Now that Aftershock is away, the flash forward and Viper just silences him. Smash able to offer a fair bit back, had some cooldowns, and Ona was making his way in. There's the flash forward, the 2-0 Nefiri avoids the CC and takes down the MF. Delight will survive, and now Peanut here on the bottom side, looking to try and dish back some punishment of his own. They do manage to take down the Rumble. Peanut will survive, and they'll get more plates.
Owner got Delight as well!
Wait, yeah, when did that? What the heck?
Yep, I thought that it was just going to be Viper, but man, he is running around like a wild dog on the Rift. 4 kills now as we take another look here. Big thing is how will I feel confident? Nice setup there on Smash. Is able to Valkyrie out. And then here, obviously with the Pantheon, you're going to feel pretty confident, but the Light's able to flash out. Viper just gets to, with his PTA, love tap him down, but then Smash still doing damage on the side, and then Owner just gets in, uses DW there to ensure that he's untargetable, and then I think it's just the dogs in the bleed.
Yeah, it's just the bleed.
Actually gets, but very important because once we get back in the game, you see gold's still even. At the same time, Peanut makes this play towards the bot side happen. This one means a ton more plates because Smash can't actually stick around for quite as long. And crucially, no counter kill, which is why gold lead remains steady, Atlas.
Yep, basically dead even. Still T1 extending it a little bit, but HLE getting themselves a dragon is likely to even that out. As Ona moving down towards his bottom side, Zeus and Delight down here. 2v3 at the moment. And T1 thinking about this dive. Carrier starting it off as Delight able to tank up decently well. Looks for the crash down onto the Nefiri. And now Viper makes his way over. T1 take that as a sign to disengage, and I think it's understandably so, as Peanut once again getting bothered by Doran a little bit as he takes down another objective, but this time it's just going to be an evening out of the grubs. 2 objectives now done for HLE. No first turret blood, but that bottom lane outer turret for HLE. Sitting at 2 plates remaining. And so T1 wanting to defend that if they do want to go for these feats of strength.
And we do need to see T1 actually get, either through Drakes or through turrets, start to break this game, right? Like, they still have a good amount of time, I think, for the next 10-15 minutes. I still expect their composition to be very straightforward, very strong. Theoretically, I think there are parts of this comp that scale well if you can maintain vision control, right? You have incredible burst, great resets, good backline access. But if we get to the 5v5 and the state of the game is as it is right now, you might be in trouble.
The immediate interruption. There's the Magnet Storm as well onto Carrier. Viper in a bit of trouble, though, as T1 and HLE just trading a bunch of spells on the bottom side. Peanut looks for Doran, though, once again. And with Zeus here, it is more punishment for the Rumble. And this time, Ona unable to find anything on the other side of the map.
That is now Peanut desperately trying to keep up and succeeding with the map impact. Owner this time doesn't actually get nicely done there by Delight, right? He's the one standing guard, ensuring that Carrier with his ultimate doesn't actually get a ton of value. Still a good amount of plates that are going to go over, but same for Zeus. And again, if the gold stays even, I like Hanwha comp a lot. I think that it just plays itself out so cleanly. You have so many different damage threats, so it's hard to actually shut down, right? Because T1 is really good at finding a single target, blowing them up. But there's Jace, there is Yone, and there is MF, and all of them can carry a team fight. Obviously, itemization is going to be a little easier for T1, expecting that eventually they'll start stacking some armor. But as we highlighted, there isn't a tank. If there was even something like a Scion, eventually it would become a really big problem. But T1 is, as they often do, all squishies.
Yeah, this is not really a team that's going to be able to utilize the fact that there is a lot of physical damage on the side of HLE, and, you know, Yone does a fair bit of mixed damage. Viper's Make It Rain is magic damage as well, Chronicle. I mean, it's basically 50-50, let's be honest.
It's the BT into Leandries, of course.
Yeah, and that's the normal build.
That's the line?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's not quite Luden's Leandries, which is my personal favorite. Blackfire Torch as well. You just really go all in into the burn from the Make It Rain. That is actually the support MF build.
I know.
You know, so he's not.
Yeah, I know you're a connoisseur of the support MF specifically.
Yeah, I mean, my wife actually plays mainly support MF.
Oh, I know. That's why.
Yeah. I'm not a connoisseur of it. She's definitely the.
You're a Garen connoisseur. You can't be connoisseur of multiple things.
Definitely
Wrong
not.
shot.
No. Having multiple likes in the world, certainly not a thing.
No can do.
As there is some Malignance here done for Faker. Does have that first item completed. Has evened things out with Zeka quite a lot as well, especially as far as farm is concerned. We haven't really seen too much more as far as Biffo in the mid lane. As far as these two players.
This Drake is a really big deal. I think T1 need to heavily prioritize getting this, because if they don't, it might create a situation where they're going to be forced to take fights that they really don't want to, as in they go.
Oh dear. Carrier does put up the shield, but I don't know about it. Does taxi his way over to Delight, but Viper is going to close the distance, and that is Peanut locking down the kill. That should spell the second dragon of the game for HLE, and that is only going to continue this snowball rolling. And despite the fact that there's a 4-0 Nefiri, just doesn't feel like Ona's able to do enough. And even if they kill Zeus, is this even good enough to try and even things out? As Equalizer comes down as well, Zeus seeing what he can get done here. Actually boops Ona away and then uses him to taxi to the turret. That was gorgeous.
Very nice. It doesn't even flash. And now the Drake gets taken. The crux of it is this. If T1 is the one engaging, this comp looks amazing. But if you are, say, a Pantheon and Peanut finds you, you're just not getting out. There's no way. Oh my god. Forces the flash!
Yeah, Doran's going to have to flash, and that is once again Zeus with a flash advantage after getting ganked. And this time he doesn't die. So you'd say certainly a positive.
Viper.
Yeah, that is a really nice
That's
interrupt.
a great use of the BT shield. I love it. It's like, I can take that. I can take that hit. Doesn't matter. I am starting to believe, Atlas, that Humble Life might take this series a little bit more serious than they...
It's looking a little like that.
I feel like it's not quite the same Humble Life we saw in some of their other matches. I don't know if you agree with me.
Yeah, no,
in this first one so far.
I'm seeing a bit of those vibes, not necessarily in the top lane. I feel like Zeus has just been overextending with Reckless Abandon, but the fact that they're actually playing for cross map is the biggest difference.
We also say that, but then we look at the gold.
Yeah, 1.3k is a lot more money, isn't it?
It's a lot of gold.
Zeus has a habit of doing that, doesn't he? We really cannot cannot get caught by that.
Which T1 also ref. And I do want to highlight T1. Oh.
Well, they're going to look for Zeus once again. He knocks Doran away, does use the flash this time, as Keria should have a stun back up. He tries to go for it, but Smash turns up. That's going to be a dead Jace once again.
And I wanted to highlight this. It is important to know that T1's side lane threat is still great with that Pantheon, and their picks and their ability to snowball off of a single pick very quickly is still going to be huge. There's also the patented T1 Baron, maybe augmented by a T1 Otacon, to try and make sure that Humble Life don't get to just continue scaling into this game.
And Peanut as well, you just saw there, this is why the Sejuanis are often banned if you're planning to play Neferi. Because we saw, like, there is a decent lead for Ona still. He's a 4-0 Neferi, and Peanut seems to not care at all. He's now walking up towards Smash here at the same time, who does have Cleanse, but he can't cleanse twice. So Permafrost comes in, Glacial Prison as well, and that is a dead Corki, but now the rest of the cavalry have arrived, and Bristle and Sedge are going to get removed. One for one as in goes Ona. Delight trying to survive, and he will do so for now as Zeka unbinds the soul, looks to find an angle, and there's a gorgeous ulti. Doran's going to lie down as well, and Delight is still alive. Finally he falls, but it has to be in trade for Keria's life, and now Zeus, he's teleported back in. They want to get this shut down as the Doggos block the shock blast, but I just don't think it's enough. There it is, and the shutdown goes to the Jace.
Layers upon layers there. First it looks like Smash is just caught, then it looks like it's a classic T1 wraparound debate coming into play.
Let's check out this onion of a team fight.
So, starts off with Smash getting caught by Peanut, who, as you say, does not care. Smash, unfortunately, gets hit by the Permafrost, which he cleanses, gets immediately hit by the point blank ultimate. And then this is the point where you go, wait, hold up. Might be an angle to actually make a play here. The only issue is that when Ona goes in, the rest of the team not in a position to follow up. If they just take out the light there, would have been huge. If Faker and Doran don't both get caught there, Faker flashes that, maybe there's an angle with the resets, but instead it's the arrival of Zeka there that ends up being the big difference maker.
Yeah, this guy, we know he's pretty good at the Yone, but he's demonstrating exactly why he's so incredibly feared. And this looked like it was getting dicey, and then it was this ulti in the other direction. It was just so gorgeously done. Let's have a look at it in real time as Peanut's just going to miss an ult. Understandably so, and of course, Faker is pretty slippery on this Ahri.
Does get the flash though. Zeka also investing his. Still, they are able to bully Faker. Also really cute there, Delight. The thing that kept him alive for so long, he actually used his, you know, the little whip him over you auto.
Yeah.
As the dash from Owner came in.
Aha, very cute.
And right now, we're starting to finally see the gold lead, but not in the way that T1 with a pickup like this was hoping for. Early game, not quite able to build the lead that they wanted, and now we're coming up on a soul point fight, a possible 5v5 where Humble Life are going to have item leads. 2 items here for Zeka. Viper might even be able to hit one as well, though with the timing, don't think he can quite get the back off. But Zeus sitting on a Shojin and a transformed Muramana as well. Faker not the second item just yet, also not going for the build we've seen a lot of, so damage going to be feeling great, but not quite as beefy.
Yeah, it doesn't have the Rod of Ages that we've seen be so incredibly popular throughout this season thus far. As, yeah, Peanut just clearing out some blast cones, things like this. The control is massive. Great little knock up there from Zeka. Interrupts his own dash by utilizing the wall. Very, very cute. And now, the first Cloud Dragon is going to be attempted. Rift Herald already thrown down here at the same time. HLE just trying to cause some distractions as Carrier dives into the backline. An immediate cleanse from Viper though, and Carrier is in so much trouble, but there's a huge fight elsewhere. Zeus is getting cooked as Doran doing so much work. The rest of HLE are now stuck in the Thunderdome as Zeka trying to take matters into his own hands. Somehow Smash gets the Dragon. What the hell was that? But Zeka is a monster on the bottom side of the fight and then snaps back to destroy the rest of them. Viper grabbing so many kills. And with 2 of these carries left alive, Faker able to teleport his way out. But that is not going to win them the fight, as HLE, they don't walk away with the Dragon, but I think that was out of turret in mid lane, or at least a charge here onto the inner, and a whole lot more money.
It's what we talked about. There are 3 members on Humble Live that have enough damage to carry a team fight. Even though Carrier goes in, there isn't really any follow-up. He buys a good amount of time, the equalizer is nice, they're not actually able to get on top of Smash on the other end, but they stall long enough, and then this is where things look a little bit scary. But then the catch onto Doran, Faker not hitting the charm, meaning that Zeka can both dispatch of that Rumble, also keep Faker low. And while all this is going on, look at Viper!
Yep.
He's full health!
And now he has that Infinity Edge that we were talking about earlier on. This MF is getting scarier and scarier.
What is the one upside for T1 there is that they were able to get the Dragon, but it's just an individual Drake. It denies Soul Point, which is nice, but that isn't quite enough as T1 are really, what is it, Bloodletter's Curse, I want to say?
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the item. I was actually looking for it.
Sure
Does that stack? I don't think so. Normally items like that don't. I haven't actually done my research on that one in particular.
I'm fairly certain it doesn't. I'm wondering if you can stack it like for each other.
Oh yeah, perhaps. Maybe it stacks faster.
But
That's all right. Peanut is in a little bit of trouble. Charm does come down, but Faker is hit by a prison. And prison's generally relatively large. It sounds a little bit frightening. But Zeka now moving towards his top side. The Otacon is going to be a big one. It is ruinous. And so that is a bunch of extra stats, especially if you've got some of these dragons stacked up in HLE. They already have a couple sitting there. See who can actually get first move on that one.
Oh,
2 minutes until the Baron as well.
They're going to need to get a pick onto someone. I think Viper is a tough target. Teleport comes in, and now this is the worst case scenario for a comp like this. You are out of control of vision. You're going to just have to face check. No one really likes doing that on T1, and I think they're making the right call.
Yeah.
Otacon. Oh, they're going to go for the late contest. The objective is gone, but looking for the fight here. Faker on a flank.
Yeah, in goes Carrier. We'll see whether they can get some of these petals, but it looks like the answer is absolutely not. And Zeka finds a gorgeous ulti. The layering of the bullet time there as well is just like poetry from HLE. And Ona is now running for the hills. Only him and Faker left alive, and Faker has his own problems here towards the top side. Delight gonna get engaged on, gets himself the shield from the crash down. And yes, Ona may be able to go untargetable, but that is only for a minuscule amount of time. Viper deals with the exit plan and then takes down the doggo. Zeka underneath this turret as well is a little bit worrisome, and Zeus wanting to take it down as there's the flash forward from Faker, looks for the angle and takes down Zeus. Consolation.
Yeah, that was completely unnecessary from Zeus.
Yeah.
Did not have to do that whatsoever. Nice little consolation prize, but it's just that. It's consolation. It's not going to be enough to bring them back in this game, as we're seeing someone has to be doing. It might even be Carrier, it might be Beryl for all we know. It's doing unspeakable things with Pantheon support and scrims, because this pick keeps coming up and we just haven't seen it look good. As here, yeah, no excuse. There's no line here. They are just kind of disrespecting and dying for it. So Faker gets the kill onto Zeus there. That is nice, but again, it's not going to matter. The game state is an absolute shambles. Humble Life have built an incredibly oppressive lead, and it's really hard to see T1 finding their way back in this one, as that trio, Viper, Zeus, Zeka, all doing unreasonable amounts of damage. And if you go for one, the others will cook you.
Yep. And Zeka up here will be able to defend. Out of turret in top lane, still standing, as it's only one turret that T1 have been able to pick up as they're around the Baron pit. Always a worrisome time. Baron is only 30 seconds old at this point, but I just don't think the game state is going to allow anyone to go towards an early Baron. Peanut now just looking to clear out some vision in the area, though. Ona is going to be able to at least pop the Frost Armor. Spinat also able to steal some
that's-
Krugs. Like,
That's where we're at, Atlas.
Oh, God.
He popped the Frost
he
Armor.
did. He popped the Frost Armor.
That's like when I'm saying, you know, it could be worse. That's never followed by anything good.
Yeah, unless they pop the Frost Armor, in which case it's great. It's really.
Why is it great, Atlas?
There isn't a reason. It's just it's looking a little bit doomed. It is only a 5,000 gold lead at 26 minutes. That is not end of the world, but HLE with full control of the map. I mean, the world is close to the end, but it's not fully doomed, you know? As Delight looking for an angle here as the Glacial Prison somehow misses Doran. He flashes away. That is still Flash now down. Faker able to get some money on the top side by taking out that outer turret I was talking about before. As HLE just looking to get their lanes in order and set up the 1-3-1 so they can continue putting on just ultimate amounts of pressure towards T1.
Bit of an everything gap in this first one. Owner definitely able to do a lot of heavy lifting in the early game, but outside of that, and that's, I think, in no fault to him, was trying as hard as he could to make things happen on the Neferi, but it's really the rest of the lanes, right? Keria, Smash, both struggling. Faker not having the impact that we've come to expect from him, particularly on the Ahri. And Doran, even with all the attention that was being paid, unable to match Zeus's impact on one of Zeus's signature champions, obviously, with the Jace. And now this first game feels like somewhat of a wash here. Now it is Humble Life in game one. They have been known to be pretty good at these. They've also
Known
been
game oneers.
They've also been known game two losers. So we are just following the expected path here, I guess.
And there's also the fact that, I mean, HLE, if they could choose their own champions blind, it would probably be this draft.
Yes. Yes,
Like,
I think they'd be
almost
pretty happy
exactly.
about that.
Maybe Viper would play something else.
Well,
Maybe it'd be Kai'Sa.
you can nitpick, right? Like, it'd probably be like Kai'Sa, Alistair, or...
No, it would actually
Khan.
just be Kai'Sa. Otherwise, I think it's all of these champions and Kai'Sa.
I think the light would rather play Alistair.
No, but Israel's better. Oh, that's actually not true. His Alistair is amazing.
Well, it's you know, like, what do you like more, a sunset or a starry night? It's no point.
I don't actually have an opinion. I think I like both of them. Very
that's
different
the,
reasons.
That's the point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a very good example of something that people wouldn't actually want to differentiate between them.
No.
Very nicely done. On the spot. Okay, Smash, Lord Dom's now completed, but I just don't think that it's going to quite be enough. The third item collector from Viper is a choice you could make. Seems odd to build it in that order.
Yeah, I really do believe that at this point in the game, just from base armor, you're going to get more value out of LDR as well.
Yeah, Zeus might be in trouble, but he flashes absolutely everything. And Ona, he's gone untargetable, seeing whether he can survive. He's burning, but it's not going to quite be enough. But now, oh, never mind. Somehow, it is the MF that picks up the kill, and there goes Faker at the same time. A double now for Viper, as Doran, can he actually be a hero here? I just don't really think there is much of an angle. He's looking to cook. Zeus does have the equalizer, but it doesn't really land onto anyone. Zeka has found Smash as well, as the Valkyrie actually doing a fair bit, but just not enough to keep him alive, as Carrier is under the wrong turret. And so therefore, he is very, very dead. He's going to see whether he can kill some minions and stuff like that. Gets a ward down. But HLE, they're already on the Baron, and this game is over, ladies and gentlemen.
Final attempt, a last-ditch effort from T1. Does not work. Zeus goes up. Not enough damage here. Nice flash there from him. Faker, even with Carrier arriving, he's like, I'm going to try and TP out. Doran comes in, but unfortunately, I think they weren't quite ready for everyone on Humble Life to be this quick on the response. But also, it was a Hail Mary. I think that this realistically was never a plan where T1 had too much faith. And the fact that they do eventually take down the Jace is nice, but isn't really going to change the game state. Really credit to Humble Life. I think their team fighting in this first game looks nigh unmatched, and T1 couldn't quite find, even against Gen G, I think they found a lot more leeway in the early game. We're actually able to snowball really aggressively, and Humble Life just didn't let them do that at all.
Nope.
Soul's about to be picked up. And as you point out, this game, the Nexus might not have fallen yet, but we know.
I think the Nexus knows what's coming. You know, the Nexus is not going to be surprised when an HLE are coming knocking on the door. Speaking of knocking on the door, they're going to be able to look towards bottom side of the map. Peanut is going to turn an engage from T1 into an engage of his own as Carrier dives in, but immediately goes to half health. There's the Magnustorm from Delight as well. And the MF a little bit late on the bullet time there because the target was already destroyed. Now Viper over the wall, waits for the minion wave. They will be able to break the base here as Doran and Smash, yeah, they've got a bit of damage, but there is just no way to stop HLE as they march towards the Nexus turrets now. Equalizer goes down, largely in defense though, as Doran now having to deal with Zeus, and he's not able to do so even a little bit. Ona dives in because he may as well. And there's the flash forward from Zeka, gets the knock up onto Smash. Permafrost not in range, and it doesn't even need to be, because Zeka's there with enough damage. That's a clean ace. That's going to be a clean kill on a couple of these Nexus turrets. And HLE, welcome to the LCK. It's good to see you still in phenomenal form after first stand.
As the Nexus falls to light, as he always does, little shout out to his old team with the Genji. As Zeka, I know the nerfs came through, and I think that T1 took a gamble. They're like, what?
Yeah.
What? How bad could it be? And they very, very quickly found out, still very bad. I don't think that's going to be a mistake another team will make anytime soon. As Zeka, to me, when it comes to individual gap, probably the biggest in this game in terms of impact. But it really was. Outside again, I think early on, Owner really tried to get a grip on the game. But outside of that, it really was Humble Life looking better as a whole. I also think T1 didn't do themselves any favors with either the draft and what Hanna ended up getting, because they were on blue side. I think it is always a little bit tougher. And then the builds that they ended up going for and a composition that needed to snowball. So T1's going to move to blue side, but this first game, Humble Life, the Game 1 Kings showing their presence here again.
Oh yeah, and using a lot of draft resources, I guess you could say, in order to get there. I think if you're a T1 fan, Game 3 looking more likely, given the fact that there's no more Sejuani for Peanut, Yone for Zeka, and for Zeus. So maybe more of an opportunity in game number 2. And I think we're all just desperate for 3 games in this series. Time to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space going to break it down, and then we'll have more Saturday Showdown.
한번 박을게. 아리 봐도 돼. 아리 개피. 아리 노공, 아리 노공. 좋은데? 나필이 노플이야 이거. 딴 거 봐도 돼. 아리 노플. 한태원. 나 라인 하는 중. 럼블 리컷 깔릴게요. 라인 끝내 생각으로 하자 얘들아 이번에. 라인 올게요. 끝내 생각으로 하자. 너네가 스택 쌓고 블래시. 내가 볼게. 내가 멍청이 있지 마. 나필이 노플. 이거 포탑 천천히 쳐봐. 리퍼 포탑 천천히 쳐봐. 나 스택 나오면 스택 할게. 피바로 킵하고 한번. 다음 웨이브에 끝내 생각해야겠다. 미드 라인 싸워도 된다. 여기. 나필. 여기 맞아. 나필이 노플이야. 나필. 안 죽어. 한테 나와. 그렇게 끊겼다. 스컬키 노플. 나이스. 뒷라인 오고. 좋은데?
The first lands.
Ionia is but a doorway.
Yes, come claim your prize in my world.
Listen to your puppet, LeBlanc. Besides, you have no host. And even if you did, the new Grand General would never approve another campaign in Ionia.
I have done your bidding. Release me.
Losing our host was an unfortunate turn. As for the might of Noxus, it won't be necessary. A single whisper can cut deeper than 1,000 blades.
To Ionia, then.
A back and forth affair between our top two teams in the world, but goes the way of Hanwha Life Esports in game number one. Welcome back to the space. Tigon alongside Ox and Wadid to break that last one down. And despite a 4-0 start for Owner, wasn't quite able to let the dogs out, I'd say.
As you saw in the pre-show, I was very confident in HLE.
Same?
All three of us.
Same.
Do we still have that graphic?
Yes.
Do we still have that graphic of all three of us predicting Hanwha Life
Yeah, that's
Esports?
true.
That was definitely
Yeah.
what we thought the whole time.
I mean, I think, as I said, the form coming into today, I think it was definitely leaning towards T1. But HLE just have this habit of just showing up when it matters. I will say, it is only game one. There's still a series ahead. We've seen a lot of times teams have come back, but this is the form that we'd expected from HLE after first stand.
Yeah.
And really showing what they can do.
This is not the T1 that I really wanted to see. I mean, they got the kills from the early games, but we definitely know that they're gonna get outskilled. You know, we see Pantheon support, and also, I mean, Carrier in the last interview, he literally said, I'm not gonna pick some weird picks, but they picked Pantheon again. What's happening? You know, we all know that if that pick doesn't get a 10 kills in an early game, it's useless. So I think I would say it's kind of draft gap as well.
I also think that, like, specifically, if we saw how the game played out, they were playing heavily towards topside to shut down Zeus, which fantastic plan. It worked well. But you have a Pantheon on the other side of the map, right? So You're not playing towards Snowball in the Pantheon. And we have some clips here to look at what Oner was able to do in the early game, because it started off successfully. And I think if you think about junglers in the LCK, someone who has a very good understanding of how to punish Zeus, I think is Oner.
But you know what, actually, we were talking about a lot about the AD carries, right? And these two top laners are, hey guys, we are Zeus versus Doran. Can you actually look our matchup? You know, they're trying to get the aggro on the top lane, you know, they keep dying on the side lane. And I feel like, yes, Oner got a lot of kills in the early game, but as I mentioned, this draft was not built around that Dogi that well, you know. I feel like Faker also misplayed a lot in the mid lane. He was not able to pull the trigger by himself most of the time, and it's only Oner gets the kill. It's not helping out the team if that happens.
Yeah, and the thing is, Neferi is super strong in these skirmishes, still has power in team fights, but you're up against a composition that was just built to team fight. So, you know, a lead was achieved. Was it enough? Clearly, it wasn't.
Yeah, we got to see that on the top side when all of a sudden T1 felt the pressure of necessarily not making as many plays, so they needed to force a fight. They think they have a pick here, and it starts with Smash, the guy under a microscope, overextending here in the top lane.
And the thing that goes on here is kind of the ebb and flow of cooldowns. So HLE burns some cooldowns. I think the big one is the Unbound Soul from the Yone and take out Smash. And so T1, despite losing a member initially, they're like, we can turn this around, we can find it. They end up focusing down onto Peanut. But the thing is, by the time they kill Peanut, I think they could have just taken that one kill. They continue to chase onto the support, but it gets to the point where once again we have a rotation of cooldowns from Zeka. The Unbound Soul comes up, and look at this play from him.
I mean, I was actually surprised by Smash right there, because Oner actually got kicked out from the header, so they knew that Sejuani is on the river side, but after seeing that, Smash decided to go on the turret. That makes this situation worse, you know? Like, we are talking about maybe Smash fits more, but this was clearly the mistake from Smash.
But even with the mistake from Smash, they could have just 1-for-1. They could have just killed Peanut. It's an even trade, and then you just back off, and yes, there was a mistake, but you come out of it not really in that much worse of a position. But the overcommit afterwards, not respecting the cooldowns of Zeka's Yone, I think was the big error.
Yes, and that's how I want to frame that one. It was a great play by Zeka, catching Faker off guard, who had multiple charges of Spirit Rush still up, who had Flash. It was just a unique angle that Yone provides, despite all the nerfs that have happened. Still very, very strong. So we take a look at the draft from game one. What are the things that jump out at you?
I mean, I think it's just crazy that HLE managed to get not only the Yone, but also the Sejuani. Sejuani got a super high win rate on the patch. We've been seeing it banned a lot in first rotation. Combo so well with the Yone, and then you get the Zeus. You have the double melee solo laners with that Sejuani. I mean, obviously, Jason's like half melee, but can proc the passive. And then, icing on the cake, MF Rel, and it's Delight's Rel. Like, the team fighting power is all there, and I just think HLE got too many tools that work so well for them as a team.
Yeah, especially when you see Poppy and Alistar's out, Rel gets high value, you know, it was really obvious. So it was really weird that they picked up Corki, you know, either they just pick Misfortune and then just leave them Rel, and you can pick Rakan. But you don't have Misfortune, you don't have Rel, you just leave your support for the last pick. I know Kara works really well with the counter pick with some other weird champions, but this time around, I think according to bans, he should have just picked Rel there.
Yeah, I think honestly the Corki Pantheon was like the bit where really T1's draft fell off, because I think the Rumble, Neferi, Ahri, I think they gave over a bit too much to HLE because of how good they are with that Yone Sejuani, but I still think they got 3 powerful picks in the meta, but the Corki Pantheon just felt like a very lackluster round out, whereas HLE's draft just went from strength to strength.
What would you like to have seen instead, both of you, like from T1 there?
I mean, I think if you're going to give over the Yone, you need to deny the Sejuani. You can't give over both. I feel like this is playing into the hand. The one sort of caveat to all this is it's Fearless, and a big bunch of picks wiped out that there are a lot of value for HLE, but it's also a best of 3. You don't have that much time to take advantage of those wiped out picks.
I mean, as you mentioned, I think the top 3 picks are still really strong. I just need to see if they can fix up the draft on the bot lane.
All right, a match filled with storylines, but dominated by that man on your screen. The playmaking super soldier Zeka called game in game 1. Will he call series in game 2, or will we go to all 3? Let's send it back on over to the Packed House Arena right now with Atlas and Chronicler.
Thank you so much, Digon. It is indeed a packed house. It's getting warm in here as well. And HLE, we'll see whether they can close it out. I just don't think it's going to happen. I think it's guaranteed 3 games.
No.
Like, and T1 can look like anything ever in a single game and then come back and be completely different in the next. And I think with some draft adaptation, it'll be absolutely fine. Touch wood. Touch a lot of wood.
Not having Zeka.
This whole desk is made of wood. I'm touching all of it. The whole, every bit, every plank.
It's okay. You're doing great.
You did see that though. You can confirm.
Yeah, he's doing it. I can guarantee everyone.
The whole, everything about it was touched.
He's not. This is not a bit. He's trying his best to really get on every piece of wood he can get his hands on, because we want a third game.
Exactly. And Causticus, even though they're not real, says Chronicler, they're real and they will come for you.
Well, it's just our brains. This is a whole other conversation.
What brains?
Well, that's actually a very good question.
Another valid one.
Particularly when it's you and me on the desk. So, game number 2. There won't be any Yoneing. I also think that, as many have highlighted, that first draft for Hanwha Life, very close to best in slot across the board for that team. You could nitpick a little bit, but realistically, I think that they were extremely happy that they got that, as the Taliyah is banned away. And we all know what that means. It's Azir first pick, so Hanwha Life says, no, not allowed.
Kalista.
Yep, Kalista is the no-brainer, but Poppy is open. I do think that Taliyah ban actually also makes the Kalista better. I feel like if you're playing as both Poppy and Taliyah, you don't get to play the game. We have seen the Kalista not be quite as consistent, because it is always picked early because it is so strong, which also means that teams can tailor their compositions to play into it.
And this is like, there are a couple of schools of thought. We saw the Kalista Renata actually get dominated by the Caitlyn lane earlier on in the week. The other school of thought is to take away the Renata, and of course Delight very good at that, and the Xin Zhao is now picked away from Ona in the same rotation.
Yeah, to me this is really a slam dunk. You're going to play into carry as Nico most likely, which is a nightmare, but you pick away the Xin Zhao from Owner. You also get a guaranteed way to lock down the Kalista with the third auto on his Q, and I think Renata and Xin Zhao are crazy good together.
Oh, this would be sick.
That's so T1. Are they bringing it back? We talked about it.
There it is.
With lane swaps being gone. We were talking about this, the possibility of these extremely bot lane focused lanes. And we'll see. Most likely this is going to be Kalista, AD Carry, and Ashe support. Ashe support, I think, does still make more sense with the Lethalia build coming a little bit back into vogue, but I don't think that that's what we're going to be seeing. The Mbessa is locked in here, and T1 will also most likely be able to protect Doran with some bans. The Renekton is a must ban, as Zeka...
Is it just like a Zeka Power Pick World Tour? That was what we were looking at for a moment. The Jax instead now considered, and they will lock that one away as the answer to the Ambessa that was locked in here. Still theoretically a flex pick, as Faker could be playing it in the mid lane, but we haven't seen it nearly as much in mid more recently.
There is, so what they do here is they guarantee that Zeus is a matchup he's comfortable with. There are also worlds where theoretically, we know Jax is a good matchup into Xin Zhao, right? Maybe they want to try and deny it to Owner. Could be a secondary thought. Main thing is, Zeus is a great Jax. The matchup is solid enough. Not quite as impressive as something like a Renekton, but Jax obviously has a lot more longevity. As the Poppy ban still is really funny to see. Owner is obviously an amazing Poppy, but we have really only seen the champion consistently picked in support, which, who knows at this point. Maybe it's Doran playing Kalista top and Faker's play. T1 kind of have a tendency to just throw all of us off, as Akali and maybe also a Sylas ban, because what Hanwha is going to do is they're going to pick an AD carry on 4, and they're going to give counter pick to Zeka. And I don't think that you ever want to be in a situation where Zeka gets counter pick on either Akali or on Sylas, because he has been known to be pretty good at those two champions, and he has also been known to play very, very well, really in like what the last year and a half, 2 years. As there is the AD carry ban, so Sylas does remain up, which leads me to believe that Faker's going to pick something that has a decent matchup into it.
Yeah, not a whole lot of options. Of course, Taliyah is one of the premier choices. As Velios would be weird.
It's not a champion. That's not real. We don't believe it until it is locked in.
And we don't believe it until Doc Dom.
There it is.
As that is a Caitlyn. Far more expected, and will be the lock-in here. Caitlyn Renata into the Kalista Ashe most likely.
As far as 2v2s goes, I don't think it's the craziest. Obviously with Caitlyn, you always want something that can actually set up for the traps. Renata doesn't quite do that, but it makes sense in the context of how this draft has shaken out, and I still think that with the Xin Zhao, we have a really strong 3v3 setup.
Well, the Victor being considered for Faker. I was thinking that maybe they could do some like AP jungle shenanigans as well with like a Lilia option if they would like to, but instead it's tried and true.
Ooh, what is it going to be here? Because the Poppy would have actually been great because, as we know...
Talon is obviously the choice.
It's a setup for dives, right? Like going back to 2023, BLG was another team that was exceptional at this, at setting up early game dives off of the back of a strong 2v2 with that Poppy specifically, as we will see what ends up. I talked about this pick earlier. It is actually going to be Jarvan. I don't think this is necessarily the craziest Jarvan angle that I've seen, but this champion does have crazy good early ganks. Literally starting level 2, you have the capability of going for extremely strong ganks. But you are playing into Caitlyn does actually is a way of getting out of your ultimate, which is always one of the things you look toward. So we'll see. I think T1 definitely taking some liberties again. It's going to be Carry on their support. It's going to be Owner on the GA4. Whereas for Hanwha Life, you look at this draft and you go, well, they don't have engage support, but outside of that, that's looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's another one of these cases where HLE got kind of all of the things on the second rung that they would like to pick up. You saw their previous draft, that was just above what they have just put together now, but there is a lot of comfort for these champions as well. And the Victor pick, a big question mark for me, just because they knew Sylas was likely to be coming, and we've seen Sylas picked as an answer into Victor all week, and it's been working pretty well. So, I mean, Faker has a lot of mastery on this champion. I don't think doubting the GOAT is ever a good idea, but does seem a little suspect. We'll just have to see whether the gameplay is going to be able to show us exactly why that was the priority.
Faker's going to have a better performance than last game. Definitely got outclassed in the previous one. But again, a very brawly composition here. The laning phase, though, of that bot lane, that's going to be where we're going to be looking. How can Owner impact that lane? How much can Smash and Carrier get done? Because the team fighting for Hanwha Life, I think, is again going to be a big problem here.
Yep, I would agree. As this is another beautiful draft put together by HLE. T1, let's see whether they can bring us to 3 games. We jump into the Rift. All right. It is a bit of an arcane matchup as well, which is very, very fun, given the Victor versus Caitlyn situation. And one very cool thing is that Owner is shouting out Cyanide, former Fnatic jungler, just because Smash played with Reckless for so long. You just love to see it. You love to see it.
Is that your headcanon?
That's my headcanon, and I don't care who knows it.
You've also forgot about Mbessa. She's also an arcane character.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, it feels like, you know, the Caitlyn versus Victor thing is
it's the more enticing.
Yeah.
The Owner
so Renata and Mbessa are both also arcane.
Well, I think Renata, isn't she like in the background? Because obviously the Cam Barons play a big role, but more.
That's what I thought.
Not quite as
Wasn't
your
no,
face.
She was the one that she was like sort of supporting cast like through a lot of it.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Although you didn't watch like season 2 for like 400 years. Have you still not watched it?
Still have not watched season 2.
My God,
There's a lot of other great anime that I got to get through.
This is your job. We're gonna pause. Just you go and watch it now.
All right.
We are pausing
While
the game.
While this happening, I'll go run.
Don't run. You've got your phone right there. I can see it.
I can watch it on 8 times.
Put us on camera. Put us on camera right now. Yeah, the pause is confirmed.
I can watch
it's because
it on 8 times speed, right?
No, you can watch it right now. I'm gonna put it on right now. Literally right now.
Okay.
I'm doing it.
Yeah, just make sure that you put it on because I need to get through it.
I'm putting it on. I'm putting it on.
Okay.
And Jisun just said boo in my ears and is writing it on the prompter right now. Look at this. Look at all these boos. Okay, we're not. I know there's a new season of Black Mirror, but we're not going to watch that, Chronicler. We are watching Arcane immediately because this is your job.
I did watch the new Castlevania. Does that count?
How does that count? Even in yeah. Okay.
I have Jason in
You're
my
getting
ear
fired immediately.
Telling me I'm not qualified.
Okay, so here is episode 1. Episode
one.
As you can see, loading. It's coming in.
I watched episode 1.
You watched episode 1. Okay, we can skip to episode 2.
We can go to episode 2.
We can skip to
all right.
Episode 2. There we go. We're paused at 1 minute 45.
All right.
Just to confirm, If you can hear the Netflix intro music playing it right now. Here's
that's Imagine Dragons.
Yeah, well, we've got the intro happening. He is watching it as we speak, right? Chronicler?
Right, so you're going to solo cast while I watch this?
Yes, that's what's happening. Well, no, we can't cast because we can't go until you've watched it.
Well, I got to put this on max speed. I can't watch 7 hours of content.
Yes, you can. What the heck? This is the LCK.
All right, well.
How long do you think we are here every day? Roughly 7 hours.
That's true. I don't need the subtitles. I can turn those off. Are you a English CC subtitles kind of guy?
No, I watch, normally we have Korean subtitles because my wife and I watch things together. So that's why subtitles are almost always on. I also like having Korean subs because I feel like it helps me learn Korean, even though it doesn't. They're just there. But it makes me feel better. Oh man, isn't this exciting? Look at all of the arcane stuff that's going on your screen right there. Aren't you having a good time? Are you struggling to hear it? Because you do have noise cancelling.
I really was until you put so much pressure on it. Just let me watch Arcane in peace. You can go.
All right.
You can go cast a series between two of the best teams in the world. While I watch Arcane.
Well, I'm not going to do that because we're going to wait for you. We're polite here at the LCK.
That makes sense. All right.
I'm gonna chat with Twitch chat. So it's totally fine. Dagon's having is just spamming a whole bunch of stuff. Do we fire Chronicler for not watching Arcane? And I think
there is
important.
Absolutely zero chance.
It's 1 for yes and it's 2 for no. And I'm just. This is a bit worrying.
There is zero chance that I'm the only one that hasn't watched season 2 of Arcane.
I guarantee that you are
on our team.
I mean, you're one of 2 possible people that haven't. But you should have. Everyone should have. There's a lot of 3s in chat for some reason.
I even liked season 1. You know how it goes. I get caught up in other stuff.
No, not when it's Arcane.
All right,
you got to watch that because it's very important for the lore of the LCK as well. You know.
Yeah, right. Otherwise, I wouldn't know the intricacies of Nautilus lore.
Yeah, but also look at the cool sorcerer guy.
Well, you know I love animation. That's not the point.
And this is very good animation as well.
I'm
that's
well
not
aware.
even part of the bit. It's just good.
Yeah, no.
Season 2 is great as well. I feel like it's your type of show.
I know
because there was a lot of thinking involved.
I love the music as well.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's just how it goes.
Just doesn't feel like a you move. I felt like if there was anyone that was going to immediately watch Arcane, it would have been you.
Yeah, I don't know. I watched episode 1 as well, and I was like, that's good.
Yeah.
And then I just didn't continue.
I liked it at the start of episode 2 because they had the bit where it looks like they're summoners from the original lore that doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, that was Rakon? Yeah.
Yeah.
As you do.
Yeah, just doesn't really exist even a little bit anymore. But they saved Jace, you know?
I know there's I know Sona still says... It's like what? Sona, Nocturne... That still talk about summoners. I know there's 2 or 3 chapters.
Oh, yeah. Adagio Summoner. Yeah. I think that's the Sona line.
You made it sound more like Tarek, though. I kind of vibe with it.
I feel like Tarek would also talk to the summoners, but I only know gems. But yeah. Yundo, by the way, is not going to talk to you until you've watched Arcane.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
And it's important to be able to talk to Yundo because he provides us with a lot of information for the LCK. So you will not be able to do your job.
I can skip the intro, right? That's allowed?
Yeah, you can skip intro.
I'll skip the intro. Yeah.
That's
all right. We skipped the intro.
It's a headset issue, by the way, on top of the fact that we immediately had to pause. So this was really handy for Smash because he realized as we were paused that his headset was going through some troubles. And so therefore, while we make sure that Chronicler catches up on Arcane, we can also get Smash a new headset and sort all of that stuff out.
You know how...
Hi, Ruby Spiders, by the way. They said hi to me in chat. Did you see that?
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome. You know how... I'm sure you are familiar with this feeling as well. How you kind of want to do something, but then someone tells you that you need to do it, and then you definitely...
Oh, and I know that you get that feeling a lot. Yeah. You know, you got that hipster energy, and so, me telling you to watch Arcane over and over again will almost guarantee you'll never watch
I don't know about hipster energy. One of my most recommended artists to everyone ever is Carly Rae Jepsen, okay? Let's not go... Actually, no, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, I'm right. I know you relatively well, I think.
At this point, yeah. I hope so.
We've also got some Dagon mukbang.
As long as it's not ice cream. I don't want to go through that whole
As long as we can commentate it as well. Well, I can commentate it while Chronicler's watching.
I can do both. It's fine.
Oh, please. Okay. Wait, it's Mukbang. So wait, doesn't he need to have a microphone also in his mouth
What is he eating?
while he's eating it? Doesn't that have to happen? What is this? Is this what we have for lunch today? Because it looks pretty good, like noodles.
Is it like noodles and beef?
Is it like Thai? Oh, here we go.
Oh.
We've actually got. He's got the microphone.
Oh,
we can't. I don't know whether many
We
of
cannot.
he's trying to do the ASMR.
Oh, we can't hear him, right?
Yeah, we can't.
Oh.
We kind
they
of can.
can,
We kind of
okay.
can. Okay,
Awesome.
good.
All right.
And he's clicking it
A
around.
lot of pressure on this.
It's
He's
not
gotta
very
get a-
satisfying. You got to start eating. Start eating, man. Start eating. Like, put it in your face.
Well, that's the MVP here.
Like, it's not.
Oh.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, the lighting?
Oh, it's disgusting. I don't understand mukbang at all.
I don't get it,
I
man.
really just don't get it.
It looks good, though, the food.
Yeah. Oh, look at the full zoom. Look at that full zoom. Absolutely amazing.
Man, while this is happening, Jace has apparently figured out something about magic and science.
Yes.
I,
And no. And that's a spoiler. Now people know that Jace is alive in episode 2 of Arcane.
yeah, shocker.
Of season 2. Heimding is there as well, which is very, very cool. Oh no, my bottle! I've got a non-branded water bottle that people just saw. This is absolutely disastrous.
I really want to show my bottle because it has a really cute sticker that Ox and his wife got me.
Yeah, I think you're allowed to do that.
No, because it's branded.
Branded
So,
what?
like-
I can't see the brand.
No, you can't.
Most of everything has been taken away.
No, I'm not going to take that risk. But there was a really cute Hiplop sticker. I'll put it
Aw,
on Twitter.
Piplop's
I
one of the best
know.
ones.
I know. I'm a big fan.
What's
It's
your
really
favorite Pokemon starter? Not to distract you from.
Maybe. I want to say Bulbasaur.
Bulbasaur?
I love
Wow, that's
Bulbasaur.
OG.
Yeah.
Also
I never got over Pokemon Blue.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Also, it was very easy to level Venusaur. So for your first
Yeah, you know,
playthrough, if
you know, for
choose
me,
it-
I know actually nothing. It's just vibes. I know
yeah,
nothing.
this might be
about
something that no one, like that
Right.
people don't actually know, which is the max XP required is lowest for Venusaur, medium for Blastoise, and actually you require way more for Charizard.
Of course.
To get them to level 100. But ladies and gentlemen, we can go to a short break for now as we get everything sorted out. Hopefully we'll be ready to get into game number 2 shortly, but bear with us until now. And Chronicler will be watching Arcane unperturbed by me in the meantime. So thank you very much. We'll see you soon.
The first lands.
Ionia is but a doorway.
Come claim your prize in my world.
Listen to your puppet, LeBlanc. Besides, you have no host. And even if you did, the new Grand General would never approve another campaign in Ionia.
I have done your bidding. Release me.
Losing our host was an unfortunate turn. As for the might of Noxus, it won't be necessary. A single whisper can cut deeper than 1,000 blades.
To Ionia, then.
시청자 여러분 안녕하십니까? 시크릿 뉴스룸 첫 보요원 코드네임 비타민입니다. 저희 시크릿 뉴스룸은 앞으로 매주 이 시간에 누구보다 빠르고 구미가 땡길 만한 다양한 해외 첩보들을 전달할 예정이니 방콕 요원들은 모두 이 시간에 집결해 주시기 바랍니다. 그러면 첫 번째 LTA 소식부터 전해드리겠습니다. LTA에서는 이번에 얘가 여기 왜 나와? 싶은 챔피언이 등장했다는 소문입니다. 이 챔피언이 등장하자 많은 사람들의 환호와 박수가 나왔다고 하는데요. 4월 7일 디스가이즈드와 플라이캐스트의 경기 V4 선수의 픽을 주목하세요. 와, 요릭이라니 진짜 오랜만이네요. 과연 그 활약은 어땠을까요? 경기 시간 15분경 집중 견제가 들어오면서 이대로 죽나 싶었지만 요릭이 누굽니까? 영혼의 길잡이 제이스의 영혼을 길동무로 데려가는 데 성공하죠. 이후 사이드에서 또 한 번 상대 탑라이너를 함락시키기도 하면서 역시 V4다 라는 걸 보여줬는데요. 와, 표정 뭐죠? 이런 요리계 활약에 힘입어 플라이캐스트는 개막 후 전승 행진을 이어가게 됐습니다. 다음은 LPL 첩보입니다. 이 이름 하나만으로도 엄청난 임팩트를 줍니다. 바로 빈입니다. 항상 LCK를 위협했던 팀 BLG와 역대급 슈퍼인기팀 IG의 대결인데요. 바로 이 경기에서 빈이 엄청난 퍼포먼스를 보여줬다고 합니다. 1세트를 승리한 BLG는 2세트에 칼챔의 대명사 빈에게 사이온을 쥐어주는데요. 그래서 그런지 표정이 좋아 보이진 않네요. 게임은 굉장히 치열하게 흘러가며 26분이 되도록 1000골드도 차이가 안 날 정도였죠. BLG가 용을 획득한 뒤 BLG 본대는 아래에 있는 루키의 제이스를 잡으러 가고 루키 선수의 제이스가 죽고 빈의 사이온도 죽으려는 순간 비상! 탈출! 잘 놀다 갑니다. 정말 역대급 탈출쇼를 보여주는 빈이었죠. 이에 열이 제대로 받은 IG 응징하기 위해 BLG의 본대를 줬는데요. 생각보다 BLG의 저항이 거세서 빠지려는 찰나 형이야. 뒤텔로 돌아온 사이온이 풀 차진 Q를 3인에게 적중시키며 한타 대승! 빈 이 선수가 있기 때문에 BLG는 언제나 위험합니다. 다음은 LEC 첩보입니다. LEC에 역대급 경기가 나왔다고 합니다. 얼마 전 젠지와 T1의 3세트, 이번 시즌 최장 경기가 나오면서 손에 땀을 쥐는 역대급 경기가 나왔죠. 이제 우리 LEC 최장 경기 맛을 봐라. 이게 바로 LEC다의 정수를 보여준 경기. 로그와 자이언트 X의 경기 한번 확인해 보시죠.
We've decided instead to not watch Rogue vs GX, and we have decided instead to tell you guys about this chrono break that has just happened. We are going back in time about what feels like 30 seconds or something like that. We're going back to 40 seconds in-game time just to make sure that the level 1 isn't impeded by the fact that players were unable to communicate. I think that's kind of understandable, I guess, but I believe it is also concluded. Chronicler has also decided that he in fact hates Arcane, doesn't want to watch Season 2 ever, and has decided in fact that he doesn't really care about the LCK at all. Care to explain yourself, or...?
I'm not going to reply to such.
You're right here. You can defend yourself.
No, such crazy slander.
If I'm lying, you can say so.
I will not dignify that with a response.
And we all know what that means. We all know what that means. That means, Max, you are correct, and I don't want to get in trouble.
Is that Love Actually? I feel like I can remember Colin Firth saying that in a movie. I just don't know which movie.
Oh, I mean, that could have been so many. Maybe it was Bridget Jones's Diary instead.
I think it might be Bridget Jones, yeah.
I mean, they both have Hugh Grant and Colin Firth, so it's just hard to know.
I feel like I should know that. Well, again, I guess I also should watch Season 2 of Arcane, so.
You know, Hugh Grant has actually one of my favorite actor arcs, very similar to that of Harrison Ford, where the amount they care has just diminished with age. But the amount they also worry about it is equally as diminished, as we have a bit of a fight here towards the bottom side. Smash getting taken down to 50%. But thankfully, he can communicate with the rest of his team about it without any hindrance.
Well, it's important to express your emotions, you know, you can't just bottle them up.
Exactly.
As we do see...
Like people that, you know, talk about whether or not they definitely don't want to watch Season 2 of Arcane or not.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Both sums used here for Viper and Delight. In return, so they did gain a favorable summoner trade. Zeka, as expected, is really suffering here. Faker also going for Grass, particularly in these range versus melee matchup. Gonna get a ton of value there.
All right, it's been over a year since we've had a Jarvan game. That feels crazy.
That does feel crazy.
Huh. And it was Ona taking on Canyon that time around, as Zeka with Kingslayer able to get a bit of health back, but otherwise is in a bit of trouble. Going to be teleporting back early. And sort of talking about being in trouble, the last time we saw the Kalista, it was really shoved in quite aggressively by the Caitlyn, of course. The matchup was different, and this time the Kalista with the Ashe is looking to be working out quite well. As Faker, this could be a problematic scenario, as Zeka is in a little bit of trouble, but never mind. Picks up the first blood. Top of the morning to you, says Peanut. As in the meantime, it's a nice handshake back. The Peacemaker as well from Viper able to help out with this trade, but still a lot of control.
That was so clean. As it Carriaz. I thought, yeah, ghosted there at the beginning of that as well. Yeah. No, that was so clean there from Humble Life. All right, Zeka, very low. Goes in, so they go for the point-blank setup with the E to ensure that there's no way that Faker gets out. Peanut with the CC as well. That's, again, an early leader. And I do want to reiterate, no plate has fallen yet. The last time we actually saw these double AD carry bot lanes, they would be getting plates like 2 minutes in, right? When it was the peak, the double Halo Blades meta. Thus far, still we're seeing a small lead for Smash, but they need to keep this pressure up and really maintain and actually start getting plates as well, because obviously the scaling is going to be a bit rough. As we take another look here, goes in with the Kingstar. Oh!
Yep, never mind. Peanut, he is on the map yet again. This time, Owner is going to turn up at Smash. Oh! Peanut goes in, flashes out immediately. Not caught under the turret as well, as Owner gets the EQ flash, but doesn't hold him in range of that turret. Another chain going to connect here onto Faker, who does have the gravity field. But it is still a lot of damage done here by this Silas, feeling so much better after a handy first blood.
And Peanut having a crazy... Oh my god.
Okay. There's too much stuff happening, Chronicle.
Really is. Yeah, they're up.
Oh,
1k gold.
Yeah, Cannon getting denied here by Doran, as there's the flash with the counter-strike, as Zeus looking for more, but decides instead he is happy with that. However, Doran didn't even use his flash. So actually it's kind of okay, but it is a Cannon in advantage.
It's flash for Cannon.
Yeah.
It's so worth.
Yeah, 4 gold is the lead as well, am I right? Doran actually playing this really well.
Good use of the sustain of Mbessa there. Jax this early on, not quite as threatening when it comes to the damage. Viper and Delight have now arrived and obviously are ahead of the play given how the early game played out. It's taking a look, the timing from Peanut here, just impeccable. Go in there. And even with the W not hitting, Smash still gets taken down, and Owner just a split second too late. If he can catch Peanut underneath the tower there, they get a counter kill. Might have been worth, but instead, the gold lead getting bigger and bigger. Nicely set up there as well by Viper and Delight. And this is the one risk you do run when you are running these continuously shoving lanes, is that you are susceptible to gank. Viper also early Dirk now to... expects him to just go towards that very early Collector.
Yep, Collector IE, pretty good as far as that 2-item spike. And Delight and Peanut getting to work on these grubs. It looks like we're not going to have Owner actually go for anything here. There's another Counter-Strike, this time with Grandmaster's Might from Zeus, but this time doesn't have access to his flash. Try and back that one up, and Doran just dashes his way out, as Ambessa is wont to do.
Oh, this gank is really important, but look at that. Zeka's there. They can't really go for this until they have confirmation that he's gone.
There are a lot of bases that have been covered here by HLE, and of course, they did see Owner on Vision there at the same time. I'm pretty sure they're not going to come up, clear out the control ward. When becomes Lightning does not take down Carrier or hit him. As Doran once again going to get engaged on. Zeus looking for another angle, as Doran just constantly having to deal with this Jax being a nuisance. But he's actually just doing fine as far as farm is concerned. More fighting here in the mid lane. Chaos Storm's going to be traded. Good gravity well once again from Faker.
Still, Zaka's going to be extremely happy with the trade. Silence is one of those champions where even if you lose the short-term trade, right, you have so much build and sustain.
Oh, public execution here onto Zeus as Doran's seeing whether he can get it done. Does have minions to contend with as well. And Zeus is just going to say thanks for that and go home.
I think Zeus should have been dead there because he didn't actually have E.
Yeah.
But he clearly did not think so, and so did Doran's Peanut.
Oh yeah, when becomes lightning, Carrier in a bit of trouble, but not going to be dead just yet.
Oh, wow, Carrier with the restraint there, not actually going to use his flash, just uses the Ghost to deny the third auto. But the damage is already done, right? Like, he is low. Peanut might be able to set up the classic Q there on the turret, and there it is.
Yeah, looking for Smash here, and he's trying to dance his way out. Peanut's going to be dead, although the bailout is going to come in. It's just not going to do anything, so Smash is going to be able to lock that one down. Ace in the hole comes in from Viper, but isn't actually going to grab any kills. So a 1-for-1.
That's a great trade. Yes, Peanut's camps are up. He's going to suffer a little bit for this, but you take Smash out of the game again. And these targeted ganks from Peanut, a really big difference. Owner was the only one that was actually able to match his opponent in game number 1, but this time around, Peanut really doing a number on every lane except top, and it's Zeus, so he is just kind of winning that one by himself. As we take a look here, hits the wind, becomes lightning, means that he easily gets the setup, and then again, the damage is already done because of that gank. Carrier has low, and yeah, he has his flash, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't really provide any value here. Smash, it's level 6, but it doesn't make a difference, and that's what we're talking about. The thing with Xin Zhao is you can just charge your Q on the turret, and then very easily get that set up. You do get the flash out of Viper here from Owner, which is nice, but nice isn't really going to cut it with how this early game has been playing out.
Yep, you need to do a whole bunch more. Of course, mid-game fights are going to be something that T1 can rely on. They have the Fate's Call and things like this with Smash on his Callista. Is the arrow going to get a flash out from Delight here as well towards his top side? And now that these level 6s have come in, maybe it's a time for T1 to fight back. The problem is HLE today just look like a completely different team to what we've seen from the last week and a half.
Maybe the first-hand hangover has finally worn off.
Yeah.
You know, all those habits that were ingrained in them.
They took an aspirin. They definitely did. Or maybe some hair of the dog. You never know. Okay, Doran once again going in, but Zeus is just going to bonk him. Does get the shield. And the flash forward! It's answered! But the answer echoes into nothingness as Zeus grabs the solo kill on the bottom side.
That one's personal! Multiple plates falling as well. I'm pretty sure Zeus autoed a minion somewhere in that whole equation as well.
Oh dear.
Didn't even matter.
Insult meeting injury.
Yep, really did. And I do think, again, T1, this composition still has a good amount of team fighting power. Their engage is decent with the Ash Arrows, plus the fact that they have a Jarvan. But if they fall too far behind, they are just going to run into a giant meat grinder. As we take another look, so much damage to come through. There's the auto and the minion, and then the flash-empowered auto, and it's an auto attack. It can't flash that.
Yep, and the fact that he just waits for the shield to wear off, and then immediately the flash does come in, it does mean that Doran probably had a bit of a heads up as to what was going to happen there. Not actually able to outplay it and flash early. Wanted to make sure that he wasn't just flashing away without any response.
Oh,
that would have been better.
They're about to get 6 grubs out, Bliss. We know what the stats say about that.
No. Are they going to buck the trend? Are they going to make it so that 6 grubs isn't an absolute detriment here in the LCK?
Well, they...
or worldwide, should I say?
Well, they haven't given up a dragon, which normally is, you know, what I think makes that equation a little iffy.
Yeah, it's the giving up of anything.
That hasn't really transpired yet. No, I'm with you.
Well, Doran now just going to try and answer here.
They need to find a big outplay. They need to find a foothold back into this game because Humble Life is snowballing it very aggressively.
Yeah, the Demacian jungler face-off is possibly going to happen.
This is the problem. If they don't dive, like, Owner can't do anything. The only reason that he was there, because if they do try to dive, he can counter-engage. But instead, he can't counter-gank because they just have a 6 grubs Caitlyn autoing the turret.
Well, Doran can at least deal with this wave very, very quickly. Going to look to continue trying to put on some pressure as T1, they rotate their lanes around. They've got solos in the side lanes. And they've set up with their double AD carry in mid. Teleport comes in. The back, is it actually going to be in time? No, it's not, because he cancels it. And Doran, waiting in the brush, just going to dance away from Zeus as best he can. The Counter-Strike comes in, though, and Doran is just going to have to evacuate. An odd state of affairs, but just wanting to teleport over towards the top side. Anyway, it was Zeus, and so it just really doesn't matter too much. There's teleport coming over from Faker as he heads towards the top side. And that's going to be their answer to this Jax that is very problematic. He just teleports into the top lane, takes one wave, and then he's back out once again.
Now we have Zeka moving towards the top half. They really want to ensure that they keep this matchup because obviously Zeus is stomping Doran so far. Zeka also wants to keep laning into Faker. Rodovage is done now. There is the early collector that we were expecting here from the Viper. And for T1, I think two things need to happen. First, you need to actually get some of these summoners, because with the summoners up, I think the fight's going to be very hard to play out. I think a lot of what makes T1's comp so strong is that you have things like Yash Arrow, you have the Flag and Drag, you have the ultimate from Jarvan as well that can lock up targets. You can layer on top of that.
Oh dear.
But if they have Flash, getting that is a very nice, like, theoretical plan, but putting it in practice is
yeah, can be a little bit
harder.
Eclipse is done here for Doran, so actually in that little moment did have a slight lead as far as item power, but Zeus is going to be very, very close to his Trinity Force. Faker now in this top lane. Zeka with the Chaos Storm in hand will be able to get this lane shoved up. And T1, you can see, licking their wounds is what it kind of feels like at this stage of the game. And it's not what this comp wants to be doing right now. They want to be putting the pressure on.
It's so interesting because I think the bot lane doesn't scale, but the top half of the team scales insanely well, right? Like, Mbessa gets so much free stats from her ultimate. She's a late game powerhouse, although so is Jax. I feel like in that 1v1 is not the best.
Oh dear. Speaking of 1v1s, Faker and Zeka at it once again as the arrow is going to sail by. In the meantime, another fight as Smash flashes over the wall. And the handshake onto Owner is going to get his flash as well. Peanut, he's over there, he's going in, and Owner is going out. That is the Peacemaker to lock him down. And a pick going over. A second one here for Viper is such a worry here for T1 fans.
Yeah, that expression by Owner really says it all. One of the biggest advantages that T1 have in their matchups against Gen G in particular, we've seen them show this against Hanwha as well, is how crisp their early to mid games are.
Oh, another flash from Zeus, and another solo kill from this Jax. It's hostile takeover to try and get Faker as Peanut. He goes in, and the ace in the hole is going to clean up a killing spree for Viper. This time, Peanut isn't even going to die, as that volley not nearly enough damage, and HLE are just running over T1 today.
Yeah, it's cooked. Barring a miracle, when T1 isn't winning early skirmishes, you know things are not on their best form. You know, players are normally so synced up, but right now, understandably, I think the Renata to me is the key piece to this. The fact that Peanut can play like a psychopath like that is because they have the bailout, because there is the threat of the ultimate. This is unfortunately an exhibition of why Zeus is considered pretty good at the video game. And then here, Faker gets the stun, walks off the ultimate, and then still just gets hit by both Peanut and Viper because every lane is in a dire state. Well, life is just snowballing across the map, and our expectations were pretty high for this match here after the Giga Banger that was T1 versus Gen G. And Atlas, I think that we are going to be denied an entertaining series because this game is like
the thing
way
is,
more of a blowout.
Yeah, we've also already had HLE versus Gen G. That was in like week 1. So
it was also not great.
Yeah, it wasn't. And now HLE have decided to wake up, and just in time, as we can see, as Carrier is likely in trouble.
They need a turn.
Oh, Faker is
this the one?
Having some issues. This time HLE do have the inside track towards this topside fight, and Faker is very, very dead. So he's the first one to go down. Zeka grabbing yet another kill for himself. And the rest of HLE really just wanting to know who they want to kill next. That is kind of the question. It's a smorgasbord here for these guys, as it's going to be Peanut taking down the Rift Herald. That is going to be the option that they go with.
So T1 got Viper's Flash.
Hey, there you go.
That's it, Atlas. That's all.
Well, Owner is now looking to see whether he can get some sort of steal. Keria is in a little bit of trouble, but there is Fate's Call available here.
A Hail Mary, perhaps?
All right, Zeus going in. And the fact that he is here is very, very scary. But now, possible skirmish angle as there's the public execution. Gets Doran into that back line as Owner is going to be taken out in a second. But it's traded for Zeus, and that's a lot of money over to Smash. As a 1-for-1 in that isolated incident. However, Peanut going in, looking for Doran as Viper is going to turn up, layering these autos on top. But he does get himself the shield, gets himself out as now Zeka fighting against Smash. Smash having a lot of mobility, not hit by the chains is really, really important. Wind becomes lightning, but doesn't become hitting Keria. And so Rift Herald just going to be thrown into the mid lane. But otherwise, I mean, honestly, as far as defense is concerned, T1 probably wasn't going to go much better than that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's. I'm right there with you, Atlas.
Cup's half full, baby.
It is! Maybe we can make it happen. Even the patented Faker in the side lane is actually a bait, is not a bait. Actually doesn't end up going the way of T1. And then here, the biggest thing for me is that this re-engage, look at the health of Smash and Keria. I think they understand they desperately need to do something. If Zeus has mana, he probably kills both of them there, unfortunately. Because we haven't even talked about this yet, but you're playing Jax into double AD carry.
Yeah.
Which is a big problem. And even with all that investment, it ends up being a favorable trade for Hanwha Life, who are also going to be, and this is the key thing for me, in a great position to pick up a soul point, yet again, for Mountain Soul.
Oh, God.
And the one thing that Hanwha Life, outside of, I think the engage obviously isn't amazing, but they can even use the tools stolen with Silas to make that work, because...
Well, this is their engage. It's Peanut go in, and then everything else is layered on top. Faker just caught out in his own jungle. Will just get eradicated.
Yeah, at this point, we're going to need to see Hanwha Life have a big throw at an Otacon, at a Baron, because T1 is not in control. They haven't been in control of this game for a little while, to be fair, but, you know, we always like to be a little bit safe over statements.
Yep.
I feel safe.
Well, so does Zeus. Keria does not feel safe, however, is going to be able to ghost and look for a way out. They're still slowing him down as Owner comes in, looks to try and catch the escape there from Viper, and unfortunately it doesn't quite work. Keria gets out with the Fate's Call. Public execution gets Doran in there as there's a hostile takeover, as it's a battle between Keria and Smash, and Keria actually dies to Smash's red buff. Oh, it's a disaster. Zeus is going to suicide under the turret. Largely looking like a celebration here, though, as in goes Peanut once again.
Zeka, no!
Yep, Smash not going to get another 1v1 with Zeka, as he is just allowed to live.
Nice.
Yeah, well played.
You, Zeka.
That was so sad, wasn't it? Watching the Ashe and Kalista just kill each other.
Well, that, but also just the whole tragedy of, like, Owner going in, and then ulting onto Viper, who doesn't have flash, missing the flag and drag, but even missing the flag and drag doesn't matter. And at T1, at this point, you're going for Hail Marys, right? Like, you don't really have a big angle in this game, so they try to go for the play, go in on Viper, then he ease out. Flag and drag doesn't work, which is one of the issues we talked about. But Zeus also zones Smash and Keria, so it doesn't end up really making that big of a difference. And then here, the betrayal!
Oh, no.
Keria ends up going down.
That's very tragic. Zeus also does go down, so there's at least that consolation prize, but it's not much consolation prize, guys.
And the rest of this replay is, there's a Dutch expression, which is mustard after a meal, which is like, what's the point? Like, why is it there?
Yeah.
You know, that doesn't need to be.
Was it because you didn't notice the mustard and you could have used it?
I assume the origin of it is that you forgot about the mustard, and then afterwards,
You're like, wow, that sausage really could have done with some mustard.
Because, yeah, we love mustard, and the Dutch cuisine is not very elevated, you know, it's just potato, sausage, meat,
and honestly, it's delicious, and it probably was delicious anyway.
No, of course it is, but the mustard, you know, unless you're doing a cheese plate, which I feel like is like a whole different thing, you're not bringing out mustard for dessert.
Wait, cheese plate with mustard? Is that normal?
Yeah.
Huh. I think it's something like
that, or like apple syrup.
Yeah,
but like the thick one, you know, not syrup as in the pouring
like some quince paste, perhaps.
Yeah, like, I assume we're talking about the same thing. Like the black gooey apple. Yeah, wonderful.
Well, Zeka's looking for a little bit of an angle here.
So they get Otacon.
Yep. Well, they haven't yet. but it's not likely to be stolen.
This is not the series I was expecting today.
No,
Atlas.
not at all. I thought we were having a 6-game banger today.
Well, can still be a 5-game banger.
I mean, the next series, there is no chance that that one's not going to 3. Right?
Well, I mean, I think it will be 3. Yeah.
Yeah. And,
I'm starting to think that, you know, call me crazy, but this one might not be.
No, I'm
annoyed. I was expecting a fun, cool game, and instead it's just 2 blowouts. Viper stutter stepping in mid lane.
The thing that I do like about this is the fact that our first stand champions are actually looking like one of the best teams in the LCK.
Yeah.
Which is great to see.
Because they didn't do that for the last 2 weeks. Now that's valid.
I imagine those around the world that are, you know, maybe fans of other regions as well are kind of happy that, you know, the team that dominated without looking challenged at all in that international tournament are also looking like they're able to play like that in their own region as well. You know?
Really a glass half full kind of guy.
I really am. Not for Keria and his ability to survive. However, he does have a Fate's Call. It is going to keep him alive for now. Zeus doing that thing where he kills Doran.
Up 2 levels.
As Arrow is going to sail by. Looked majestic in the meantime. As Ona's going to turn up and Zeus says, hi, buddy. It's good to see you again. Smash able to sidestep. The wind becomes lightning, but I just don't know whether that means anything at all. As, yeah, Faker versus Zeus here Zeka, towards the bottom side of the map. Chaos Storm comes out. Zeka says, all right. And he'll leave. This is slow and steady destruction of all of T1's stuff. And HLE look to be able to do it with impunity. 9,000 gold is the advantage. A teleport right into the enemy jungle as HLE stealing away all of the buffs at the same time. This inner, not long for the world, and it's the last one remaining. 6 turrets to 0. As the 6 grub stats are getting decimated. If this is going to be a victory here for HLE.
If. Only if, Atlas.
Yeah. And, you know, it's still 50-50. Because there are 2 teams, both of them want to win the game, and one of them will win the game.
Yeah.
And so you divide divide it by 2, right? Still 50-50. 10,000 gold lead for HLE.
I got nothing, Atlas.
Yeah, neither do we, and neither does T1, as it seems.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, when the Nexus falls, we can bring out the usual cope. I think T1 definitely took some liberties in draft. But for me, what really today caught me off guard is not the fact that Humble Life is winning. Obviously, I think their form of T1 looked better coming in. But it's specifically that the things that have made T1 so good have been their synergy, right? Particularly Owner and Keria, I think, have been looking really great thus far. And I think in game number 1, Owner tried his best, didn't actually end up mattering too much. But Keria trying to go back to an old favorite does not end up working out. And I think that this Baron is about to herald the end of this game, Atlas.
Yep. They're trying to keep Zeus out, but Zeka will find Doran in the side. Not going to find too much more, though, as now Zeus may have bitten off more than he could chew. Smash throwing some sticks into him, and I think Zeus is likely to die. However, gets underneath this turret, and now Owner is the one that's in the wrong position. No more smite for you, T1, as now Peanut can freely take down the Baron. Zeka going to go golden as well, buy some time. Hostile takeover is so good here from Delight, and Zeka is going to take advantage of it. Smash will be taken down as well, as Zeus just bonks him with a lamppost. And Keria, that is not your turret, buddy. That is a clean ace, as well as the Baron over to HLE.
HLE with a statement series here, Atlas.
My God.
Yeah, we didn't look that good the last week and a half. Yeah, Gen G 2-0 does.
And this is the main thing that's the most terrifying out of HLE, is the fact that they can look like anything on one day and then just do this. It matters not. The momentum and all of that stuff that we say, all that garbage about like, oh, they did this well in this game, and so that is going to mean that they're going to do better here. Doesn't matter for HLE. At any moment, this could happen.
Yeah, the state of the game that they can just have Zeka take on multiple members. Zeus draws as much attention as he does while they're taking Baron is really, frankly, absurd. Then Delight with the flash ult buffer to ensure he doesn't need to do that. Nope. They win this fight.
Yep.
10 out of 10 times.
He just wants to make sure that no one dies.
They're just styling on them. And for T1, we can talk about the draft. We can talk about all the other
Do we have to?
Well, that's my point, right? But the reality is, it's just the gameplay. Night and day.
Oh, nice flash there from Faker. Does not matter, as in the 1v2, Zeka is absolutely going to kill everyone. The dash over and doesn't even need the chains to land. The double kill does come in. Back-to-back solos here from Zeka as Carrier is in trouble. That is going to be Peanut locking that one down. Was that 1v3 sort of thing? I mean, the wallets are so heavy, it's absurd. As Doran goes in and then he goes out. Fire the Death Chamber as Zeus spinning around, twirling the lamppost as these Nexus turrets are going to fall one after the other. Zeus not even going to die to the fountain here as Viper looks for the Peacemaker, does not connect it as the hostile takeover is going to annoy Smash momentarily. Peanut thrown in because the Fate's call was stolen away, and HLE will pick up the 2-0 here today. An absolute shellacking, complete domination from our first stand champions.
A lot of hype going into the Saturday Showdown, a lot of talk, a lot of questions. But when all is said and done, every single player on Hanwha Live ran circles around every single player on T1.
Yep.
And game number 1 felt like, you know, there was at least a little bit of an angle. Game number 2, no, nothing.
Yeah, you can see Koma just trying to cheer up the team. And of course, it's regular season. It doesn't mean a whole lot. However, the fact that HLE can just do that when they feel like it is very, very scary. As it's a happy Peanut right there. Dandy, like, buddy, you didn't need to do that. Is what it kind of felt like to me, watching the interaction as our Super Soldier playing his Yone and his Silas. I hear those are champions that he's pretty good at. Chronicler, that's what I would say. And what's your POM comment? Who's picking up POM for this one? Is it Delight for just being incredibly good? Is it Zeus for back-to-back solo killing Doran?
I actually don't know. I hope we get a split vote. I think Peanut is a great one given that he ran the Rift in both games, but he was a little bit of a slow starter in game 1. Owner did kind of, for me, I gotta go Super Soldier.
He was pretty good.
I think that his game number 1, Yone, was definitely, that one was easy. I think that he was definitely the player of the game. Yeah. That one was a no-brainer.
I mean, I think Delight had a phenomenal game 1 as well. I think he's like sleeper pick.
I honestly, literally, you can make an argument. I think the only one that you can't is Viper, and that's not even because he did anything wrong, but he was
he was just unfortunately playing MF and Caitlyn.
he was good. I think his MF in game number 1 in particular was great. For me, I think they're most likely to get it would be Peanut or Zeka. Peanut for this game number 2, and then Zeka. But if it ended up being Delight, that's fine. If it ends up being Zeus, I did think he took a lot more liberties in game number 1, even though his impact can't be overstated.
Look at this, Delight killing Carrier with Smash.
Atlas, if it's a Delight vote, I'll be delighted.
Yeah, no. Sorry, I was just talking about the highlight.
No, it's
just, that was tragic.
What do you think was Zeka's reasoning for not following through there? Because I think he could have.
I think he was like, they've suffered enough. Is mainly the thinking. And then in this moment, he's like, nah, just kind of want to kill all of them.
That play from Delight.
Yeah.
They're up like
very cool.
They're up like 10k gold here, by the way.
And then Peanut with the W flash as well. As here is Zeka with the 1v2 solo. I think this moment here is a good example as to why Zeka is probably going to win player of the match. And yeah, not a whole lot of places that he could go. Zeka, zero reaction to the situation at all. As Peanut just goes in by himself and kills Carrier.
The reality is just Zeka is our best melee mid laner. And we have a lot of incredible mid laners in the LCK. They all have different strengths.
And melee mid laners as well, like Chovy, for example, sort of made his name on melee mids and tops.
And obviously, you know, as for who's the actual best mid laner, that's a whole different discussion. In the current LCK. But 2 back-to-back masterclasses from this man.
And Faker did do a lot of damage, but it didn't seem to mean very much. Oh, Zeus as well, my god.
That's a jungler.
Yeah.
More damage than it. That's actually
and it's
disgusting.
Zhao.
Yeah.
When do you see Zins do that much damage? He did how much more than Ona in this game? Like
It was a not God game.
yeah, that's like almost 5 times the damage.
Yeah.
It's almost exactly 5 times.
Yeah.
And they're both Demacians. One of them's a prince.
Atlas, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, did not die once.
He's just absurd. You know what? The old counter to Zeka of just ban his champions doesn't even really work anymore. That's the real issue. As
Yep.
I think that's warranted. I think the jungle votes make complete sense. I think Peanut
Not good.
it was a real not God game today.
It really was.
He was crazy in both games.
Oh, by the way, we also have Viper joining the space after the POM interview. So we're
More
going to have a
space
chat
interviews?
with Zeka, and then Viper is going to come and hang out. So that is very, very cool. But first up, let's have a chat with Zeka and hear about why they got so much better here today.
Thank you very much, guys. This is here for the POM interview translation, joined by Zeka on the side of Hana Life Esports. Congratulations! How do you feel after the T1 match? It was such a crucial one, but just being able to win against them with a 2-0 feels great. And it looks like Zeka's family is here on site to cheer him on. Let's talk about game 1. You guys took Yone as the B1 pick. So how did you guys prepare for this draft? No, I think in our tier list, Yone is very high up there. And we decided that Yone would be really useful. And it was a quick decision for the earlier phase of the match. So how did you react to your Yone being open? In our preparation, we actually did talk about how Yone might actually be left open, so that was something that we had predicted. And in game 1, the enemy took Nafiri and Ari, a skirmish-heavy mid-jungle comp. So how did you and Peanut plan to deal with this comp? Compared to our mid-jungle comp, we decided that we knew and we were aware that their mid-jungle comp would be pretty heavy and a strong early game. So I think that's just something that we had to keep in mind while playing the game out. And game 2. Oh, it looks like your mother just sent you a heart. Do you want to react back? That was a great response. This was, and then just to talk about game 2, Xin Zhao's pathing was super effective, and from the level 3 mid-gank to bot-gank, he was saying so proactive. I think, you know, initially, I think I was having a really hard time laning, and I think just from Peanut saving me, it actually made the game a lot better for me. And Rod of Ages is a trendy item in the mid lane, so is this just a good item or is this just a situational one? I think Rod of Ages has received a lot of buffs lately, and I feel like it's just really a well-rounded item for any mid champion to start out with, so I think that's why we're seeing a lot of Rod of Ages build. And what is your resolution to keep the momentum going? I think our performance has reached it's going up and it's on the rise, so I hope that we can keep it going. And that's the end of the interview with Zeka, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ayaya, as it is Hanwha Life Esports getting the victory 2-0, dominant fashion. Super Soldier Zeka getting it done. We had a couple of Peanut votes here, but joining us now in the space, very, very excited to have him, is World Champion Viper, LCK Champion, First Stand Champion, just a champion here. Welcome.
Thank you.
All right, yeah, there it is. All right, our first question is, as First Stand Champions and a team with great expectations coming into the regular season, Hanwha Life Esports' first couple of matches during regular season were a bit shaky. Why do you think that was?
퍼스트 스탠드 챔피언이자 이번 정규 시즌에서 우승 후보로 큰 기대를 모았던 하나생명은 좀 다소 불안한 출발을 보였습니다. 좀 그 이유가 무엇이라고 생각하세요?
사실 제가 생각하기에도 좀 경기력이나 이런 게 좋지 않았던 거는 맞는 것 같아요. 근데 그게 뭐 어떤 퍼스트 스탠드 일정이나 아니면 저희가 메타에 좀 해석이 느리다거나라기보다 그냥 저희의 좀 실수가 잦았고 또 경기에서의 어떤 핵심을 짚는 부분에서 상대보다 좀 한 발짝 느렸던 것 같아요. 그래서 그냥 순수 이제 경기를 못했기 때문에 좀 그래 보이지 않았나 생각합니다.
Honestly, I think the same. Our performance was not that great. I think after first stand, I mean the schedule was pretty rough, and the meta. I mean, it's not. I'm not gonna make the excuse about the first stand schedule or the meta. We're just playing bad. So I mean, you're kind of slow and also making so many mistakes. So it was not that great, but we are getting better and better.
Yeah, appreciate the accountability. Dan, you had a question about champion pool and AP picks?
Yeah, including AP picks, your champion pool is quite wide. When it comes to fearless draft, do you tend to take the lead and suggest ideas yourself, or do you usually just go along with what you're told?
AP 픽을 포함해서 좀 챔피언 풀이 진짜 넓은 편이시잖아요. 근데 이제 피어리스 밴픽에서 본인은 좀 주도적으로 아이디어를 내는 편인가요? 아니면은 그냥 뭐 시키는 대로 좀 하는 편인가요?
저는 이제 바텀 구도에 한해서는 굉장히 적극적으로 참여하는 편이고 일단 피어리스 밴픽이라는 게 사실 내가 하는 것도 중요하지만 상대가 할 수 있는 픽을 내가 가져올 수 있다는 게 굉장한 장점이라고 생각을 해서 좀 그런 것도 많이 신경 쓰고 네, 밴픽적으로 여러 가지 준비를 많이 하죠.
So about the bot lane matchup, I'm really proactive about it because I'm the one that I control the bot lane, right? And also, when you think about the fearless draft, it's not about my champions only, because also think about their champions, because if you pick it, you ban it for the enemy team. So you gotta think about that one in the fearless draft as well. So it's kind of complicated, but I'm really proactive in the ban picks.
That makes a lot of sense. Again, having a big champion pool, very good for you. Something that changed at the beginning of the season were lane swaps. They obviously were removed. How have you found going back to 2v2s, and would you prefer lane swaps or no lane swaps?
라인 스왑 드디어 사라졌는데 좀 2대2 바텀 매치업을 조금 더 선호하는 편인가요? 아니면 좀 라인 스왑처럼 다양한 전략적 그런 가능성을 열어놓고 좀 플레이하는 걸 선호하시나요?
일단 첫째로 라인 수합이 뭐 지금 초반엔 안 되지만 여전히 존재하고 저는 개인적으로 라인전을 더 좋아합니다. 왜냐면 라인전을 한다고 했을 때 내가 상대보다 더 잘할 수 있는 부분이 많다고 생각하고 그리고 그 뒤에 벌어지는 뭐 라인 수업 과정에서도 더 유리하게 이끌 수 있다고 생각해서 라인 수업을 좀 안 하는 것도 좋다.
I mean, you can still make a lane swap. Maybe you cannot start it from the beginning, but you can actually do it for the grubs. So it still exists, but I personally want to do laning because you know, laning shows that you are better than enemy opponents players. So I mean, I'm really good at laning, so I really like to show my skills at the laning phase. So I really like to play laning phase.
Finally, from a competitive standpoint, it feels like in this meta, there's something that teams are looking for from bot laners. What does it require, this meta compared to, let's say, last year, to be one of the best bot lanes in the world?
지금 현재 메타에서 최상위권 바텀 듀오에게 요구되는 것들이 좀 많잖아요. 근데 그 중에서 본인이 생각하기에 좀 가장 중요한 점은 어떤 거라고 생각하세요?
솔직히 말하면 지금 메타가 막 바텀의 어떤 하이퍼 캐리나 이런 걸 기대한다기보다는 주도권도 굉장히 중요하고 그리고 좀 위크 사이드가 됐을 때 그걸 좀 상대의 노림수를 얼마나 잘 받아내느냐가 반대로 말하면 얼마나 우리 팀한테 좀 턴을 벌어주느냐가인 것 같아서 좀 상황에 맞춰서 항상 플레이할 수 있는 게 항상 강하게만 하는 것이 아니라 좀 받아줘야 하는 상황이 왔을 때 상대의 좀 갱이나 다이브 이런 걸 좀 잘 받아줘야 하는 메타가 아닌가.
Honestly, this meta, you cannot really expect some hyper carries on the bot lane because you need prior. You need to make some priority for the objectives, most likely. And also, it's all about playing weak side more than playing strong side. So I think it's really important to play well when you're weak, and I think that's all, because you are earning a lot of tempo when you're playing good on the weak side. So.
All right, well, with this victory, as we take a look at the standings, Hanwha Life Esports find themselves moving on up the leaderboard at 3-1, and T1 now dropping to 2-2. It seems pretty good for Hanwha Life Esports. Do you have any final words for your fans here, Viper, with this victory?
마지막으로 혹시 우리 영어권 팬분들께 한마디 해주실 수 있나요?
일단 너무 감사드리고 사실 상상하기 어려운 일인데 이게 같은 이제 한국 분들한테도 그렇고 다른 나라에 계신 분들 지금 이 시간대에 경기를 봐주시는 모든 분들께 정말 감사하다고 말씀드리고 싶고 또 다음 경기 잘 하겠습니다.
Thanks for everything, and honestly, it's really hard to think about to see and watch LCK globally, you know, because it's different time zone as well. But I really appreciate, and I'm gonna do better next time. I'm gonna make better performance and everything. Thank you for supporting, and I love you.
All right. Thank you very much, Viper Sunsu, for your time here. Congratulations on the victory. Y'all at home, don't go anywhere. We got ourselves another matchup. KT versus BNK FearX as they battle to potentially be 3-1 and prevent from being 0-4. We'll see you in just a little bit. 감사합니다. I want to say
makes me stronger.
시청자 여러분 안녕하십니까? 시크릿 뉴스룸 첩보요원 코드네임 비타민입니다. 저희 시크릿 뉴스룸은 앞으로 매주 이 시간에 누구보다 빠르고 구미가 땡길 만한 다양한 해외 첩보들을 전달할 예정이니 방콕 요원들은 모두 이 시간에 집결해 주시기 바랍니다. 그러면 첫 번째 LTA 소식부터 전해드리겠습니다. LTA에서는 이번에 얘가 여기 왜 나와? 싶은 챔피언이 등장했다는 소문입니다. 이 챔피언이 등장하자 많은 사람들의 환호와 박수가 나왔다고 하는데요. 4월 7일 디스가이즈드와 플라이캐스트의 경기 V4 선수의 픽을 주목하세요. 와, 요릭이라니 진짜 오랜만이네요. 과연 그 활약은 어땠을까요? 경기 시간 15분경 집중 견제가 들어오면서 이대로 죽나 싶었지만 요릭이 누굽니까? 영혼의 길잡이 제이스의 영혼을 길동무로 데려가는데 성공하죠. 이후 사이드에서 또 한 번 상대 탑라이너를 함락시키기도 하면서 역시 V4다 라는 걸 보여줬는데요. 와, 표정 뭐죠? 이런 요릭의 활약에 힘입어 플라이캐스트는 개막 후 전승 행진을 이어가게 됐습니다. 다음은 LP의 첩보입니다. 이 이름 하나만으로도 엄청난 임팩트를 줍니다. 바로 빈입니다. 항상 LCK를 위협했던 팀 BLG와 역대급 슈퍼 인기팀 IG의 대결인데요. 바로 이 경기에서 빈이 엄청난 퍼포먼스를 보여줬다고 합니다. 1세트를 승리한 BLG는 2세트에 칼챔의 대명사 빈에게 사이온을 쥐어주는데요. 그래서 그런지 표정이 좋아 보이진 않네요. 게임은 굉장히 치열하게 흘러가며 26분이 되도록 1000골드도 차이가 안 날 정도였죠. BLG가 용을 획득한 뒤 BLG 본대는 아래에 있는 루키의 제이스를 잡으러 가고 루키 선수의 제이스가 죽고 빈의 사이온도 죽으려는 순간 비상! 탈출! 잘 놀다 갑니다. 정말 역대급 탈출쇼를 보여주는 빈이었죠. 이에 열이 제대로 받은 IG, 응징하기 위해 BLG의 본대를 줬는데요. 생각보다 BLG의 저항이 거세서 빠지려는 찰나 형이야. 뒤틀로 돌아온 사이온이 풀 차진 Q를 3인에게 적중시키며 한타 대승! 빈! 이 선수가 있기 때문에 BLG는 언제나 위험합니다. 다음은 LEC 첩보입니다. LEC에 역대급 경기가 나왔다고 합니다. 얼마 전 젠지와 T1의 3세트, 이번 시즌 최장 경기가 나오면서 손에 땀을 쥐는 역대급 경기가 나왔죠. 이제 우리 LEC 최장 경기 맛을 봐라. 이게 바로 LEC다의 정수를 보여준 경기. 로그와 자이언트 X의 경기 한번 확인해 보시죠. 게임은 28분 때 4용을 먹기도 했고 골드도 거의 3000골드 우세한 로그. 자신 있게 발언을 치는데 다들 기억나시죠? 또 한 번 찾아온 로그 탑. 아이고, 한타 대패, 바론 스틸까지. 이쯤 되면 전통이라고 불러도 되겠죠? 그리고 어느덧 장로용 한타. 로그가 장로용을 획득하는데요. 라이엇에서 게임을 끝내라고 만든 장로용. 하지만 아무 일도 없었다. 그렇게 두 번째 장로용 한타가 시작됩니다. 여기선 자이언트 X가 장로용을 획득하지만 탑과 정글이 죽으면서 위기가 오죠. 게임을 끝내려는 로그. 하지만 한국산 코르키 미사일에 정신이 번쩍 들며 포기하고 돌아갑니다. 그리고 세 번째 장로 용한타. 양팀 모두 2명의 선수가 죽어있는 상황인데요. 마음이 급했던 말랑 선수가 혼자 들어가다가 폭사해버리고 맙니다. 그렇게 장로의 바론까지 모두 획득한 자이언트 X. 55분 만에 넥서스를 깨며 기나긴 경기를 끝내게 되죠. LEC의 맛 어떤가요? 산뜻하고 일방적인 맛보단 자극적인 게 좋은 방콕 요원에겐 LEC를 적극 추천드릴게요. 저희가 준비한 소식은 여기까지입니다. 다음 주 이 시간에도 재밌고 다양한 해외 첩보들을 준비해서 돌아오겠습니다. 아디오스!
The first lands.
Ionia is but a doorway.
Yes, come claim your prize in my world.
Listen to your puppet, LeBlanc. Besides, you have no host. And even if you did, the new Grand General would never approve another campaign in Ionia.
I have done your bidding. Release me.
Losing our host was an unfortunate turn. As for the might of Noxus, it won't be necessary. A single whisper can cut deeper than 1,000 blades.
To Ionia, then.
Makes me stronger.
제발 화이팅! 화이팅! 화이팅!
QX 디아블 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to a rainy day here at the Grand Seoul, South Korea. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Chronicler, and we are ready to get into what some would say is the meat and potatoes of today's broadcast. Two teams with very different outlooks in the LCK right now, and although the standings may say that the DN Freaks are behind KT, KT have the lowest win rate in the entirety of the LCK right now. They are 10th place as far as game win rate is concerned, and B&K are 4th.
And guess what? This is just a Saturday, and it will be hopefully much more of a showdown than the first series of the day. If you tune in for that one, more of a beatdown than a showdown, unfortunately.
Yeah.
As Hanwha Live dispatched of T1 quite handily. And the big thing here is strength of schedule is a big, big deal. KT have faced a lot of good teams, whereas B&K have mostly fought to what many, including me, would consider more the direct competitors. You know, like DNF.
But do you know what the crazy thing about strength of schedule is? Do you know what Gen G's teams that they've faced are?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was HLE, T1, and Nongshim.
Yeah.
Now they're sitting at 3-0.
Yeah, they dropped one game.
Yeah, it's a wacky time. The one game was also dropped by DK against this very team here. B&K FureX have looked so much better. This is a team that so many of us at the beginning of the season thought was the worst team in the LCK.
Not even close.
Yep. And they have since turned it around radically. I think that this team is really fun to watch as well. They still have that sandbox killer instinct. You and I were talking about this before. You mentioned it, and as long as they hold on to that sandbox energy, feels so good. And and then KT.
And there's KT.
Yeah.
And we have to highlight again, I think KT are not going to be contending for a top spot, but they are better than we've seen so far. They've faced teams that were expected to beat them and very much did. As we have the LCK head-to-head here between Paddock and Diablo.
Yep.
Now, I do have to note that Paddock was for a large part on relatively weaker rosters compared to Diablo, and then Paddock was obviously part of the KT roster more recently. That was still doing very well. So
yeah, Paddock was playing for DRX for most of the time during those matchups into Diablo.
As Raptor has been such a cool player to watch and develop, because he came in last year over Willer, and many of us were like, why is this happening?
Yeah.
And then he's actually, and that was together with Duro, they came in and they revitalized that team. That team was really in shambles, and they were able to level up to a decent lower to mid-tier team. Nothing crazy, but still a lot of it came off the back of this man, as he has been highlighted as the key to victories, and Cuz, unfortunately, has seemingly not woken up from his slumber yet. And BDD, there's only so much that a man can take. And I do think that this lineup looks a lot more alive than the lineups we've seen at KT before. I think they need this win more.
Yeah.
And I think the KT fans, well, I don't know if they need anything, because
it's KT fans, yeah.
They're willing to take whatever they can get. But I think for KT, the matches they've lost so far are rough, but it's no cause for concern. If they drop against BNK today, that's going to start falling like a free fall, and that is not something that you want.
Unless this 4th place for BNK is actually where they belong.
Yeah.
You never really know, because the team has certainly looked better. I think Diablo has been a really big factor in that. I, in fact, saw like LoL Esports put out a survey asking which rookie is the most exciting, Diablo or Kalist, which I thought was absolutely insane. We know that, you know, obviously the survey did look a little bit Kalist favored in that one, but it's still just like having that comparison is huge for this young guy.
And there was, I remember, we did a, I don't normally don't do it, we did a POC state at the beginning of the year, and someone was saying,
I was a bit of a Diablo anti.
You, not just you, I was like, you know, guys, I think Diablo's actually going to be pretty good, and all of you were like,
I mean, we saw him do some things.
Well, I mean, I've actually went into this recently. I have about a 50-50 rate when it comes to hyper challenging players. You know, it's either I'm right or I'm wrong.
What was the recent one? The most recent one from now. It wasn't Lucid. It was
that
something
actually
else.
Pace, the one that I really hyped up that ended up being
great.
But
like, wasn't there was another one you hyped up that wasn't so good more recently?
Humbug.
Yeah. Oh, but he was. I mean, yeah.
No hype. Also no.
So you're due for a dub.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay. I was just trying to get on the timeline and see where we're supposed to be. The other thing is that Clear has been playing up to what we knew he was capable of.
Yeah.
And I think that is so incredibly important. This guy, in the matchups that we've seen, and it's not only Puddock versus Diablo as far as that challenger matchup, it's Clear versus Casting as well. These two have gone up against each other many, many times over the last, quite a few years now, as Clear has spent a fair bit of time in the LCK now. But I want to see how this one's going to go, because I think that is the most contentious substitution that KT have done. I think the bottom lane needed to go.
But the thing with KT was that everyone was hyped, so I feel like it wasn't as much me as it was just all of us.
Yeah, but just
now,
the Puddock Peter coming in. Yeah.
Peter in particular, I was actually shocked, because Peter has always had the issue of he has had great moments, but it's felt like he's always been on the cusp of is he good enough for the LCK or no?
Yeah.
Consistently, but the team has looked so much more alive with him. Again, not enough to beat teams, but I want to keep repeating, the teams they faced, they probably shouldn't have beaten. This team, they need to beat. I think this is a really, really important match for KT to do well in. And please, I need BDD to get a win. Yeah. I'm not even the biggest BDD fan on the team.
BDD's going to start walking out with a walking frame, because his back is under so much stress every single game.
He needs it. And I was expecting Cuz to be there alongside him, and Cuz so far, come on, man. We know you can do better. Was, in my opinion, a gruesomely underrated jungler in 2024 because he had a great year on KT, was a really big part of why the roster was as good as they were, and then unfortunately got stuck on Kwangnoong duty, which didn't end up going the way that he was hoping. And I need you to prove me right, because I know you're good, and we just haven't seen it this LCK so far yet.
Yeah, not quite. What I was going to say before is I feel like the substitution that I had a little bit of an issue with was the casting for Perfect. I don't know whether Perfect has necessarily been that much of the issue, and changing too many things at once means that you don't know which variable was actually the one that pushed things in the direction that you wanted it to, right? So moving Peter in made a lot of sense, right? But then you should try and do a change of just one and then see whether that works instead of just bucking the whole situation. However, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. It might have been that, Perfect was also really struggling in scrims, things like that, and this scrim roster was the one that was working the best.
Yeah, and there's also for Perfect, I think his peak is still incredible, but it's very obvious from both the interviews and what we've seen of him that he really struggles with the pressure to perform.
Yeah.
And there have been a lot of instances, the one we always go back to is Juan and Pioshik, where having a backup like that can actually be really good. Even Umti recently was like, I actually really like having a sub. I think it's going to be very beneficial for your gameplay.
Yep.
And, we all know the general sometimes needs a little bit of help.
I think the general and Peter are very similar. Because when the vibes are good, they're really good.
Yeah.
But if the vibes suffer, they suffer. And it doesn't quite work. At least, I mean, I haven't seen that many.
All right. Are we really going to do
games.
triple BD? Are we going to bet Talia as well? I think they're going to bet Talia as well.
And so do they give away the Kalista first pick or the Gwen?
Doesn't matter. It's BDD.
I think I'd ban Kalista, let the Talia be banned, and then pick Gwen and be like, okay. That's my kind of vibe. Instead, it's Gwen. I don't know about this, because I do think that Kalista first pick is a trap.
Yeah. Well, if they ban Talia here, I think that is what's going to happen. Or Rumble, possibly.
Or Jace. Jace is another big one.
Yeah, teams have prioritized Rumble. I'm not really... okay, well, I don't think they should be one Talia. I think you just pick Jace.
Yeah, I think Jace feels like the more well-rounded choice. Going down the tier list, Kalista is the one that is going to be locked in, and that will happen. I also just feel like that's a trap. We literally saw it in the last game.
Slam Talia Poppy.
Oh god, that would be just impossible to play into.
Yeah, I'm not going to prioritize the Poppy, which I think is valid, but just this setup is already quite nice. Raptor on a strong pick. One of the premier junglers that is a permat at the moment. As
Peter's already won on this. Yeah.
Peter did actually have a crazy Nico game.
Wait, did he win on it? He looked good on it. I can't remember whether the outcome was good. Because they've only won one game. And so even if he may have looked that's the one game that they won.
Yeah.
So
he was crazy.
He has a 10 KDA on the champion. Like it's looking pretty good. So that is going to be the bottom lane. The Jace is eventually locked in as well. Could be BDDs, could be castings. Still able to flex that one around. And the last pick here for BNK, we'll have to see what it's going to be. Caitlyn would be a good option, I think. But Sion is a consideration.
Does provide a front line here for BNK. I would not be surprised if we want to try and get a counter pick towards the Nico. One of the things that I do like about picks like Nico is that actually countering it is a bit tough because the matchup you're just not as familiar with, right? So even if something that might be good theoretically into it can be a struggle for Kellen, who is not necessarily known for his eclectic champion pool, as we are going to continue there's like Sejuani, Viego, the COS champions.
I mean, Kellen is known for his Renata, which I think is why the Nico was locked in,
block it
away.
And then they don't have to ban it, right?
Yeah.
Like now KT can just basically freeze up a ban, not run the risk of running into that Renata. And again, I think Renata Zinzao is also kind of a crazy combo. It's like Lulu Zinzao, but then way more murdery.
Yeah, it feels a little bit better. The fact that you get an extra life as Zin just feels a little unfair. But that is going to be a Karma ban. Is it Karma Caitlyn? Do you get rid of both of those? Because that sort of deals with a lot of the early pressure that you'd be worried about. Might be an option here. One final ban from BNK FearX. And it's going to be the Skarner taken away from Cuz.
That or Ashe, right? Because the engage thus far from BNK is a little lackluster.
True.
So with an Ashe ban, even though the matchup is not as lopsided as it once was, you do safeguard yourself there as it's the Skarner ban instead.
I wouldn't mind a Caitlyn ban just because this composition with like a true frontline in the Sion will be able to play the very classic front to back with a long range marksman that does a lot of consistent damage in the late game. Like, so it could certainly work, but the Ashe is still going to be that ban that you were talking about.
And normally what you'd see here, paired with Zin and Talia, would be Kaisa, but they might still end up going for that, but obviously you're not going to be super excited picking that into a Kalista lane. As the Rakan comes through here, so they're keeping hidden. I'm wondering, maybe they want to go for something really out there. Something like the Zeri comes to mind. Again, laning matchup is always going to be rough from here on out.
Viego Gragas. That's what I want. I don't know why I want it, but I wanted it.
I can see the Viego because it's one of Cuz's best champions, and already you have the Kalista, so I think you want to try and play for aggression.
Yep.
Their engage is also not the best, so maybe they want to try and find something in the jungle that can engage decently. as that is a champion where Cuz does have he had his license, but he's currently on probation after a performance that wasn't quite what it needed to be. So we will see if he keeps a hold of it, because if he takes another bad loss on this one, might be time to revoke it, Atlas.
Yeah, I would agree. That being said, there is a lot of poke coming out from KT right now. I think when you've got a Kalista, making up for it with a lot of range is a really good idea. And the Lovers duo does make some sense, but you do just play into getting mega outranged.
It's really interesting, because I also think that the KT comp can actually... So there is a lot of poke with Jace and Nidalee, but Kalista and Silas and even Nico do need to go in.
Oh yeah.
There's also, I do find it very funny that Diablo's like, oh, Sion's on my team. I can lock in Sion now, it's fine. There's no way I'll walk into my own team's queue.
Yeah.
It's really fun, because I did actually think that was a good Sia game, outside of one of the most egregious, I do not know what the enemy champion does. I've seen since, what was it, Doran trying to TP out of a snowball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it wasn't the snowball, was it? It was the circle thingy.
Yeah, like the small snowballs.
Yeah,
like
it snares you.
Not the big one.
Yeah, it was a little bit subpar. Please play Kai'Sa. That's not what's happening here today. And also requesting some buffs for the 80 carries. We'll make sure that we ask David Turley about that one. He is, of course, an 80 carry player, so maybe he's going to try a little bit extra hard there, but it's probably not going to happen because he's been working there for a while. B&K looking like the better team on paper right now. KT can always win. They can often lose. That's what we've been seeing for the last week and a half. But at any given moment, they might just show up to give the KT fans hope. Hope that is then immediately dashed the week after. But when they win, golly, does it feel good. Let's dive onto the Rift for game one. First, full marks for the Sion skin. Lumberjack Sion, fantastic. Also, Cuz landing his first spear.
You know what I really appreciate about KT as a team and as an organization, really? And they've been committed to this from the very beginning.
What's that?
You know how it's really easy for you to do an activity you enjoy too much? You know, it could be video games, can be other hobbies as well, can be eating, you name it. And then eventually you kind of wear down your dopamine receptors, and then it gets really hard to get the same joy of doing the activity.
Yeah, like the all things in moderation.
Yeah, exactly.
Thing,
all things in moderation. KT just ensures that you're always, you're never at the risk of getting too much dopamine.
Yeah, you're never at the risk of having too much winning.
No.
That is so true. All things in moderation, especially winning.
I can't believe that was last year. I had the 50-50 win record. At the 0.
Do you know what my favorite thing is? Is that in the World of Warcraft loading screen, they often say all things in moderation. And I saw that every single day of my life.
Yes, known moderation.
Yeah, while I was moderating. Speaking of moderation, we're not using heal in moderation, and Parak is dead, ladies and gentlemen. Diablo may also be in trouble as Peter trying to get that kill back, but it does not work. And the Lovers duo, they just destroy Parak, and he has no way of doing anything. Doesn't flash, doesn't cleanse, didn't have a chance to.
I'm not sure about the cleanse. Atlas says, oh, BDD.
Oh man, that's a flash out from Vikla already.
This truly is KT in a microcosm here, by the way. We have the bot lane just getting taken down, and then BDD forcing a flash solo.
Yeah.
I'm actually, is it just Rakan charm? I think it is. And I guess you can cleanse the stun from the Talia E, but you are down a combat summon. This actually ends up being quite close, and they would have, if you had barrier there, would have gotten the kill and might have turned around the play.
Yeah.
Because you can't cleanse the knockup from Rakan, so it's the charm. I guess it's the Feather recall, but if you get hit by that, I feel like the damage alone is already going to kind of cook you. And then the other ones are knockups as well.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of cleanse usefulness here from Parak. But that means that he'll have access to his cleanse a lot for the quickness.
Well, I think it's the rocks, the recall, and...
Oh yeah, the rocks is a big one. So maybe that's what like he feels like he needs the cleanse for the rocks or something. Now it's odd. Still, Parak certainly struggling. BDD going to miss those chains. and is then going to get punished for it, as we can see here.
I mean, if Viklab was a little bit earlier on his Eater, BDD just kind of dies.
Yeah.
So I think BDD actually should be pretty happy with how that went. Again, Silas is one of the champions that is just going to be naturally at low health, because the way his trading works is Cuz is just going to ensure that his mid laner gets to play the video game. Does spot Raptor here.
Yep. Also ensures that he can get himself... Okay. Chain's going to connect. He does get the buffer there as the wind becomes lightning and BDD becomes flashing. Cuz going to come in just to try and break up the fight.
Must not have seen him. I thought the trap vision was enough, but looks like that wasn't the case, because the way BDD was playing, he definitely wasn't aware. Cuz will get the double scuttle, but not having flash is a big deal with something like the Xin Zhao. Yeah. Always having an opportunity to make your life very, very difficult.
Well, BDD coming on over. Raptor is still here, but Vikler is still dead. First blood goes over to BDD. And there is some assist gold that helps even out the trades.
You know what that is, Atlas?
Vikler was thirsty.
That is that's the play of a oh, Padak.
Okay. Yeah, Padak is flashing this time around, but I just don't know whether it's going to be enough, as Peter doing what he can to try and protect his AD carry, but once again, Diablo does not go down nearly low enough. And maybe I take back everything that I said about Dr. Wei.
Yeah, this is crazy. You get what is considered the strongest AD carry on the patch, and I'm really starting to think that Kalista is actually, in fact, bait.
Yeah.
With the priority that it has right now. No, what I was saying is BDD, that is a man. That play right there, even when you know the enemy jungler might be there because you know they're still in the area and they don't have camps to farm because Cuz went double scuttle. That's the play of a man that has lost too many games in a row. And he will ensure that this one is a win.
Oh, the flash over the snare. That's what you need to do.
He has a call. Wait.
Yeah.
Diablo, he just clicked his cookie. He just outplayed Padak and Peter and then manually clicked his cookie. What do you mean?
Oh, that's spectacular. Oh, so good.
Oh, Diablo.
It's like
with the call.
It's like watching like someone win in World of Warcraft Arena, but they're clicking all of their buttons on the. Oh my god!
When you do like you have a duel and it's like it's a mage versus rogue and it's crazy close.
Yeah.
And then later you realize that like they're using a controller and you're like, how did that even work?
This doesn't make sense.
How did I almost lose?
Well, I mean, I think that we're asking a few of those questions now, as we do have another pause. We had a bit of a producer swap, and that producer has now learnt that Chronicler has not watched Arcane Season 2. And so they have once again issued a pause, because Chronicler was only able to watch the first 10 minutes of, by accident, Episode 2 of Season 1 of Arcane.
The funniest part.
Because I misclicked when I went into...
Yeah, and I was like, I guess this is an extended flashback, and also we were still on air, so I did kind of have to...
Well, casting's almost dead. We are back in, and that was a much faster pause.
I do love that Diablo, even without flash, because he used it in the bot lane play, he's just full sending it.
Oh yeah.
You know, there's no relaxation, there's no slowing it down, and for Padak, this is really rough. Kalista is one of those picks where if you do start falling behind, it becomes really hard to have even a little bit of an impact. That is the real Peter that got caught there.
Yeah. I was like, wow, that clone is really doing well. Peter struggling a little bit. As we can see, casting set up once again in this top lane as it's Kalista versus Sion in the bottom side of the map. As To the Skies comes on forward, Peter looks for a little bit more as Diablo gonna have to get out of there. The heal was invested by Kellen as Cuz is dashing around. I don't know whether pouncing back in there was a good idea, but he creates the distance. Peter comes in as well, and now Raptor just wanted to get out, did manage to get one of the grubs and flashes over the wall to safety. As Cuz will be able to continue exerting his pressure as, all right, the Sion leaves the station as Padak.
No, not again, not again, not again!
Solo killed by a Sion. It would be absolute travesty as the chains are going to connect. BDD has decided that he's winning this game. 100%. And Casting could be in trouble here, but before he goes down, he grabs the double. And BDD grabbing himself plates at the same time. Padak able to pick up some minions here as well, and yeah, there is such a clear dichotomy on the Rift right now.
I'm pretty sure it's BDD, because Casting had already died. It's BDD that went demolish. As if you needed more of a sign that this man is committed to winning his lane, and he'll win any lane that he needs to. As Casting, actually, I think pretty nicely done there by
recognized
Kellen.
Very quickly that
he also, yeah, he knew it was that nicely done by Kellen to get the knock-up at the very least. And Casting could have flashed that, but that was a really necessary play, because obviously bot lane, a bit of a disaster. But now this Jace is becoming a big problem here. And Xayah does get outranged. That is still a fact by Nidalee and Jace.
Yes. And it was always a little bit of an awkward Xayah angle. But one thing that we're learning once again, we haven't seen very much of just the lovers duo together. Like, we've seen a lot of Rakan, a lot of Xayah, but we haven't seen them together quite that often. And we're seeing exactly how deadly they still are as far as that duo is concerned, even early on in the game. Because this was often where they were picked as well. Like, in the early stages, they did certainly flourish. But the fact that you get the extra effects on a few of the buttons certainly feels good. Adds to the DPS of the lane, as once again, 2v2s are ensuing, and you could imagine that KT are going to be putting on a fair bit of respect here, as, okay, never mind. Parak now in trouble, gets knocked up one more time, but the Blade Caller not quite going to work out. This time, the root connected, but the Fate's Call was still invested, and BNK getting what they needed to, as that zoom in was scary. I really thought Vikla was just dead. But he walled nothing. Maybe walled back to lane was his strategy. So that's on cooldown, moving into what could be a dragon fight coming up. As Peter making his way in, this melee minion so scary, and he lands the root. The chains are going to connect, and that gets the flash out of Vikla as clear. The unstoppable onslaught is indeed unstoppable, but Casting wants to kill him, not stop him.
The auspicious minion coming out of nowhere gets the flash from Vikla, and
I think
Casting.
it's a suspicious minion.
Isn't auspicious when it's like not? Because it's not suspicious at all. It's a minion. It's just walking around on the rift.
Like an ostentatious minion.
Yeah. It's just
like
there.
that.
It's fine. You don't have to worry about him.
It's fair enough. It's fair enough.
Which is why Vikla, you know, he held his flash until he needed to.
Very
definitely good that he used it, or he would have died. And that also means BDD much more likely to be able to generate pressure in this lane. Roa is also going to be done for him, but happy to see Casting actually utilize his pressure. The lead that he has should be pushed as far as possible, get as many plates as you can, maintain laning pressure, because Clear obviously is going to be a big problem. Who actually kills Sign in the late game on the KT team? Not really anyone.
Yeah, that's a scary one. Maybe it's Cuz.
So part
of Leandri's.
Padav can if he wasn't really far behind, but he is. But if you keep the Sign extremely far down, I think that might still be okay. As maybe it was Casting that went to demolish. I feel like BDD probably, because he is playing into a ranged matchup, probably just went to resolve classics, but who knows. I feel like BDD, with how he's playing right now, is actually trying to win 3 lanes at once. So
yes, and that has been his playstyle throughout the season thus far.
Well, he hasn't really been able to do that.
No, he's been trying to play to it.
Yeah.
And right now, they're ahead by 500 gold. That's certainly a positive. I mean, the bottom side of the map is still a bit of a disaster here, as Diablo and Kellen doing a really good job. But with the Drake being taken by KT, another round of grubs going to be picked up as well. 5 grubs, definitely different to 6. So if KT can get that, they're going to be feeling real good about the prospect of their game. Or maybe they won't, because it's all kind of opposite day for KT in general.
I have an observation to make, Atlas.
What's that?
This game so far, it's pretty clean.
Oh god, why did you have to say it?
Well, because I want to give credit where credit is due. I feel like both these teams thus far have played, you know, it feels like outside of the bot lane where I do think Padak maybe messing up a little bit too much, I've actually been, yeah, it's been good so far.
Well, I mean, if you wanted chaos, that's exactly the thing that you should have said. And that's maybe exactly what we're going to get.
Oh, we're going to get a fight for sure.
A third grub was picked up here by Cuz. He's now just fishing to see whether Raptor is going to come on over and try and take these. And that spear just barely dodged out of the way of by the Xin Zhao. As Casting and Clear still towards the bottom side. The Unstoppable Onslaught can theoretically get Clear over if he does want to join a fight. As BDD comes in, steals away the quickness, but he's thrown out pretty immediately. Both quicknesses almost ran into each other. Oh, that would have been way too charming. Pop Blossom connecting onto 2 as Vikla is the one that's in trouble. Padak dancing around the fight. The spear is going to hit, but not do enough damage. As now they're just, oh, never mind, Cuz, have your license back. It's in the mail, don't you worry, it's okay, you feel free to drive. Feel free to drive, you can drive without it. None of the police are gonna pull you over. Absolutely beautifully done.
Kellen, that was your moment. That was your heart will go on. I'll catch this one for you. I got you, buddy. Moment.
He's not playing Alistair, so it doesn't fit with the original
how many
will
people
go on
do you,
moment.
how many people do you think know that reference? But man, that would have been big. Instead, it's a kill for Cuz, and the grab fight was already going in favor. BDD crucially clipped Diablo, because otherwise that fight could have actually been a little bit rough, as we have both quicknesses, and I think both BD and Callum were like, I'm not sure what happened. I don't know if I want this. But Diablo actually getting chunked here is a big deal. Vikla getting taken as low as he did. And then right here.
Oh, Cuz. Just beautiful.
달려 천천히 천천히 천천히.
And have a look at it from his perspective as well, telling him to slow down, slow down.
해줄게.
And he's like, Q. Got him.
잡고.
Whoa.
천천히 천천히.
You know what I do love? Is despite how the game has been going for him thus far, is Peter, the classic.
Yeah.
A little bit of a mid-wave spooky minion out of nowhere.
I mean, the bottom lane, it was bad, right? But
yes.
Peter is really good at Nico.
He is, but what I wanted to highlight is that I love that Paddock was at that wall, ready to flash over. He's like,
oh yeah,
Youngs, if the call was made, I will not hesitate.
Maybe that's why Cuz was just yelling, slow down, that entire fight, as they do make it to 5 grubs as well. And so that means that they've got a couple out of a few of these objective feats of strength. It is only the first turret one that needs to be considered. BNK already taking the one of Warfare.
We're having some fun with it, but do know that the BNK composition will outscale pretty hard. As when it comes to the 5v5, it's really, like the Xin Zhao is kind of whatever, but the rest of the team is really hard to match. The side laning, though, I think does remain a really powerful tool, though, for KT. And their ability to get a big wombo combo with particularly the Sylas as well as the Nico does remain in place. But Talia in particular, I think, just poses such a big problem if you need to approach head-on. So they can't really lose map control. So the fact that they're able to now extend the gold lead is a really big deal.
BDD also being able to grab that first turret and also gets the solo money as well. That is a big payout, means 750 gold in advantage for him. The enemy red buff now just being camped by the bottom lane and Raptor. As Cuz comes on over, doesn't know that his red buff has been started off just yet. When becomes Lightning comes in, and Cuz just takes his red because it's his, and that makes some sense. Peter has shapes-suited himself. And it was a bit of a face-off.
2 Nidalis?
Yeah, it was, like, what does it mean?
I don't think we're meant to know.
Did we ever find out what double rainbow meant?
No.
I think
it's like
means
double
extra refraction
It's like
of light.
double Shen, you know, it's one of the big mysteries of life.
Yeah, it's true. Double Z was another one.
How many times is Peter going to make this exact same play? And like, this one didn't work, but a lot of them have.
Well, maybe until it doesn't work. Or maybe until the end of the game. You never know.
One can only hope.
He's not going to be able to make it in game 2 because this is Fearless. All right, Weaver's Wall going to come on down as Paddock walks over to the other side. Peter may not be as lucky, but does have a Fate's Call, so never mind.
They need to invest a heal, ultimate as well, but you'll take that because look at the map state right now. Someone needs to go answer casting or he will eviscerate that top lane turret.
Yeah.
Vikla is on his way, but the 1v1 right now, you have a fed Jace and a tier and 1 stack Roa on Talia. So I don't think BDD is going to be, or Vikla rather, is going to be feeling too confident. BDD very confident, approaching a second item.
Yep. We also have casting with the Ghostblade first item, which actually, for me, makes the side laning feel even safer, right?
Yep.
You have that burst of speed in order to get out of dodge if you do get yourself into any trouble. And so he'll be able to relentlessly do this. And I think playing for the split push, playing for the side lane, is a great win condition for KT to look for. As they do have a 2,000 gold lead, they will have a monopoly on the Dragons as well, as this one does go down. Cuz has his license, and it's a Chemtech Drake. Orcs is on the desk right now, and we can confirm that he is asleep.
Where's the camp?
Yeah, we need to know.
Where is he?
Where are you, Orcs?
Ox sausage.
Yeah, I'm gonna need that empty couch cam, as I guarantee that's what it is, because this is a Chemtech Soul, and that just shows a dropping of the ball.
That's not okay. You know, I know, I get a lot of...
Whoa! See what I'm saying?
I don't know what that meant. I do know what the empty couch meant. I do not know what that meant. Because, just a misclick, because...
No, it gets the thumbs up, because it's provocative.
Well,
it gets the people going.
Well, it's not even like, normally, if this was like Diablo at half health, you're like, oh, he tried to go for a play, but it's full health science, so he did not. Just a misclick. BDD.
I think he just wanted to put some fear in him, as he did manage to hijack the ulti. Maybe that it really, really meant a lot for BDD to get an unstoppable onslaught for himself.
And he just flashed out of pure joy.
Yeah.
Does have TP available.
It was like
KT starting up the fight. The poke, again, I think for them, is looking good. They also have a decent teleport ward above the pit here. Yeah. Very good. Just, they can play this slow. Just keep fishing for these. Now.
And while they do it, they have BDD with teleport in a side lane.
Ooh, the engage can be dangerous though. BNK is pretty solid if they can get Clear or Kellen into this backline. I think KT should start this up.
BNK have just decided that they're not going to be able to fight it. Might be that Clear could be the one in trouble, but there is vision up here, but there is no turret, and he doesn't really look like he's reacting to this. The spear going to connect once again, the empowered pounce going to come through. He gets booped out of the queue, and Clear now going to try and turn it.
Despair.
Yeah, thinking that this is going to be an opportunity. However, there is another Nidalee coming up, which I think might be a Nico. And so 3v2 not going to be the thing. Vikla down towards the bottom side, fighting against BDD, who decided he didn't want Flash. As Raptor's just going in. Okay, looking for Peter, seeing whether he can get something done, as in goes Kellen, but misses the grand entrance completely. And out goes the Nidalee with the disengage cone.
There
and now Casting's coming down, but he's sandwiched. Pop Blossom only onto one as Kellen not going to get CC'd, and now BDD's teleported in. Raptor's going to die as Vikla comes on over. And it is going to be a dead Kalista on the back end, but he was already so incredibly low. Another quickness from BDD, and he's going to be able to stop the Q, but it does not matter. He's just right in amongst all of BNK and dies.
Oh, we were talking about, but that was a colossal mistake from BDD. Just ran into the Talia. Ian just kind of died. Imagine if he had Flash.
It would have been way worse if he had Flash. He would have flashed in way further.
Oh.
So glad he didn't have the Flash. That could have been way worse.
Okay, that's not the takeaway from this, Atlas.
That's my takeaway from this. Okay, let's have a look at the replay and have a look at what Flash would have done to really make the situation worse for KT.
This initial situation is a lot of investment. Honestly, the game-saving moment is right here, as Raptor doesn't get CC, doesn't get hit by Peter because of the knockback. Actually, really nicely done by him. Still ends up going down, but then here BDD has one of two choices. Go on Diablo and Vikla, or go on to Khaled. He gets the ultimate, but then dashes in with the quickness into the rocks. They win this if they play it slow. Like, casting is still very healthy.
And
BDD
actually,
has
he had have flashed into the
That's
rock. Might have been okay.
That's my point. If he flashes out of... that is a rough one. And it's not even the end of the world, right? Like, the gold lead stayed basically the same, but...
It's so sad,
Scary
because my joke was entirely wrong. Because it would have been way better if he had Flash.
Oh, you mean as in, like, the play would have been salvageable?
Yeah, kind of. Like, I mean, he wouldn't have got stunned as he flashes it.
Yes.
Right?
And then he can go around.
And then he runs. He runs already quicker because he's got quickness.
And then they would have won the fight.
Yeah.
But for BNK, means a small victory. And Diablo is becoming a bigger problem. Second item done now, and that is also the biggest individual gold league that we do have.
And isn't that what System of a Down coined when they made the song Down with the Quickness? Flash is up, gotta get down with the quickness. That's the lyric.
I think so, yeah.
But Flash was down!
Well, it makes sense, right? Because they also have the other song about what it is like to be a League of Legends player in solo queue, Toxicity.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah. I always thought it was...
Maybe that was the reference.
I thought they were ahead of their time, that they did a concept album about League before League was...
It was pretty impressive.
It's cool.
I mean, System of a Down, we knew that they were lyrical geniuses, but it's just... You learn new things every day. As now, Kellen, Diablo, and Raptor all sieging. There's out of turret in the mid lane. KT, not a lot of options. And yeah, Otacon is just being taken.
So my call is that they knew that this was happening, but given the vision control that's towards the top side of the map, they just didn't think they could get anything. So in that light, getting mid lane turret does make sense. This is also...
Maybe they just have no idea that this is just being
They definitely do.
Got it.
And they get the... I think that's a fine trade.
Well, we are going gardening here.
Because, so for BNK, I think most of the decisions, I don't think they necessarily outscale guaranteed, right? Like there's comps where you, because the range advantage I think is still there for KT.
Yeah.
As long as BNK are hesitant on an engage or something of the sorts. So I think going for the cross map when you're not 100% sure you can take the fight is honestly fine. You want to have a second item for Vikla, maybe a third item for Diablo. Once we hit Diablo's third, though, I do want to see BNK actually go in a little bit more aggressive.
46
That's
petals.
a lot, yeah. So we have a level lead in every single roll of a full level, which is a pretty big deal.
Yeah. And Unstoppable Onslaught's going to be walked around here by Casting, who's running real quick. And able to get over towards Raptor, who does throw down the ulti. Cuz is going to make his way in to see whether he can get there in time. He gets the heal. The Primal Surge comes in, and now there's a Nico as well. Clear. Can he get out? I don't think so. He's still going to flash and has a turret still up. So never mind, he's going to survive. But Casting was supposed to die.
Casting. That's another showcase why movement speed is the best stat in League of Legends, by the way.
Absolutely is.
My god, between the gate as well as the Ghost Blade, he was zooming around.
I thought he had Phase Rush, and then I had to remember, I was the one that talked about the Ghost Blade. The value was massive.
Well, he also has Swifties, so like...
Alright, so he's running real quick.
Yeah, but it ended up saving his life. Nicely done there, good evade on the gank. Unfortunately for them, again, Sign is really hard to kill, so they don't quite have the damage. As we now have no flash for Clear. I do think the flash for Casting is more valuable as
Kellen is quicknessing.
No
they do get the knock up onto Casting, but he boops Raptor away.
BDD?
Is that enough? That's the question. Is BDD? The rocks are on cooldown. The rocks are on cooldown. They take down Peter! The Jesus. Peter finds the Pop Blossom to end all Pop Blossoms, and then is saved by Puddock. Still, KT need to find another angle. They're wrapping around from every single other one. But can they actually get in there? Can they start the fight that they're looking for? But they're playing with their range so beautifully. Puddock trying to stay alive, and he turns it onto Raptor. Vikla's going to go down. BDD is so incredibly low, but Diablo is untouched in the back line. 3 versus 3 now is the result, but Cuz is still there with all that long-range damage. And they are moving now towards KT's base. This ward here is so incredibly valuable as Cuz. He does spot it out. And now Clear could be in trouble. Puddock free hitting, not going to get knocked up, and he is just dead. The Zombie Scion is now going to be the result. And KT, when they do play it slow, it works. And Diablo,
as we say
maybe
that,
in a bit of trouble.
They're going to keep going.
Yeah, Kellen doesn't have the quickness, but he is still pretty scary. There's the pounce forward, and Cuz still looking for more. Raptor running real quick, and we don't find the route from Peter. Now back away, KT, please. And they do. This is exactly the bloodbath mess that I was expecting this series to be, and I love it, Chronicle.
Yeah! We were waiting for this!
Owie!
Don't hit me with the owie, man!
Sorry, it was a bit of a non sequitur owie. It should have been like an in-sequence owie.
Alright, let's take a look at this. I actually like this engage here. The idea behind this engage is great. They go on Casting. I do wish that they'd actually... I feel like they could have fully committed to killing him immediately, because the fact that they don't is what makes this messy. A beautiful Pop Blossom forces out the ult from Diablo, which is why from here on out, BNK actually need to play it pretty respectfully and just try and get Diablo out. I do, however, also think that they could have just left here. Yeah. This is the point where like you can just leave.
Oh, and BDD actually chained Clear. But did manage to hit the chain lash, but it was a bit awkward.
Yeah, and then they feel relatively confident. Obviously, in the whole extended play, again, BNK could have left, didn't, which ended up being pretty detrimental. It's not the end of the world. Gold lead is still around that 2.5k, 3k mark. And we do actually see how hard Clear is to kill, unless he gets focused solely. His Casting, that's some damage numbers, Atlas.
It really is. Puddock also much higher numbers than I was expecting, as that is a nice route, but it's on to Casting. In goes BDD as Raptor now having to deal with BDD with his own ultimate. Puddock is bouncing around the back of the fight, but Diablo once again untouched. Peter in a bit of trouble, but it's Raptor that's on the floor, and Diablo pulls back the feathers, but there's no follow-up. Puddock is a psychopath just dashing forward, and they take down Clear first. Puddock is in, then he's out, then he's back in again. He's got his eye.
He glanced the rocks! He did it!
Oh, that was gorgeous! And yeah, I don't know what happened to the guy at level 1. We're face checking.
KT.
The teleport to try and get one of them out of there. Yeah,
with your powered recall.
And the recall.
No way.
They're going to get interrupted to the skies, ladies and gentlemen. And Diablo goes down. It's a double for Casting. I really thought they were going to get out there. That would have been exactly BNK versus KT energy. Instead, KT manages to take down the entire bottom lane, and they're on Baron. Let's get into the replay, Chronicler. Take me through it.
So everything gets thrown in the BDD, but he has a Zinzao ult. So he just walks it off, then Peter goes in, gets the ultimate out of Diablo, and this fight position is so awkward for BNK, and then this play from Padak right here. That's fine, I can flash out of the Cyan Q, then hop out of the W, and cleanse those rocks.
And you can see exactly why he moved to the side, because Vikla wasn't on screen, and he flashes forward, he's like, oh crap, there's a Talia. I gotta get out of here, and he does do so, and he cleanses the rocks like you say, and that is the biggest thing. Oh, this is such a KT versus BNK, isn't it?
No! Oh, this is perfect.
Absolutely peak. As KT, they pick up the Baron, they also pick themselves up Soul Point, and they're gonna look to utilize their composition that just works so well. As soon as you pick up Baron, a 1-3-1 is absolutely deadly. And they're getting to work now. Teleport to come back for BDD. Does have his Zhonya's now completed. 3 items is done. Riftmaker as well was completed in the interim. That is pretty scary as Kellen looking for a bit of an angle here as the wrong Peter is going to frustrate him. But these spears, every time they land, are so scary.
The one person that needs to be careful is casting, because there's a lot of Zhonyas for the enemy team, or for the rest of the team. Padak should be in the back line anyway, and Peter obviously can be pulled back in. But there is still a lot of engage power on BNK. As long as KT respect that, I think they're cruising toward a victory here.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like as the poke is starting to come in as Clear. He goes for a bit of an engage as Raptor boops half of the team off the wall. As Peter, it's a great pop. Blossom Kellen going to be the first one to go down. Raptor also dead. BDD, he gets caught by the feathers, but there's no follow-up. And Clear's a tank, but it doesn't even seem to matter. The Featherstorm is decent as BDD flashes forward to look for Clear, and down goes Diablo. Peter, you don't have any damage. And so unfortunately, you're not going to be killing Clear here, but KT will be able to find the team fight.
He's zoning!
Yeah, there was some gorgeous zoning as well. And look, he didn't die, so it's obviously flawless. 15-8 the kill score here in favor of KT, and I don't think we're going to see a Chemtech Soul this game as the first inhibitor goes down, and KT are looking to put the first nail in their second game win of the season and knock BNK down a peg or two as BDD goes in, man. It's good to see him rewarded for a phenomenal early game on this Silas, rewarded by dying next to these dead Nexus turrets of his enemy. He realizes now, finally, he can rest as KT picks up a win.
Was it clean? No. Did we expect it to be clean?
No,
absolutely not.
Do we expect KT to win the series? Probably not.
Still no idea what's going to happen there. But Cuz, no longer on probation, keeps his Nidalee card. Great job, very well done. And BDD, as always, you know, in any KT
He
game.
gave them a flash because he felt sorry for them.
Yeah, I don't think that's what happened. I think he just misclicked it. But that's fine. Had a great performance. But for me, I keep going back to Peter. Playing a deathless Nico game is pretty hard. For BNK, I think there are a lot of things that are pretty easy to fix there, in particularly the setup around those objectives.
Yep.
And the team fights, I actually liked their restraint initially and thought maybe pulled the trigger just a little bit too quickly.
The fact that Padak did more damage than anyone on BNK just is really weird. Because they really put down their bottom lane so hard in the early game.
Peter did almost as much damage as everyone on BNK.
That's a really good point. that is probably the bigger takeaway.
I mean, isn't it?
So Peter is 100% of KT's wins this season is because of Peter's Nico.
Might be time to ban it.
There we go. Well, you don't need to because this is Fearless. We're going to go into game number 2 very, very soon. It is going to be a short break. Then the space is going to break that one down. It's going to be a joyous occasion watching that one. And then we'll get into game 2. We'll see you there.
끝내보자. 끝내보자. 솔직히 탈리아인 거 인지하고. 아 탈리아 노플이야. 그냥 물면 돼. 확인. 나 먹을게 꿀. 나 먹을게.
탈리아 노플이래. 나 투냐 있어. 나한테 빨리 줘.
아 탈리아가
이거 잡는 게 나을 때.
탈리아 노플. 타워 개빨라 형.
탈리아 노플 천천히. 가져.
아 탈리아 노플이야. 나 뒤로 가볼게.
타워.
아 자오 나와서 천천히 먹게.
탈리아.
나 천천히 봐야지. 천천히 봐야지.
타워부터 할게 우리.
끝났어. 타워 게임 끝나.
칠래?
오케이. 자 잡자. 나이스. 미안하다.
How about that for a slobber knocker of a game number 1? There's a B in Brawl, a B in B&K Fear X, and a B in BDD as KT and B&K Fear X battle it out for a game number 1 win, going the side of KT.
I mean, we didn't think this series would be clean, and definitely got a little bit messy in that one. Bit of back and forth, but there's some mistakes, especially early on. But I think KT really came through, and BDD also having a lot of impact on the map on that Silas.
I was impressed by Paddock especially because he was failing a lot in the laning phase. But after that, I think he brought up some great mechanics in the team fight. And then I think that kind of changes in the team fight.
Yeah, he showed some resilience there on the Callista with a lot of difficulty in the laning phase, as you said. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here because it was a lot of gank, a lot of fighting, a lot of mess, and then we just go straight to brawling.
So yeah, can you actually pause? I'm not sure. But right after the Rakan engages, you can see KT's positioning, but they're not really ready to follow up, right? And I think after that, every plan kind of falls off. And I feel like this was kind of an issue that BFX had, because it feels like they were having the priority because they were really ahead in the laning phase, right? But after that, they were just having random fights with random engagers here.
Yeah, I think this fight kind of indicates how the game was as a whole, being quite chaotic, quite sporadic. You know, they forced a fight, but the setup wasn't 100% there. Any scenario where they can follow up immediately with a Talia onto that engage from the Rakan would have been fantastic. And then there's a situation where we see sort of KT trying to come in and route them. But again, very scrappy. BDD's getting a lot of value here, and it still comes down to the wire.
So I feel like the resources that they had from the early game and the laning phase, I think they should able to get some man advantage in the rotation, you know. I think whenever you are winning the laning phase, I think you should be able to have the man advantage because you push first and then you can move first. But the way how they approached to the game was just having random fights on the 5-5 on the mid lane, you know. So I think that was the wrong part of the game plan.
Yeah, I mean, you could constantly hear Cuz just remind the rest of the team, slowly, chunchani, slowly, slow down, because everyone's going real fast. Very much like this second team fight here. Over around the Baron pit, I was sitting in a chair, I was laying down, all of a sudden I screamed at the top of my lungs for Paddock in this one. This is the moment we've been waiting for.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard game to play, not just because you got punished early, but also the champions you're playing into, so much zone control, so much threat. And he finds this angle to aggress on the opposing AD carry, throws Peter in, who, you know, might regret that decision slightly after. But it's Paddock's movement after this. You know, they get that initial kill onto Raptor. He pushes forwards here into this choke, which is a very dangerous angle to go for.
Oh,
this outplay.
Look at the flash
away. And then even here, ends up getting flipped in the rocks, cleanses it, and able to move out before the follow-up comes in.
Yeah, that cleanse and that jukes were on point as well. I mean, as I mentioned, even though he had some bad moment in the laning phase, I feel like after that, I mean, he's done, you know, like, it's gone. The laning phase doesn't mean anything, so you gotta focus on the team fight, and that's how the KT bounce back with the team fight.
Or Zyra Khan kissing in the alcove. No privacy for them. But yeah, I think honestly it's bigger testament to Paddock, because when you have a strong early game, we've seen players who've been funneled resources, you're like 7-0. It's pretty easy to play the game from that position. I think it's harder to make an impact when you're behind, especially on a champion like Callista, and especially when you've just come into this team as a starter for their LCK roster.
Yeah, lots of changes for this KT roster, but you go back to that last replay. The other thing we didn't mention, but the casters got it on the broadcast, the Xin Zhao ult that BDD was able to take absorbed so much of the original upfront damage that B&K Fear X had. He's been consistent. Cuz has been still making plays, and now it seems like they're finally starting to figure out a 5 that they can move forward with.
There is still an issue, you know. They were getting killed a lot in the laning phase, and I think that should be fixed. And also, BNK side, I mentioned so many times, when you have the priority, the game is so easy, you know. You gotta just chill, play slow, like Cuz saying. They're not in the same team, but maybe that's the reason why they lost, you know. But you gotta play slow with your priority, with your pressure, and I think they have the tool to win the game, because they showed up the skills in the laning phase, right?
Yeah, and I think ultimately, as much as these two teams have had some lows so far this year, I think B&K Fear X has really surprised us with the level they're showing now. And KT, we've always had hopes for, especially this mid-jungle combo. When I saw Cuz and BDD together, I thought that's going to be a mid-jungle duo to take names. And I feel like we're getting glimpses. Just needs to be more solid, and as you said, take it slow. Don't rush into these plays, because that's really where it gets messy, chaotic, and a little bit out of control.
Yeah, B&K FearX, again, looking to go 3-1 here. It'll be another game necessary for them to be able to do that. KT trying to get their first win in the season. It's been years since the last time this squad went 0-3 and still made it to the playoffs, but they're looking to at least go to 1-3 rather than hitting to 0-4. Let's send it back on over to the casters for game number 2.
Well, Dagon, I'll have you know that they just doubled their wins as far as games are concerned this season. Absolutely ridiculous. Through over 10,000 kilometers to see B&K FearX. Wow, you guys, so incredibly dedicated, extraordinary stuff. From Toronto as well.
From Canada.
That's super cool. I want to go there. Do you want to go there? I think we should go there at some point. I think that'd be cool. We'd need to take a bit of a trip, though, wouldn't we?
Yeah. Maybe we need a good reason to go there.
Yeah, that might be.
On an unrelated note, that guy's going to love when MSI settles down.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's a very, very... that'd be much quicker. Much closer than 10,000 kilometers, you could say. Wow, do they not use freedom units in Canada?
Yeah, I know this.
Do you?
No, of course I do. How would I know that?
I don't know. I was just asking. You're the only one here. You're the only one I can ask.
I should not.
G-Sun.
I should know.
G-Sun, do they use kilometers
I'm
in
friends
Canada?
with many Canadians. Like Azale.
It's all right.
I'm
G-Sun's
sure
checking. It's fine. I know
like
you're useless.
Raz,
It's okay.
oh, no, sorry. Raz is American. Emily Rand is Canadian. I always get those two mixed up.
The beautiful bird.
We get into the next game.
Yeah, they use kilometers. There you go.
Kilometers. Well, good for them.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, but so do we.
Yeah, well, we all like that. Outside of the people that use the Imperial measurement system, which just makes things harder. But I don't want to get into that debate. There are other debates that I'm very happy to get into. That's one that I do not want. As Corki and Yone going to be banned away. I don't know about the Corki ban. I think Corki is kind of bad. But the Vi and the Gwen are also going to be taken off the board.
Azir ban? Azir ban? Question mark? I'm kind of feeling it. Don't think we can give that one to BDD. They might also just first pick it, because Azir is notoriously hard to punish. One of his counters, or two of his counters actually, are already out. We see the Talia picked a lot into it. We see the Silas picked a good amount into it. Now, if we end up getting a BDD Akali, I'm not one to complain, but the Rumble is just going to be the takeaway. I'm leaning towards a very early Azir then here. B1 Azir for B&K makes a ton of sense. I don't think giving BDD his best champion is a good idea. I think this man has a lot of...
I think Vikla first picks it.
This man has a lot of pent-up anger and aggression, clearly. So don't let him have the pigeon. And B&K know this, you know. So they take it away. You love to see it.
And I think that this is a perfect Diana Yasuo angle. Because you can flex the Diana now. Because it's a top laner.
I know you don't actually believe this, Atlas.
How dare you make
I
assumptions
know.
on what I believe.
Look me in the eye right now and tell me that you're being serious.
I'm being kind of serious. If I do see it, I'd be happy. Just don't know whether that would lead to KT winning. Varus was left up. What the heck? Okay, well, Parak is going to get, by far, his best champion ever.
Yes, he is narratively getting countered here, though, by the Azir. That's something to be very aware of, you know.
Wait, what are you talking about? Varus is a known counter to Azir.
What is one of the most iconic League of Legends plays of all time?
Right, no, but that's not like lane for lane. Because actually, before that even happened, Varus was considered a lane counter to the Azir.
No, I know. I remember that. I'm saying that's why I said a narrative counter.
Yeah, it is. But that's Ruler and Faker. That's very different. They're not here.
They are not. I wasn't aware of that. Thank you, Atlas.
Yep.
Very important.
And the first time it happened, and actually that was... no, never mind. It doesn't actually work. Because Faker was playing Karma the first time.
Versus, It's fine. Varus is involved. We're doing narrative hits that are completely irrelevant. It's an LCK game.
Victor is being played by Cuz.
Yeah, okay, now you're just getting too silly, okay? I wanted to talk about the...
Whoa, I mentioned an Arcane character and you just start calling it silly.
Okay, we are not talking about Arcane again. We had this conversation in series number 1. We don't need to have it again. Leona gets picked up here for Peter. Sorry, oh my god. Alistair gets picked up for Peter, Leona, and Ezreal for Kellen and Diablo here. Definitely.
It worked too well. It worked way too well. I think the priority on the Alistair is warranted, but also very curious, because the Sejuani that they were hovering is by far the higher priority pick.
That's bad. It's bad.
But yeah, now it has to be banned. But the Alistair for Peter was amazing, even though they lost the first time he picked it up. So I'm actually, I'm very happy that they prioritized it this highly. Because also you kind of dodge lane because Varus is just pretty good.
So we've been Nocturne Poppy for KT Rolster.
Yeah.
Poppy might be a maybe. I don't know if they expect Raptor to play it. I just think Poppy always goes really hard when paired with Azir. Also think if you're playing a stationary AD carry or an Alistair, it's not fun to play into. But they're going to go for Skarner, which obviously is a lot more meta at the moment. The continued respect being paid to Raptor here, who most likely is going to be looking for an AD pick.
Yeah. I'm intrigued as to what the final ban is going to be here. Maybe looking for another Cuz option to take away, maybe a Wukong to be removed. Doesn't mean that the jungle pool is going to be very thin, but instead it's going to be Ambessa for casting.
I'm expecting a Cuz pickup here. Junglers not quite as susceptible to getting hard countered in their matchup. And that's, I knew this was coming. I don't love it. It's the Cuz Viego. It is one of his comfort picks. It just, the 2v2 of Victor Viego outside of the cute alliteration does not spark joy.
Yeah.
Because they don't really work that well together. Viego, Varus is fine. There's a lot of burst. They both, Viego has hard resets. Even Varus has the soft resets right with his passive. So it's still quite nice. As I think this makes sense in the matchup. I just think Zyra is not that good. I also don't like it as a 2v2. But it does mean that your comp is very hard to engage onto, which would be a problem if not for the fact that we're most likely going to have Victor and Valady Varus. As this would round on the comp very well. Like,
yeah,
BNK, credit where credit is due. I think their drafts have been very solid.
Poppy top.
What is casting going to play here?
That's less fun than Poppy top, but it would make a bit of sense. Fiora.
Oh.
We saw Fiora win. The Lord managed to take names on the Fiora, as that's Kale.
Yes, yeah, do that.
Okay.
That's fun.
Yep.
Casting, we trust you.
Come on, Peter.
Really good game. No.
Oh, come on. No one likes it. Nah. Nah.
Well, I guess it's fine. It's definitely a lot safer.
Yep, and it makes the most sense, but it's way less interesting. It could have been Fiora or Kale.
You know what this is actually good for? Is the setup for a third game.
True. That being said, I think that, you know, if the Kale was picked, that would have been better setup for a third game. We would have got there much quicker.
That is true.
Unless we didn't, in which case it would have been very fun to see a Kale win. But I think the last time I saw that, it was Zeus just sort of styling.
Yeah, I'm looking at these comps. KT are going to have to snowball early on. I think if you go to late game and 5v5s with this composition, I think you're really going to struggle. I think BNK have a very nice front to back with great varied
some KT
damage.
Alumni just walking away together as well. Rio and Score. Very cool.
Love that.
Yeah.
Hey, there's the roller coaster. Oh, we're going up?
Yeah, and they got to win.
They've got
to win that. Yeah, they're trying to make sure that it's going up the right direction. But what they've done actually is that they've broken the tracks. And in fact, broken the cart in half as well, which is way more on theme. So obviously, KT fans that know the narrative.
Which is all of them, because they're KT fans. So they have willfully opted into this.
Yep. And I do, like you were saying, I also really like the BNK Furex composition that they've put together. Of course, Cuz, great at Viego, but I don't know whether the Victor's going to have the same impact for BDD this game. Hopefully it's 3 games.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Oh, KT fans out in force today.
There is always that undertone.
Oh, yeah.
Please, KT.
It's manic. There is an extra level of mania in the KT fan chant.
It's just perfect.
It is. It really is. Even if he's on the bench, it absolutely still is. Vikla just positioned against BDD. This is one of like the oldest matchups of all time, and it's still here, still present in the meta. The Victor versus Azir. As all right, Peter out of the pen.
It would have been Corki if not for the Corki ban, I'm sure.
Yes, that's obviously why the Corki ban came in. Stop BDD from hard countering the Azir with the Corki. I do think that the Victor does fine in the matchup, but of course, every time the shuffle comes in, you have to use your flash.
Yeah. Is no. That's always how it goes as Raptor. Very nice setup here. That's a lot of plans ready for him, helping him out with the blue buff. Zyra's clear, obviously, is going to eclipse that of Viego, as he has to actually do all the work himself. It's a little unfair.
Yep. Clear as well, ever since Cassante kind of came out, was a great Cassante player.
Yep.
Mainly in Challenger, didn't demonstrate as much of it in the LCK, but had some struggles. Obviously.
Lane Kingdom setup here for BDD. Early Scorch, Airy as well. Try and get as much damage as he can. And he did really get Vikla in game number 1. To the surprise of no one, let's be fair. I don't think that was the expectation that was there for Vikla.
I don't think many people have Vikla at the top of their mid lane tier list for the LCK.
Well, they might, but they shouldn't. And I say that as someone that I think Vikla has been very much the focal point for some of the underperformances that BNK have had so far. And I do think that it's the team as a whole that has leveled up. I don't think it was just him, but it was definitely one of the more apparent issues that they had with LCK Cup. And one of the reasons why in our classic overreactions, we all overreacted.
Yes.
Funny how that works.
Well, right now, BNK once again with control of the bottom lane, but Puddock is not dead yet, which certainly is better than what happened in game number 1. However, with the amount of shove that has happened, there's still a slight advantage here for Diablo on his Ezreal. Same thing mirrored on the top side, though, casting with a lot of control, as Cuz is going to back on away and then look for his Wolf Camp as the full clear is going to be concluded. Vikla continuing to have some issues here as both flashes available with Vikla so incredibly low. Only a few more instances of, oh, never mind. Oh, Cuz actually able to get it. That's big.
Huge. Yeah. Pretty big, because it means that Raptor wastes the time. Now, the crab hadn't spawned, and I don't think mid lane is too gankable, even with BDD being this far pushed up, because his own laner is almost dead. But it does mean that Cuz is going to be feeling a lot better. As he might actually look for playing mid. Vikla is solo. He can flash W.
Yeah.
He can flash W!
Well, Vikla is going to get flash. Going to have to flash, sorry. As Cuz just says, all right, that'll do. Moves away, grabs himself a crab. And with BDD having his own flash available, Vikla going to have to now go back home. Does do so, immediately teleports back. BDD going to do the same thing, but his flash is up and he's 10 CS in the lead.
What's the, is it Spectral Maul, his W?
I am not sure, but that sounds about right.
I want to say that it is.
Yeah, sounds about right. I know Heartbreaker is his ultimate.
Yeah, that's
about it. And I just say the Mist. Because there's so many Misty abilities, and I think Hallowed Mist is the center ability.
It is.
And Mal, you are correct.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you, G-Sun.
Thank you, G-Sun. G-Sun has all the answers, by the way, just so you know.
Well, I mean, she could be doing her job if she wanted to. She just doesn't want to.
What do you mean?
You know?
What's it? What? That's her job. No, being omnipotent.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What?
If G-Sun wanted to cast her instead of us and produce at the same time, she would.
Yeah.
She's just like, I'm not feeling like it.
No, I mean, that's not what she wants to do. Otherwise, absolutely she
Well, that's my point. Yeah. Oh, a little scary here, but no ultimate available yet. So
little hop.
Casting going to be fine.
Peter headbutting his way in.
Yeah, we have a possible grub situation coming up shortly.
By the way, Yundo has decided that he's okay with producing, and so G-Sun can in fact cast if you just want to go home.
These are things you need to be very careful of, because if we offer the people a chance of a G-Sun cast and we don't give it to them, they'll be very upset.
G-Sun's casted before.
No, I know. I'm aware of the lore.
Yeah. That was
an emergency situation.
But it was still a very well-loved situation.
Oh, no.
Well, her and Papa, I'm pretty sure. As the all-out now going to get thrown away here. As casting, speaking of throwing things away, does so against this Cassante. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Vikla going to try and keep BDD at bay. And Cuz looking to start off a dragon. The Void Grub's about to spawn as well, so it is just going to be a top and bottom side trade. But we know that the dragon teams are often feeling a bit better. So we'll see whether that is going to continue as Puddock and Diablo.
Oh, this is a cannon wave. I think Puddock might be in some serious trouble here. even with just Callan, he's at risk. He does have cleanse this time around. Obviously going to get a lot of failure in that. Can Peter be in time? I don't think so.
Well, they're going to see what they can do.
Oh, yeah, they're waiting for Rapture, which means that there is actually time, and the wave is already thinned out.
Yep, in they go. Grasping Roots comes down as now Peter gets on in there. Stranglethorns through as well as the Ignite's ticking, but it's not enough. Always drink your potions as Raptor, you absolute insane man, as the True Shot Barrage doesn't do enough, but still Diablo taking matters into his own hands is going to be able to get it done. Peter, with the headbutt, will be able to take down the Plant Lady, but it's plates going on over to the Ezreal. That was a very weird series of events. Ultimately, no one really coming out on top as Casting is farming behind the turret here in bottom lane. And this game is continuing right on the same track as game number 1.
Yeah, I really do think proxying is kind of undervalued as a tempo tool, but that's a whole different discussion. As we take a look here, so the call is, and Callan is only level 3, so I think this makes a bit of sense. They want to wait for Rapture to actually be there. Paddock is able to stay alive for a lot longer than I think was expected. And Raptor knew what he was doing the moment he flashed in there, right? Realistically, he's never going to live. Paddock gets very close to staying alive, but because the wave Chris Diablo can make his way over, and that's
Did Raptor know that he
back.
could just flash auto instead of flash plant Q, which is what he tried to do instead?
I imagine he thought he wasn't in range. But he was, so I'm not quite sure.
It's an odd one. Maybe he did the calculation in his head and felt like the auto was not going to quite
or Zyra, so that doesn't make sense. But Paddock was very low. Not sure. Kale will be going over to Raptor though. Can be happy about that. But gold staying relatively even. And I'm going to be looking towards how Peter and Cuz work together. Because for me, this composition is basically, if Peter finds a good engage, Paddock, you know, finds an ultimate and then Peter Cuz follow up. Every Viego comp follows the same flow chart, which is we need to start with a kill. There are a decent amount of good targets. I think obviously your number 1 is Zyra. Zyra is a prime target for just getting blown up in a very short amount of time. Ezreal, Zero obviously are a little bit harder. But that is going to have to rely on Peter or Paddock finding access to that as we have another Raptor gang.
Yeah, him and Kellen making their way in. There's the flash, then it's played. The headbutt pushes Kellen back as there is no unbreakable will. And so Peter will instead be broken. There's a nice pick up there for BNK as the hop out from Casting. He's just kind of messing with Clear right now. That sidestep, gorgeous. As Casting's Gnar play looking scrumptious right now. 3 grubs will go over to Raptor in the interim.
Oh, the thing that's nice about this is that even if Peter goes down, his AD carry does not. So Paddock will be able to make his way. There it is.
Divide. Grasping Roots comes down as well. BDD just getting comboed to death. Does flash away. They get the flash, and that ult's going to be back off cooldown a bit faster.
Yeah, we always talk about this. You just want to try and get the flash on cooldown. Nicely done there by Raptor again, having a huge impact on the map. As I was saying, the hurt of Peter getting killed is mitigated by the fact that Casting can TP back, and the fact that Paddock was able to catch the wave and will not be able to catch the bot wave as well. But those rotations continuously for the Varus means that he is falling further and further behind. And you know what this is looking good for, Atlas?
Game 3, baby.
Game 3.
That's what we're talking about.
Because if the Varus and Viego composition is not doing well in the mid game, that generally does not bode well. If they get a Dragon though, I think you're going to be feeling a lot more confident. Imagine if it's like Dragon into Inferno. I think KT are going to be feeling great.
Yep.
If it's you don't get Dragon and then it's like Ocean, I'm not feeling so great.
Might be another Chemtech as well. You never know.
Oh, Paddock.
We've seen this movie before. And Peter is potentially about to show in mid lane at the same time. Paddock actually gets a bit of an idea as to what's going on and is going to spot out the fact that there is someone in that brush. So now going to look to go back himself. Does give Diablo a lot of space in this bottom lane.
Well, it's pushing away. So this is actually a really big mismanagement of waves here by KT as a team. Because this is going to be a ton of gold now given over to Diablo. The only upside is that it might be good when it comes to setting up around the Dragon, because Diablo is most likely going to want to crash this wave, then back, and the new wave is about to come up. But this is going to be a very sizable CS lead that's being built here by BNK.
Yeah, and the amount of time that Paddock has just done absolutely nothing is pretty absurd as well.
His laning phase, I mean, this one I don't think is as much on him as the Kalista, right? There was a lot of 2v2 issues. I think this one is a lot more KT as a team because we see Peter roaming a lot, but him and Kuz aren't able to actually get anything going. I think they need this Dragon. I think they need this Dragon pretty badly for BNK.
Peter is going to look for a headbutt pulse. Gets it on to Kellen here, taken down to 50%.
Good poke.
Yeah, Clip's actually helping the Leona out though, as we know. As Paddock.
Diablo hasn't been able to back, I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
So that's actually
corruption
good for
are
Paddock.
available. Still, the rest of BNK just going to move on over. Nice little stun comes out from Kuz. As Clear is at 50% health. Casting has really just been having a great time on this Gnar. We were making fun of the pick, but actually it was probably a good idea as the stun comes through. Another headbutt pole as the Ignite is down. Kellen is going to be taken first. The Stranglethorns does basically nothing as the Chaos Storm used in tandem just made sure that there was no way that this tanky support was going to survive. And now Paddock getting to work on the bottom side, and like you were saying, Diablo was going for a reset, so it's going to be second Drake over to KT. And it felt like this early game was just being ran by BNK, but in an instant, it felt like it switched.
The teleport advantage they also couldn't utilize. Clear had his, whereas Casting didn't, but Casting kept the wave, shoved up, and was sitting on his Narbar pretty well as that was an Infernal Atlas, I am pretty sure.
Oh god.
So the big thing here is that they'd already chunked Kellen before, and it's what we said. All you want to do with this comp is just find a target. It doesn't really matter who it is, you need to start a fight with blowing them up. And this takes away the front line, so obviously BNK doesn't really get to follow up. Now, again, I think this is ended for BNK. They are still ahead in gold. They should be able to pick up at least another plate here. And I really prefer their 5v5 to a even greater degree, I think, in the last game.
Yep.
But KT getting to 2 Dragons with Infernal on the board is a big deal.
Piercing arrow going to miss onto Diablo there as the Void Grubs are going to spawn. We'll see how many BNK are going to be able to pick up, as they already have the first 3. And Diablo not going to land that Mystic Shot, so Paddock surviving for the moment. These 3 are put together. Kellen will be able to spot out Kuz as he moves on over towards his Raptor camp. All right, Kuz just getting himself out. Flash invested.
Yeah, he doesn't have his ult, otherwise he would have used that.
He was pretty scared of the situation, though. I think that if he was solar flared, he probably wouldn't have died, but not a lot of information available.
Yeah, he didn't know, right? He didn't have the control around the river, so I think the flashing there was the correct call. But it does feel bad.
Oh, flash forward here. Casting going to respect it. Flashes away from Clear. Not wanting to get all outed.
Yeah, Casting is sitting on, I assume, his IE or his Trinity 4 Spike Radar, so Clear really wants to shove this in, not allow him to back right now, but that might be a punish angle. It is Xante, though, with ult. I know he doesn't have flash, but...
Yeah, in comes Kuz. Looks for it, but doesn't quite get there. Clear able to just dash his way out. Yeah, he just...
Oh, that's fine. You don't really need to... The gang doesn't need to succeed, right? You just need to get the wave crash so that Casting can base and get his Triforce.
Yep. Peter going to headbutt pole the Ezreal, and nothing really happens. And there it is, like you were talking about. Top laners
have it yet.
Sort of messing around.
He's not backing yet.
Maybe thinking that Clear has gone back, so wants to just shove one more wave into the turret, knowing that the teleport is on cooldown.
No, I did. I'm pretty sure he knows that he couldn't have backed yet. Could have been doing a turret, but...
Well, Paddock going to cleanse the Solar Flare. Chains of Corruption as the flash forward from Raptor goes straight into those chains, but sandwiched into the wall, squished like a bug from Vikla. And that's going to be feats of strength of warfare at least, going over to BNK, and they'll take just all of it. As first turret goes over to them as well, so some nice new shoes if ever they'd like to buy them. And in fact, it's right now that Raptor wants to put those together.
Again, this is, to me, both mistakes from Paddock, not recognizing what side of the map he is on, and the fact that he needs to be way more respectful. But also, if there is a Leona, Zyra, and a 0-2 of those invest flash, realistically, you're not going to live. The cross map isn't there at all for KT. So either they need to make sure, they need to ensure that Paddock can catch these waves, because at this point it's obviously a little bit too late. He doesn't have a first item atlas.
Yeah.
And 15 minutes in!
And his items are not expensive either, as far as, you know, the lethality virus is concerned. They're generally considered cheaper, so it's subpar to say the least. As Kuz just going to get chain CC'd here. There's the Stranglethorns. Heartbreaker gets him out of there eventually, as thankfully he bought the Merc Treads. Otherwise, I think he was just definitely dead.
There's a really good Merc's game. With the amount of roots and CC, and also Leona just kind of hates it when you do that. But now, with this, BNK further building upon the lead. Peter though looking to punish.
Kellen gets spotted out. Solar Flare is going to be on where BDD used to be. And Kellen might actually be sacrificed here. They still do manage to pick up the Rift Herald, but KT once again put Kellen in the ground.
Oh, I'm not sure about that, KT. That's a lot invested just to kill Leona. And Drake spawning in 50 seconds. This is a must-win fight, I do think, for KT with how the game has been going. You really want to set yourself, or you can go for Otacon on the other end of the map. I think that's also fine. But if you just give up this Drake and you kind of stand there, watch them contest, BNK are going to be super happy. Again, I think they scale amazingly, particularly into the KT comp, because normally I'd say you have two great sources of poke. But BDD is going for a tankier build, and Haddock is 1.5k gold behind.
He did finish his Ghost Blade.
That is
so
true.
There is that. But we're going to have a look at this fight one more time. Kellen does get BDD's flash immediately, but then overextends. But still, it's all just to get the Rift Herald. Oh, and there was an interruption on a teleport there as well. Casting was trying to teleport in, so that's why that one's on cooldown. Is in fact because Clear had to interrupt it. So he will have TP advantage now.
And we do have BDD and Vikla facing off against the lane here. KT want to start the fight the same way they did the last one. Find target, kill target. Casting's going to go into mini Nardo. And Clear, because of the TP, gets to get an extra base off. So it'll be a good amount stronger. Level 11 now hit for Paddock as well. But KT, I don't know if you can contest this, and if you're not sure, it's probably a lot better just get mid, get top.
Yeah.
BDD is catching a wave in top. What exactly are KT doing? I'm not so sure. We'll have to see. Might still just go for a delayed contest as Paddock takes a free headbutt to the face.
Yeah, he's Diablo able to drive Shelly into this tower, and it does go down. Vikla and Diablo a fair bit of structural damage.
They're taking Dragon, KT.
Yeah. And you spend a lot of time positioning around here, KT, and you've decided you're not going to go in. Hex flash forward here from Peter. Try and find an angle. Let's see whether they can actually get one, as that is the Drake secured by BNK, but now the fight is on. Vikla in a bit of trouble. Chaos Storm being dealt with, but now Diablo gets his fangs into BDD. Misses a whole bunch of abilities, though. And once again, Kellen's on the floor. Now Diablo finds himself the target instead of the attacker because he gets a turn on him. Has a great ulti, but does get himself out. True Shot Barrage doesn't go the right way to lock down the Viego. But honestly, it's all still good for BNK.
Yeah, they get the Dragon, deny the stack in Assault Point, get mid lane turret. I don't think they're going to be too bothered about all this. Could have obviously been nice if they actually got the team fight win, but they don't really need to. KT say we can't go for the flip here, instead we're playing for the fight. Vikla, BDD just gets mildly inconvenienced by the shuffle, not too bothered.
Yeah.
And crucially, KT do actually find the pick and ensure that they get the first reset. But then, well, there isn't really anyone that they can go onto. They overchase onto Diablo, who does end up having to use his cleanse just to make sure that BDD doesn't still take him down. But game stayed mostly unchanged, and I would still say that favors BNK. But if we get an actual team fight, I'll really have a permanent opinion, but I feel like I have not seen an actual 5v5 because either someone isn't there or someone's trying to get there, but they're late because, you know, they when they were trying to leave, they were looking for their keys and they couldn't find them, and they realized when they found the key, they also needed the water bottle, but then they had to wash it, and then they missed the train by like...
And the other person's just waiting, and then when they finally do get all of their stuff together, the other person realizes, oh wait, my glasses are in the other room.
Oh, I gotta walk over, and then you have to get and then once you get those, you need to actually get over, and the traffic's bad.
Yeah, and then you realize you only did eyeliner on one eye, and you didn't want to do the Clockwork Orange thing this time around because it's not Halloween. Oh, no.
It just sounds stressful thinking about it.
I know.
That's how every team fight in this game has been.
That's Voracious Otacon. So we've had a little bit more action this game. That certainly feels good. Oh, actually, less action this game.
Yeah, I would.
Never mind. So that feels bad. I was just trying to find a positive, and that was going to be a positive until I got it completely wrong. But now, we might have another team fight as Diablo going aggressive, throwing out a whole bunch of buttons towards Peter and Cuz, who are now very, very low. But Cuz is still in range to smite this. It's still a 50-50. This could still be a disaster as in they go, and it's locked down by Raptor. Peter now in trouble. Diablo gone completely ballistic as they get themselves the Otacon as well as more. Is now Casting looking to send them all home, but instead, he's going to give a triple kill over to this Ezreal, as Paddock could be in trouble, but they don't have the vision on him. And Diablo going to have to just accept the fact that he killed everyone, and also they got the objective.
I think it's easy to accept. I think he's pretty happy.
Yeah, I'd say
eager,
so.
Eager to accept that. Unfortunately, KT, I think, less happy about this whole sequence of events. So let's see how low it actually goes.
Oh, that's a pretty nice
That was, yeah, I think it was like 1193, I want to say.
It went down to 970 something,
Okay.
but like that was in the split second after the 1193.
And it is really important because if BNK don't win that, I think KT find the fight. Instead, a lot of extra gold invested in Diablo. We haven't really talked about the fact that who exactly gets on top of Ezreal in this composition and deals with him?
No one.
No one. That's right.
Definitely not anymore anyway, because he is now 2.7k gold ahead, and I was very, very worried for KT when he was 1.5k gold ahead. And now it's way worse. So
you know how you have the expression, all your eggs in one basket?
Yeah.
Diablo's a great basket.
He is a pretty good basket, as there is another cleanse out from Product, and you can't cleanse death, unfortunately, so it doesn't quite do enough. Casting now trying to deal with Raptor and Diablo as a nice double pulverize there from Peter, but he has no friends, and there are 5 members of BNK closing in on this bottom lane as Diablo, he does still have the Otacon buff, and my god, that Arcane Shift was so good! Cuz tries to heartbreak him, and he just gets withdrawn. Now KT, with the fact that there is no Diablo, that was where all the eggs were, as Chronicler just pointed out prior, and so BNK gonna have to back away.
They still got 2 flashes though. Like, Product used both sums, still died.
Yeah, there's like
and
every ult
flashed
used as well, basically. That's alright. BDD upgrading himself a little bit here, but I just don't know whether it's quite going to upgrade enough. He does have a slight gold advantage in comparison. Sorry, not gold advantage. He has a slight gold bounty, which means that he's doing a great job. But he is behind. CS advantage by 20 though, so there is at least that. As yeah, this is the big problem scenario, and we can see it demonstrated on your screen as the soccer player moving towards Cuz.
In game number 1, there was the redemption moment for Product.
Yeah.
I think now the arc is that we're building up for a redemption in game 3.
I think if there's going to be one, that is where it's going to have to be.
I don't think it's going to be in this game.
I would agree.
Not feeling optimistic.
No, neither am I. Second Dragon going to be picked up by BNK here. Looks like Raptor will not be contested on that one, as Diablo is also just taking this inner turret with impunity. Absolutely nothing Product can do about it. I thought that Mystic shot missed, but Product maybe walked into it by accident there. As BDD being very vocal in the player cams, and you can understand why. This guy has had a pretty good game. As teleport in from Vikla. Clear is extraordinarily low, though, as the Naba has been filled. The all-out does come through here, as that wallop onto 2 is fantastic. He nars them both away, but it's just too many. And it's Vikla that's able to lock down the kill onto the Gnar. And Peter looking pretty upset. You can see casting as well. Like, he's been having a great laning phase. He's been playing very, very well in the 1v1, but honestly, it just doesn't really matter.
You know how in game number 1 we were really happy with what it eventually ended up being, which was just a team fight bonanza?
Yeah.
This is like when you go to the sequel of a movie, you don't really do your research, and then it turns out that instead of the action movie you were expecting, they've turned it into like a slow burn political thriller, like a courtroom drama.
Yeah.
And like, that's good. You know, you can appreciate that, but that's not what you came for.
No, it's not. You were there for Fast and the Furious.
Yeah.
And you got a beautiful mind by accident. Honestly, if I walked in and I'd never seen either of those, I'd be pretty happy though. Beautiful Minds, absolute masterpiece.
I think you chose movies that were too good for the situation I'm describing here, Atlas.
Yeah, I apologize.
It makes my analogy feel off.
It is somewhat hard to watch though. I don't know. I think Russell Crowe just did a really good job. Maybe it's irrelevant. By maybe, I mean it's definitely irrelevant. KT just trying to desperately find some way back into this game. I don't think the BNK are going to let them, but BNK have let teams come back before.
No, not this time. Not this time. It's 5k gold lead. They're stacking up Infernal Drakes. As long as they don't throw in Baron and let Cuz get a free Baron smite off, I don't think there's a way to lose this game.
Well, there's Pulverize from Peter, but I think he's the one that's going to get pulverized. He does have the Unbreakable Will, but it's looking very breakable.
Well, that was cute. He tried to use the plant to taxi out. Yeah, it was cute.
Was cute. It didn't work. And Cuz tries to go into the mist to keep himself alive. Diablo is just raining death down on KT.
That's the enemy team Ezreal, by the way. The 6 and 0 can be hit. Just keeps going in.
I think a piercing arrow landed. BDDA is actually hitting a bunch of these death rays, but the Baron is still just going down. And Cuz, 1 versus 2 here, and he's going to have to heartbreak away. He does do so, but he's, even with Flash, is still dead. Casting looking for a bit of an angle. The Baron is going to be secured. And B&K now looking to wrap this up with a team fight as well, as KT trying to get the damage down. It's a decent crush to get Casting out of there. Vikla attempts to go on over as Chaos Storm coming on through, but Clear is just so tanky. And Diablo is going to be able to find Peter once again. He was fresh out of the death chamber and is immediately back in there again. And KT, I mean, we knew this was going to be a 3-gamer.
Diablo?
But this, yeah, Diablo is just messing with them now. Another one, Arcane shift over, misses a bunch of buttons, but he'll have another one as Padak just charges up a Q, and it just does pitiful amounts of damage.
The last AD carry, or Challenger AD carry I saw be this completely unhinged on Ezreal was Pace.
Yep.
In 2022. Diablo, some of these E's forward, he definitely shouldn't be getting away with. But he is. I actually really like this from B&K. This is very, very cleanly played out, right? Just need to mark Cuz. As long as Cuz is marked, which they do well, Kellen and Clear ensure that he doesn't get anywhere near the pit. Does end up taking him down. They definitely didn't know where Clear was, because if it was just Kellen, Cuz might have actually have found an angle. He had shield though as well, which kept him alive for a little bit longer there. And then here, if Padak wasn't as far behind, you know, maybe Kellen dies. Maybe Clear dies.
Raptor also getting a beautiful, what is it? I need a different word. Because I can't say wraparound because it's Raptor. So I need to bring up that thesaurus again.
The Raptor around?
Yeah, swaddle around there from Raptor in order to get a beautiful grasping roots. Yeah, this is done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. Emperor's Divide is going to hit the cow, and Peter walks it off. Vikla goes golden because he thinks it looks cool, and it does. As the inner turret is going to fall, and B&K, they can do stuff like that because it doesn't really matter what they do now. They are so incredibly far ahead. 9,000 gold at 28 minutes. And Cuz just having to back away from Clear, who is a raid boss in unto himself. They'll take this inhibitor turret. The rest of KT, they are grouped. They're looking for an angle. The Stranglethorns, though, is going to block off Peter from the rest of his team, and Diablo is going ballistic. Nexus turret's now under fire. PDD does use his Zhonya's, and Kellen and Vikla are taking a fair bit of damage, but honestly, it just doesn't matter, as the True Shot Barrage is going to destroy this Viego. Diablo, what was that? That was super strange, but never mind. Nexus turrets are still going to lie on the floor as Vikla, he's flashing, he's looking for more. He takes down BDD and Padak, and the Nexus will fall, and B&K will bring us to a game 3.
Off the back of the Tiny Devil in the bot lane.
Oh yeah.
Playing Ezreal. Nicely done there by B&K. Really, our only trepidation comes from the fact that that game was a blowout. Felt like it was over very early on, and the continued struggles of Padak in the laning phase in this one were just a little bit too much to overcome. I do want to say though, Padak is obviously going to be the main one, but even like Peter felt a little off, right? We saw that Cuz wasn't able to really have the impact on his Viego. I think a lot of the confidence that were there at Kitty for game number 1, this time it was B&K. Raptor with a really clean Zara game as well. Actually, really, really crisp early impact.
Wow.
They played it well. Yeah, that's
a lot of damage.
Yep. All eggs in the right basket.
Absolutely. Diablo, absolutely phenomenal game. I think some people thought he was Diablo 4, but I think he's Diablo 2. The best one out of the series. 100%. Even the remaster, absolutely glorious. It is time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break down the B&K victory, and then we will have the final game of the day as KT look to try and fight back against B&K Furex. We'll see you then.
야, 세게 해봐. 마르스 노플. 이러면? 마르스 노플이야. 공격해. 공 봐봐. 여기까지만 해야 돼. 천천히. 야, 타워 치면 끝나. 타워부터 쳐볼게. 빅토르 노플. 빨리는 거 봐, 빅토르 볼게. 빅토르 노플. 야, 타워 깨면서 해야 돼. 타워 깨면서. 괜찮아, 나 이거. 피해고 봐. 괜찮아. 봐줄래? 이제 봐줘. 타워 쳐봐. 잘해야겠는데? 천천히 하면 끝났어. 리바울게. 끝났어. 들어오는 거 봐. 끝났어. 빨리까지.
O inimigo do sempre vai ficar tomando esse push. Ele dá dano nas lutas, mas as lutas estão sendo longe deles. Dá água, dá na filha pra sair de novo, mas a Red Cam tá
O Frost, olha esse flancaço do Frost! Ele deu uma volta, consegue segurar 3 jogadores e ainda vem a sequência agora pra cima do Du. Ele pode ser eliminado, mas ele consegue sair de pé! O contra-ataque tentou entrar, mas acaba não funcionando. É tudo na Red, é tudo no Brain. Se anota que são 5 abates dele.
He'll turn his eyes back towards the Baron. Yike still available to steal this. Has the flash, has the smite. Can he do it? Yike, the smite king of the LEC again! And he touches the Emperor's Divine, eviscerates them. Razzle dashing in, but Kana's here, and he's ready to party. Humanoid and Oscar, juicy targets. Razzle falls first. Humanoid short to follow. It's double Darkins, and whoop goes Yike.
And immediately Yike with a gut punch to win them back into a deficit.
Trying to get away from Lince's now, who has a flash of his own, goes in. Adam trying to get away on about 600 health. Knockup from Nako. Oh, doesn't land! Nako dies to the tower! And Lince follows! He was there at the beginning, it's Adam! The first man, the only man in the top lane!
들이대면서 잽이 아니라 조금 세집니다. 근데 알리가 지금 찔겨진 상태에서 이거 알리가 맞을 때 계속 같이 때려줘야 되는데
그러게요.
그게 안 되고
이걸 나가려니
그래도 한번 근데 그 다음 때 이거 근데 카이사 프리딜 카이사 뭐예요? 그러니까요. 와 바이퍼 방금 움직임 기가 막혔어요. 맞습니다. 이거 진짜 카이사 소환사 주문 없을 때 한 번은 잡아야 돼요.
One thing about me, I don't play around.
亚被晕速以后，这边冷战过来了，技能空掉，他们有闪现，回头给了一个大招，美国扛在最前面，但是后面的输出呢？
也来了，
姐姐一个长矛，但是后面有一个塞恩飞起来了，飞机直接给一个爆炸速度莉莉娅，为拿到了2个人头 ，L 和一剑差点穿死了，下方的人拿到了人头。全杀了啊！阿斌怎么在这个位置？又一个鬼故事。
저기 좀 더 봐야 됩니다. 이게 뒷너들이 달려! 이기긴 했고 돌아오기를 이쪽 잡히는 좀더 그리고 중간이도 스페이크 근데 소비 언제나 소비 일단 들어와 나 소비야 들어와 들어와 그리고 빅토리가 나 순간이 남은 멤버들이 40초? 30초? 예. 경기 초비가 다 초비에게 이겼는데 병사가 없어요. 병사가 그거를 어떻게 이거 막을 이거 해요. 혼자서 미친 초비야 진짜. 다 죽었어요. 케이스 메이스
About me, I don't play around.
The aforementioned 5-game day has been completed. We will get 5 because B&K, FearX battle back against KT, and they still have an opportunity to be up in the standings higher than some of our championship teams here. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like B&K FearX is their rise to this form has been insane. I think a big talking point has been their AD carry, who has just been popping off game after game. Diable's been having some monstrous performances, but also I feel like really Raptor, last year, I think he had some strong performances with the team, weren't quite able to make the waves maybe they'd hoped for towards the latter end of the split, but I really think that he's showing that form again and the impact he can have on the map.
And finally, they're playing on their bot lane, who made the solo kill in the game 1 as well. So, I mean, it was really satisfying to see Diablo outplaying those kind of team fights. And also, you gotta remember that these two teams are probably fighting for the last spot of Legend Group, so it's gonna be pretty interesting to see them, like, if they are gonna in the Legend Group or are they gonna be in the Rise Group at the end.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here as we start off with a little bit of the top lane focus here, guys.
Yeah, and typically you don't think of Zyra as like a spam ganking sort of champion, but she has such high tempo in the jungle. She has the ability to move in, and they end up getting the cleanse, the ult comes out, and it's so difficult because the Zyra doesn't have to really be under the tower to provide the damage onto the Varus, and Paddock tried his best, but there's just not much you can do in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the usage of Zyra. If your team has priority, it's so easy to set up the ganks, and you already mentioned that, I mean, it's not a ganking champion as a Zyra, but it's really good to control the zone if you have the priority, and also Azure Leona is one of the strongest laning phase duo, and I think they use this tool to win pretty well.
Yeah, just it feels like now a lot of focus has been on stopping Paddock from getting any, traction here. 2 early games where the focus was there against him. In game 1, he was able to bounce back on the Kalista. This time, not so much. Diablo, with that gold lead, takes a larger chunk out of the opposing team.
And here's the payoff. It's so hard to approach a composition with Azir, Zyra, Ezreal. And normally you think Varus is that poke champion getting the damage, but look how low already Cuz and Peter are because of this Ezreal poke. And they look for this attempt to contest the steal. The Stranglethorns comes out to try and mitigate. Unfortunately, Cuz doesn't get it, but even if he did, this was such a lost fight because of that poke and because both your support and jungle basically die at the start just to try and contest the steal.
Yeah, I really like how Diablo plays. Like, he actually shifts in every single time to bait them out and then flash out the Alista combo. That makes teamfight a lot easier. And also, I think B&K finally, they called it out in the voice comms as well. Play slow. Slow, and then we can win the fight. And I think that was the key from the game 1 as
Copied
well.
it from Cuz, They'll be learning from each other.
Yes.
Whoever plays the slowest.
Maybe we're going to have another an hour
game,
yeah.
glacial pace, Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think it's more so not about not making many plays in a slow sense, but when you're making the play, don't rush. And that was an example of a spot where they didn't need to. Everything was in their favor. They were getting the poke down. They had the control. And KT had to come into them is the key thing.
Who are your front runners for POM for both squads here, since it is 1-1? It feels like it's been kind of like just tit for tat here. Like we again, that game 1 was so brawly.
Yeah, probably from KT, I think it's BDD, and for BNK is Diablo. And I think the reason why KT looked a lot silly in game 2 was because their main carries were on late game champion, right? Victor and Viego, I mean, Cuz and BDD, they're known as proactive players. They make a lot of plays in the early game, but they were just sitting on the farming champions, so they couldn't make any plays. That kind of resulted in this way. So I felt like they gotta play something that they can actually make some play by themselves.
Yeah, I think it was good mentions from Wadid, but I think both of the junglers also have each had a game where they've really impacted it. So depending how game 3 goes, they could also be in there with a mention.
All right, over to blue side, do KT go? Focuses on the draft here as we've seen AD carry pools get pinched a little bit. What are some that are jumping out for the forefront as both these squads look to get a very important win? First win of the season for KT, 3-1 for B&K FearX. That was generally universally picked last.
I mean, I gotta follow Wolf, just press R to win the game. And I think these two teams are struggling with the setting up the objective, setting up the team fights, and I think those kind of tools can help them out.
I think what's really been clear is both the junglers that won were like quite fast-paced tempo junglers, right? The Nidalee and now the Zyra. So making sure you're not going to get outsped in the jungle, and because that means obviously you have more time to impact the lanes and really can just start to take over. So I think make sure you're in a bit of parity between the jungle clear speed.
I feel like that's going to be such an interesting thing because a lot of those easy to execute compositions, like what Data said, that Wolf's been bringing up all week long, come from the jungle. It's the Vi, it's the Sejuani, it's the easy, I'll set it up, you guys knock it on down, but they've been two of the key performers here in this series. 1-1, KT looking for the first victory in 2025. BNK FearX trying to smash all expectations and set themselves up for an amazing round 1 start at 3-1 to close off week 2. So y'all stay a while and listen as we have our final game of the day. We send it back on over to Atlas and Chronicler.
Thank you so much, Tigon, for that Diablo 1 reference. Absolutely fantastic. Good old Deckard Cain there. Can you do a Deckard Cain impression, Chronicler?
No.
No, you can't?
No.
Never given? Have you given it a crack before?
I just don't think it's really what I excel at. You want to give it a go?
I could try. It's been a while, and you know how when you want to like try something and you're on the spot and then you're a little bit scared?
You mean
like,
what you exactly what you...
No,
it's not bad.
But it could have been better.
Yeah, okay, but that's exactly what you did to me.
Yeah. And I already knew what was coming because I was the one that threw it out at you. So I should have been a little bit more prepared. Just like both of these teams are prepared to do some drafting. And so already the Naafiri going to be taken away here as we have 10 champions banned from both games, equaling 20 champions, now 22, as the Yone does come through.
Sejuani seems like a no-brainer ban here for me on BNK's side. Cuz has already played 2 of his other classic Cuz champions.
By the way, I know you didn't give it a crack, but this guy in chat did. Like, Scarecrow just said, and it wasn't that hard. They said it. It was in chat.
Typing things is generally an easier task. Yes, that is true.
Yeah, 60 Grocery did it as well.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, until they add...
You've got quite a treasure there, that Roderick Q.
Until they add the ability to send voice memos in Twitch chat.
You can do that if you put in a donation. I'm sure the LCK are going to activate it, so we're going to have like donation.
We are not doing text-to-speech donations in the LCK.
Then we could have the whole chat commentate as well.
No.
But that would be
Atlas,
fantastic.
Atlas, we did that already, and it was glorious. Remember? We did that in Challengers. We let chat commentate.
But that was just silence.
Yes! That was the joke!
It was very good, though. All right, Rumble and Vi going to be the follow-up bans here on KT's side as the Corki and Gwen were taken away. The Ahri going to be snapped up here by BDD, a champion that he has found a lot of success on, and also a bit of a playmaker here for the man that we all rely on for KT. Diablo, though, if the MF does get picked up, that does mean that he can also take over games.
Maybe
so
MF
Rel
Rel
was a different one, difficult one.
Could see that being prioritized here. I do really like putting BDD on something with a bit more agency because Victor, as good as he is, does take a while to really reach hard carry status.
Yeah.
Now that is a classic combo. I love that they're making use of Raptor, his champion.
Sleepy time.
Yep. Sleepy time where you fall asleep and then MF, her ult is a dot. So you never wake up and you just kind of get blown up.
And it just massages you into the nether realm. It's basically what I like to think of.
With bullets.
Yeah, with bullets.
Huh.
But it's just a dot, you know, so it's not...
Yeah.
Paddock is going to head towards more utility, which I think based on his previous performances is a good idea. Ash going to be locked in, and BDD, what are we taking? I imagine Cuz's pick is probably going to come through, so we don't see the jungle pool further limited.
Or do you pick Brom here?
Ooh, I would like that as well. You can see Peter is being pretty animated right now. Not in a way.
Does make sense into DMF. The downside is obviously you're blinding Braum, but you can protect it a little bit.
Wait, Sejuani's available.
Well, that's... Yeah. Oh, no.
Oh, God.
Oh, no. Well, this could go to Cuz. I do actually want to highlight that because I do think that Pantheon jungle with Ahri is actually a good setup.
Yep.
So I'm hoping that that is the case. We won't know...
Sejuani was available.
That is true. Yeah, and they might still end up going Sejuani. I do also think that Sejuani Pantheon is actually cracked because you can insta-stack the permafrost with W.
True.
So you can get a really, really strong CC chain. The reason why we don't want to see Pantheon support is because it just has looked quite bad. And I think that BNK are also not convinced that this is Pantheon support, which I think is a good call.
Yep.
You know what you can do here as KT? So you keep this comp, you go jungle Pantheon, top Sejuani, support Maokai.
Ooh.
Top Sejuani, I don't know if you heard that Flandre played, I'm pretty sure it was Flandre. Someone in the LPL played it with Roa.
Oh god, that sounds amazing.
Remember when Nuguri did that a bunch as well?
Yeah.
Like Ignite, top Sejuani.
Yeah, with Leandries. I think it was like Tank and Leandries was the build.
Man, those were the days.
They were the days. I remember when Skara played at mid lane as well, back on Dignitas.
Okay, let's not go too crazy. That's a 10-year gap between those two.
Yeah, there is a little bit of a gap. But it did still happen.
It did happen.
He was the first one that I saw that played it in mid lane. As Rise is going to be banned away. Yes, this is sort of like old man, please go to sleep type situation. Nocturne going to be the follow-up here as well on the side of BNK. So one last ban coming through here for KT. Wanting to limit what Vikla is going to be able to do into the Ahri of BDD. Although the Renekton going to be the one taken away.
Ambessa is open.
Yeah, why not just take that? Because they can also run double AD if they would like to. So Ambessa is technically a flex at the same time.
We'll see what it's going to be here. Ambessa pickup makes complete sense though. Renekton's already taken away. But KT must have also known that they were going to pick Ambessa as soon as you ban that Renekton, right? You're basically putting it in their head.
Yeah.
So maybe it's... I just want to see what actually gets locked in.
Maybe it is the Yorick angle.
I don't think it's the Yorick angle.
Oh, never forget Yorick Mori, my friend.
Everyone does all the time.
No, but they shouldn't, because that's his voice line. Aatrox is available, so that is another option in the Ambessa, of course. Casting, it does feel like
Aatrox
a volatile matchup.
Is that just it? Aatrox Sedge? That doesn't really get me excited.
Poppy would be kind of fun. I think, like, if they want to really go all in on the pick comp, then Elise fits very, very well.
I think that makes sense, yeah. So you go Pantheon jungle, and then you go Elise Ashe bot lane, which is a ton of pressure. Your 2v2 looks good. I like that. I think that's a fine angle. Peter is going to have to execute well. The Alistair was really not what we wanted to see, but his Nico was incredible.
Yep.
Maybe we can replicate that level of performance on the Elise.
I'm not entirely sold, because it does feel like it's all in on a style of comp that we've seen not really work without a big snowball, as the Galio is going to be locked away here for Vikla. So this is a get behind the Diablo and Raptor train, and that honestly has been exactly the game plan that's won games for BNK Furex. Really beautifully constructed here as far as the teamfight comp is concerned.
This is also a dream game to play MF. You know, sometimes we look at MF comp and we go like, I don't know, literally everyone has set up for Diablo. Every single person. And two of those are arguably the best setup in the game. Rel is completely bonkers. Raptor, with his ultimate, completely crazy. And then you even have Galio to keep you safe. Now, laning matchups. That's where I think it gets a little bit more worrying. The early skirmishes should be heavily in favor. We should see bot lane for KTF Prio, which opens up Peter. But in game number 2, Peter did a lot of roaming. Him and Cuz tried to do stuff. Nothing happened, and Podak fell 1.5k gold behind.
Well, let's see whether he can do better this time around. So much of it is not going to come down to how much damage can Podak do, though. It's about how accurate these arrows are going to be, and how far ahead can BDD get.
Yeah, and BDD, hopefully, 4KT fans should be able to stumble the mid game. I want to give credit, though. I think 3 games in a row, BNK end up with a draft that made me go, I can see it. And even though it didn't end up working out in game number 1, I think they have been very consistent. This is yet another example. It leans into the strength of their players. I like it a lot.
Yep, and I think a lot of people have been critical of Ryu as well recently, so he's had a phenomenal day here today. We have to pay him his due. Let's hop onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 3. Alrighty, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the 3rd game of this series and our final game of the night. It's been a heck of a day so far today. I think not a lot was expected coming into the, well, it wasn't an expected outcome in our first series, but this was absolutely the expected outcome, is the fact that we were here in Game 3 between KT and BNK. But now the outcome of this game, I have no idea. I do think that BNK have a gorgeous draft, but KT can snowball this, and it could certainly work.
I don't think we should overcomplicate things.
Yeah.
Does BDD have the ability to 1v9 the game on this character?
Yes.
KT win.
No, KT can win.
No, KT win. That's my that's my prediction officially. I'm locking it in now.
Wow, that's it's very aggressive of you. But I know that you are the man who's about predictions.
Okay, so this is a good time to have that conversation, right?
What
Because
conversation?
The conversation about
how much you like predictions?
No, how this is all a big constructed psyop to make people believe I actually care
I'm just going to interrupt you for a second because there's a bit of a skirmish happening. I know you were saying a thing.
It's not leading to anything. We're fine, Atlas.
Yeah, that's fine. But let's change the subject.
Because
it's not a psyop. It's just the truth, and it's fine. Kellen down to 300 here on this bottom side as Peter and Puddock doing pretty well. We would expect the HLE to be with a fair bit of priority, though, I could imagine. No? Level 2 was gained here by BNK, so that does mean that they are in the advantage.
Yeah, they're one minion behind. I think they still have a lot of fighting power. Need to hit the cocoons, though. You can even go in on Kellen. Frankly, when you have this much aggressive firepower, as long as you hit the E. Peter thus far, I think 0 for 2. He also looked for one on Fake Club, but that one we weren't really expecting to hit. Yeah, here we go.
Yep. We're fighting on a couple of fronts here. That's going to be the way we're playing this out. As Puddock finds the ward onto Diablo. Yeah, and he's stacking it up here. That's a brilliant cocoon, and now the Ignite is down. This is what you were talking about. They can go in on Kellen. Puddock's flashing forward. He finds the first blood, the revenge of the Psyduck. You love to see it as BDD is winning in the mid lane. Who would have thought? But this was the unexpected outcome of this game.
It's the redemption moment there for Puddock after 2 really rough laning phases. This needs to happen.
Oh, yeah.
First things first. This is what's supposed to happen. Key thing there, I think, is that Kellen actually got his...
it just gets solo killed by BDD. Oh, and hands off keyboard there from Vickler, and look at that smile. BDD's like, oh, let me get my drink. Let me just get the sweat off my palms. Don't you worry.
Atlas, I'm here telling you right now, that was more. That man just looked up in the sky for a second, and I think internally was like, oh my god, thank you. Thank you. That bot lane is finally winning. You know, it's my third game in solo queue in a row, and finally I got a winning bot lane.
There you go.
As in they go. Khaled, as I mentioned, if he doesn't actually get to steal a lot of resistances, doesn't have Aftershock, he is squishy.
Oh dear. Kellen.
Oh, he's dead.
Yeah. In a lot of trouble here as he's trying to make his way over towards this turret. Casting's looking to try and get it on in there, but there goes the Rel.
Dive clear.
Yeah. And now it's all set up.
They can dive clear.
Puddock's going to turn up. Clear is wondering what the heck he's supposed to do here as the Spiderlings are also in. Diving this is so easy. Cuz going to be able to back away. And in fact, they have so many champions that are so good at diving turrets. My God.
And just as BDD is, you know, very happy, we can already see the KT fans completely losing it. As, guys, we're 3 minutes in. You know, let's chill a little bit as the electrocute there from BDD is.
Oh man, I think we all, like every KT fan in the world watching this made the same noise. Absolutely.
Yeah. As here, the thing is that we actually have Cuz there combined with Peter and Puddock on this classic topside roam towards the Grubs. BNK is behind the play. And if you're wondering, why are these guys so happy for KT? It's because I don't think BNK quite needed to win a series as much as KT. Because KT's performance was really throughout the entire year thus far, unfortunately, pretty dreadful. Now, BNK isn't out of it.
No.
But they are 2k gold down. And that is generally considered subpar. Their team fight is amazing. I think you're going to be looking towards maybe some side lane plays with this Galio. And you also need Raptor to be level 6. But mid lane is not going super well for Galio.
Yeah, I would say not BDD just doing his very best to keep as much pressure up as possible. Throws out the ulti, in fact, as he looks for the charm. Flash comes out from Vikla. He is terrified of this Fox Lady.
As he should be.
Yeah, understandably so.
Atlas as he should be.
And first Drake going to be going over to BNK actually here, as Cuz is prioritizing the grubs instead. So the first Cloud being picked up as, oh god, every time an ability flies forward, I get scared that Vikla is just going to die again. As Cloud Drake going to be picked up like we were talking about, and it is going to be the grub secured as Parak just babysitting Diablo and Kellen, making sure that they stay in their lane. That is exactly what is going to happen. Vikla thinking that now is the time to go home, but it in fact isn't. This wave is going to get very quickly ushered in towards his turret, and it's BDD that decides when we reset.
I know BT's long mana for a second there, so Vikla woke up like, oh, don't try to cancel. Don't do it.
Ooh, casting. Gonna be able to find the full combo here onto Clear. He gets the shield. I don't think he's gonna die just yet. The fear of God well and truly in him.
Yeah, Aatrox's cooldowns at this point a little bit too early. If this is level 13, 14 and he has an item and a half, might have died there, but Clear does have a good amount of sustain. And Peter, to me, has been the big difference maker, right? Like, Peter set up the bot side play, then was there for the top side dive as well, even though he used his E earlier to get over the wall, still was instrumental in setting it up. And now he's the reason why Clear has to abandon this area very, very quickly.
Yep. And more plate gold going over. 2 plates very quickly being taken down.
3K Atlas at 7.5 minutes.
That is absolutely absurd. I think that's what happens when you win every lane simultaneously. But maybe even when you do, it doesn't often become this much of an advantage.
But you can lose.
Oh, we're going to go wide as now Peter realizes that there is no one else here.
If they had vision, he would be dead.
Oh, he should
or at the very least would have flashed this.
Instead, Cuz going to make his way in. Diablo will get stunned up, but only momentarily as Peter will find that cocoon, and BDD is going to pay a visit. Kellen going to get taken down as there's the bullet time. Peter says, not even close, baby. And now, Raptor making his way in. There is a dead BDD. And so Vikla does get a little bit of revenge, but perhaps we're typing worth in the old chat.
Big bounty to pick up there. Crucially, the stun from Cuz hit within the extra tenacity window of the cleanse, which is why, because that actually started off amazing for KT, because Diablo got hit by the arrow instead of getting hit by the Cuz W, but then, they still ended up taking him down. His casting, I've been really impressed by Costin today.
Yeah, me too.
It's actually been a nice level up as, so the arrow comes in, tags Diablo, which he cleanses, and then that's why the stun on the W is so short, and why this play is even a little bit close. Peter initially takes aggro, holds up, obviously wants to wait as long as possible, and then the sleep comes through as casting. Reinforcements are on the way, but he might be dead.
Let's see. He is trying his best, and he is Aatrox. He has World Ender, finds the double Q with the second one. Lands the third as well. He's still going to get thrown around. Let's see whether he can get himself out. The flash is going to be employed. That will get him to safety. Finds another knockup. Is casting really playing to his limits. As there is the teleport from Clear to get him towards the bottom side. Didn't want to miss out on this full wave. Will only miss one melee. Okay, it was a lot of stuff happening, but in the end, KT will be fine.
BNK, with the bot side play though, have pulled back a little bit on the gold lead. Now, it's still 2.5k gold. Nothing to scoff at. The biggest discrepancy when it comes to items is that Cuz is sitting on a full Sundered Sky.
My god.
Yeah, he's a 3-0 Pantheon Atlas. That is bad news for BNK, because anywhere where they want to try and go for a play, there's a risk of Cuz just dropping by, but not in a nice way. He's not dropping by with a cake to thank you for, I don't know, one thing or another. But he's dropping by to tell you you're in trouble.
Yeah. And you certainly are. As you can see, Diablo playing with a lot of respect, doesn't know what's going to be happening here, but that was a ward that was in the brush. So, still knows that there's no one there.
What would Cuz tell you that you're in trouble about?
Banning Viego.
Well, he banned Viego himself, really.
That's true. But if you did do that, he'd tell you that you're in trouble about that. Yeah,
I just can't see it, actually. Cuz is such a giddy guy.
Yeah, I don't think Cuz would really tell you off about anything. Wait,
No.
he'd tell you to go slow.
Well,
if you don't go slow,
we have evidence of that.
Yeah, if you don't go slow enough, then maybe he's going to
really?
be a
Is
bit
there
mad at you.
anyone on this KT2? Like, do you see Peter? No, he's a mascot.
Yeah.
Yeah. BDD? No.
No, it's all vibes. As Cuz looking for 6 scrubs, we know that that can be a detriment as far as stats are concerned.
Okay, we need to let the joke retire because people have no idea what we're talking about.
Statistically, getting 6 scrubs is not necessarily a key to winning. Mainly if it's traded for dragons, and that is what's happening here. As Raptor, you can see, does hang around the dragon pit.
Is it traded for dragons?
Yeah, that's what I thought it was, because there was a jungler next to the dragon. But when I then looked at the other champions that were in the area and the lane control, it wasn't really a situation.
We really learn things every day, don't we?
We do. It's called being human.
I don't know, I'm sure there's days where you don't learn anything as a human.
I mean, if you slept all day, then you probably wouldn't learn anything.
There's definitely been days where I I didn't do anything today. I guess you always, just by existing.
Well, then maybe you
something.
learned that by not doing anything that day, it didn't make you all that happy, and so you'd prefer to.
So by definition, you would. Yeah, that's.
Yeah. And every day that you do that, and you once again realize that, then you get that double.
But what if it's like you watch, like you binge a show, and then you just completely forget about the show afterwards in like a few months?
Well, then you've learned that show wasn't worth watching.
Yeah, you're right. No. All right. Well, I guess we're cooked.
Yep. Cuz looking for an angle, and the arrow is going to fly down. The Magnus Storm is going to eat a lot of the CC, but I think the KT are going to eat Kellen. And that is indeed what happens. That is a Rel very swiftly dispatched of, as Paddock looking to make his way down once again. Diablo going to try and get him out of here, but Paddock's actually pretty strong, as we know. And so happy to stand his ground. Raptor going to move on over. There's the flash, and Diablo just gets solo killed by the Ashe. He does immediately go down, but he's got Peter here to try and defend, who is a support. Facing off against a level 9 Lilia at level 5.
Did Paddock need to do that? No. Should Paddock have done that? Probably also no. But it was personal, Atlas. He had a point to prove.
Yeah, I think it definitely felt good.
They're nice taxiing out there by Claire using Peter as a get-out-of-jail-free card. Unfortunately, the sacrificial horse remains in place. As Paddock, there's a wave. You're using your flash for this. This was not even a little bit worth.
And also, why the flash?
But he did get the solo bolo.
Yeah, it's interesting though.
Didn't he flash the Raptor E?
Ah, did he?
I think so, yeah.
There was a bowling ball that I missed.
I'm gonna assure, because I do recall thinking he was flashing for his.
I prefer to think about it if that was the case.
Okay, but now he doesn't have flash, so that's not a great.
He does have a 2-level lead as Peter manages to find the cocoon. I don't know what the outcome's going to be, as Clear is taking a lot of damage. Colors is at full health, and BDD comes over, finds the Orb of Deception, and down goes the Rel once again. Oh, I feel like Kellen's been the butt of every joke this game.
Leave Kellen alone!
Oh, it's so mean. No matter what is happening, it's Kellen that dies as a result. They engage onto Clear, Kellen's dead. They engage onto Clear again, Kellen's dead again.
Engage on Vikla. Guess what happens? Kellen dead.
Yeah, Kellen dead.
Try to kill Diablo in a 2v2. Believe it or not, again.
Kellen's dead.
Kellen's dead.
Oh,
he's just Kellen.
He is. He's just trying to be a horse, or at least metal pants that turn into a horse.
We're not having this conversation again. As Peter with the flash cocoon. Clear actually still moves, even the cocoon hit him thanks to the buffer initially. I'm just shocked at the amount of damage Cuz does, by the way.
Yeah, man.
Like, and I know he's fed, but my god, that Pantheon.
And that was just the spiky shield.
I mean, no, I think he got a full, like a 5-stack Q off, and then he eat afterwards. To not
it
take
felt
any
to
damage.
me like it was just his spiky shield move.
No, he did
a lot of damage, and that was cool.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to.
I know, it's not how that works. It looked like it, and so that felt good. Because this is a game that is just KT being in control throughout the entirety, and the problem for B&K is the fact that KT can snowball with the pick comp so well. That's what pick comps do.
Here's good news for B&K.
Got it.
1.5K of this lead isn't real.
Okay.
Because it's on Elise.
Aha.
Now, I got no cope for the other issues in this game. But that one, that's, you know, that's like a write-off. You can just, it's like when you,
oh dear. Well, BDD is going to charm Raptor, and there's the cocoon as well. Oh, Peter with the follow-up. Absolutely beautiful. Vikla now trying to get something back onto Cuz.
I don't think we should.
Yeah, I don't know about that one either. As another Spirit Rush, we're looking for some more essence here for this Ahri. Remember, there's no inner turret, and so the flash forward from Cuz, not punishable, and he's going to block the Justice Punch. There is, in fact, no justice for B&K here.
Peter, no!
Peter is looking to just kill Kellen before he inevitably dies, and he's not going to be able to do that. Down goes Itsy Bitsy Spider. And so all of what could have potentially been a shutdown for Peter has now been slurped up by the Rel that was chain dying all game.
Well, as the pick comp coming into play, Raptor doesn't even get that close to face checking, you know, tries to respect because he's Lilia, but he finds him with a charm. Then Vikla and Kellen initially, I think, just try to CC as Clear is very...
Oh, the public execution was cute.
The Taxiel?
Yeah, gets over towards Paddock though, and he permanently slows him. Wow, that burst damage.
Wait, the turn?
Yeah, there's the two-man taunt coming through from Vikla, and immediately it is a dead Paddock. BDD comes in though, and now Peter is going to turn up. Vikla getting taken down solo Cuz, an absolute raid boss before he dies, and now BDD is getting the resets. Raptor trying to survive, but he gets charmed up and destroyed. And we said, give BDD a carry he can 1v9 on, and he's doing it.
The Itsy Bitsy
with the help of his jungler as well.
Arrives in time. Oh, I'm looking at the 10 assist Peter.
Yes.
Little spider that could. As we take another look here, as Clear is trying to push in the side lane. He does not get to push this far up because Clear, Dragon is spawning. They will be on this side of the map. You do feel safe because you're in Bessa, but the real issue is that it baits the rest of his team into this. And initially, this actually doesn't look bad. Kellen actually finds a nice angle over the wall. If they had Diablo's ult, I actually think they turn the game. Imagine an ult on top of that.
Oh god, yeah.
That could have been a game turner, but they don't have Diablo's ult. So they just all kind of get blown up because KT is very far ahead.
And the damage in AoE from this KT roster is absurd.
Well, again, the KT composition falls apart if they're behind.
Yeah.
Because they don't have front line. They have no one that can really face check outside of Pantheon just like walking up and eating.
They have Hawkshot though.
Yeah, they do have Hawkshot, but that's still, you know, that's a pretty long cooldown.
Yeah.
So the composition just doesn't really work, but you have so much EC, so much damage, and because you're ahead, you have map control. So how can play?
Yeah.
You can.
No, how can play is exactly the question that we need to ask, and we cannot answer.
Unfortunately, you remember that write-off I mentioned earlier?
Yeah.
Where B&K was like, we can not care about that gold. So that's been moved from Peter to BDD, which is really bad for the. In case you're not that adept at math, that's not good for your taxes.
Oh, thank you.
It's really bad news.
I'm not very good at taxes. Paddock is going to get the interrupt here onto Diablo, and BDD is just going to look for the charm, and they kill him before the heroic entrance comes in. Oh man, look at that. BDD just left his business card and got the heck out of there.
That's rude, okay? Diablo thought he was going for a 1v1. He's like, I want to try and win this one. And then he has help.
And Paddock took his time throwing that arrow as well. But it was still a good combo there from the MF to try and start it up. Unfortunately, they are so incredibly far behind, it means absolutely nothing. We're going to have a look at it one more time. The double up, perfect. And I guess it wasn't actually that delayed. He just did manage to get a lot of damage off. And there we go, once again, utilizing the added tenacity of a recently used cleanse.
Yeah, don't mind me, I'm just putting my POM comment in.
Yeah, please get it in there.
Because I need
to... Peter Pan is the man.
Okay, you know I want to vote Peter.
Oh, you're going to vote Peter.
I'm not voting Peter.
Who else could you vote for? Maybe the BDD guy.
Who do you think? Think for just a second.
I mean, because he, even in a lost game, got his Nidalee license and stuff like that.
They won that game.
They won that game, never mind. That was the first one.
It's been a long day. It's been a long day.
It's been a very long day.
It hasn't even been
What did he play in game 2? Yeah, it was Diego. It was terrible.
It was, yeah. Not cuz.
Okay. Casting's had a good time.
I agree. Honestly, I wouldn't even be mad at a Peter vote I just know exactly what everyone kind of joke is everyone is gonna make about BDD and the POM comment. I'm gonna join in the fun. You know? I'm gonna try and get a different flavor of it.
Okay. As Casting is going to get ganked, or is he? Kellen's going to turn up, but a little bit late as the sleep comes through, public execution comes down, and Casting will die, but at what cost? The Otacon is going to be taken, Kellen almost dies, and BDD is taking an inner turret, or at least attempting to. Will pick up a teleport for his trouble, and the teleport of his own is going to get him towards that top lane while the rest of his team do deal with this Otacon. That's going to be a bunch of flowers as well. And they'll continue to have a gigantic lead in almost every department, as Kellen's level 8 and Peter's level 10. Seeing an Elise with a level lead is also kind of nutty, because I feel like Elise just becomes a cocoon bot and then just never gets any levels again after about level 7. So Peter now has 2 items done, Mikhail's Crucible as well as his Dash Cannon. This is it's kind of absurd, the level of fed that Peter is.
I love that the second item is Mikhail's as well. He's like, okay, I got my one utility item, which is rocket belting in, and I guess he has Blood Tongue as well, and then straight to enabling my 10 stacks Magi's carry.
Yep. BDD just putting that one together as we'll get a charge of Shelly. And Raptor does complete his second item. Riftmaker is now done, but KT stretching this lead to pretty ridiculous distances. Peter will be able to taxi his way over. In fact, just goes up and down. That was an odd one. BDD looking for the angle, doesn't find the charm or the Orb of Deception, but you blink and you miss it. As Cousin Vikla doing battle, BDD now seeing whether he can take down a gargoyle as the arrow sails by. Looked good, didn't do anything. Yeah, clear. Can he find a public execution angle as the Magnastorm onto 2? Flash out from Puddock as he gets sleepy but has the cleanse, and they should be able to get rid of Cuz. Casting has made his way in with that teleport, but he's now on the wrong side of the fight. Oh god, KT, this is so incredibly awkward. Everything's sort of missing here as now Casting looking for his opportunity, looking for his angle. The bullet time, though, is going to be thrown over the top of the Aatrox, but he's pretty fed, to be perfectly honest, so it doesn't do very much damage. Now looking to go down, and there it is. It's clear that locks up the kill on his opposite number, and B&K get 2 for free. That wasn't 2 for 3 with a speech problem.
I'm gonna put my POM comment aside until further notice. This alone, not enough to make me not believe, but it is a little worrying.
Well, there is the charm, immediately followed up by the cleanse.
I can't believe he cleansed that and still lost 60% of his health.
I feel like every time anyone gets tagged by a slow, they're about to die. And in Vikla's case, that was indeed what happened.
Who am I voting for again? Oh, Cuz!
Oh, Cuz! Maybe it's Cuz! He's just gonna, man drop in and say, have you heard that cool song? It's Raining Men. It's a nice one, and it was indeed, and he's gonna take down a dragon at the same time. That is what heroes do. They come in and they slay the dragon, and then they leave. I think that's what heroes do. That's in a lot of those the stories, right? Let's have a look at this fight one more time. It's not great for KT, as the arrow does go wide, but honestly, they don't really need to be doing this, but they're so far ahead that they can.
I still think that any KT fan felt just a tinge of dread as this play started up. But fortunately, both BDD and Casting have so much innate mobility that I think it's hard to actually lock them down in a short amount of time. And B&K is really far behind on the items, so Casting doesn't actually get taken down until much, much later, which buys the time for the rest of the team to kind of get back into position.
Yeah.
And this, watch the timing on that cleanse, perfect. Doesn't matter because he still takes a full Q from BDD, meaning that Diablo trying to sustain off the wave, but then Vikla does get caught. Kellen tries to keep him alive, but no dice as...
Yeah, Cuz just pops in. Thanks very much.
That was clean, by the way. Like the Q smite there, that was what, like 1600 health?
There was absolutely no way they were going to do anything about it. Shattering Strike not going to do anything, and very, very dead is Kellen. Now clear, could be in trouble. Casting on top of him, Vikla looking for an angle as the sleep comes down onto 2, but Cuz, no one could follow up on that one as in goes Casting, finds a huge double knock-up, the bullet time to try and answer, but there's a cocoon from Peter. Get this man! The POM is a double kill on a volley from Puddock is so good, and of course, Peter finds another one. The volatile spiraling, another volley for a kill. And KT will ace B&K in trade for no one.
And with that, Kalin stands alone.
Only because he respawned really quickly.
Watching the roller coaster crash down upon his Nexus, Atlas.
Oh, in goes Cuz, taking up 2 Nexus turrets, but it's all just to kill Kellen. There goes Nexus turret number 1, Nexus turret number 2 to follow, and a 3rd Nexus for KT to claim will get them their first match win of LCK 2025.
That sigh of relief from BDD, that's got to be turned into some kind of emote.
Oh, it's so good. I want that as like my notification sound on my phone.
Both the one that was heard initially, you know, and then the one at the very end as they killed the Nexus, because there was another one, I could see it in the cams.
Yep.
As KT took a little bit of time, and for B&K, third game was rough, but the first 2 games show that I think these 2 teams right now are in pretty similar places. When they're winning, they look good. When they're playing from behind, seemingly just a little bit harder.
Yeah, and I think there's certainly some polish that's going to be required as Casting's like, thanks Cuz for that one. But Casting having probably his best day that we've ever seen from him on the LCK stage.
Oh,
as Cuz, we know that, oh, wait, there it is, okay. I thought he wasn't going to give it to us. Holding out. But no, not going to be the case this time around, as KT fans going to be happy this time as BDD, the man with the sore back, looking a little bit sheepish. As he had a phenomenal game, phenomenal day, as per usual. I mean, it's BDD. But you can see the rest of the team going on over to Casting to congratulate him.
You know why he's smiling? It's because he won that 1v1.
Yeah. And actually, his Ashe game was very good.
It was.
Wasn't really about product, though. As Peter, he's my POM by a country mile.
I'm so happy he's back. And Diablo, still, stand-up performance here today. I don't think anyone's opinion is going to change of B&K. I think at times, this roster just looks like you're firing on all cylinders. The team fighting is great. There's a consistency, which is an issue. And I'm not even going to say that about KT, because we all know that.
Yeah.
That is kind of what they do.
And I think their motto this season is like striving for consistency or something like that. They always talk about it.
Why do you even do that to yourself?
Well, this is the thing, and they know that it's their biggest problem. And the org has always had issues with it, but not in this game. This game was just domination from go to woe. As BDD so good at skirting around these heroic entrances. Does get slept this time around though, so it does go down.
Peter coming back after a little bit more time in Challengers, when he was obviously in the LCK for a good amount of time. He was always solid, but never that crazy. I really think we're starting to see him slowly level up more and more. Now he is definitely still been a support that's win more, right?
Yeah.
I think that we saw in that Alistair game that once things start falling apart on the map, he still isn't quite there. But still, what a glow up for a player that I think we're all happy just because he's so lovable to have him back in the LCK. But in the wins of KT, BDD has obviously been the #1 that we talk about for very good reason. But his impact on this team and the impact he's had since he's come back to the LCK cannot be overstated. Like, that call-up, I think, goes crazy hard.
Yep. And this was Kellen's early death in this team fight, as I think we were denied an ace because he respawned a little bit too fast. But this 2-man sleep, I think that was a large reason why KT just realized they could go in. This double knockup from Casting, absolutely gorgeous. But look at Peter. He finds the bullet timing Diablo in the backline with a flash cocoon, and he's surrounded by the rest of his teammates.
You know you have a good game when Atlas is like seriously considering not voting for BDD, but for you instead. That's how you know that you had a banger.
I don't know, voting for Peter is so easy, isn't it? I mean, he's just so lovable.
It is, I know. You know, if Veldus was here, he would have grabbed the paper out of my hand.
Oh, yeah.
Put in the Peter vote.
He would have. The biggest Peter fan that we have.
Yeah. And that's hard, because he's a challenger player. But Veldus outdoes me 10 out of 10 times when it comes to Peter. And for B&K, again, I think that the fact that they're able to so consistently get game wins, I'm actually so much more optimistic about this roster. I think that they're slowly starting to come together. Diablo very clearly a player that I hope goes the way of someone like Giu, right? Where he just goes from just being a... as the crowd goes completely ballistic. Where he goes from being a win-con every other game to just being consistently as good as we know he can be.
Yep. BDD going to steal the POM from Peter, but obviously it's okay. It's okay. 11 out of 13, and the other two only went to Cuz. Peter, my boy. Come on, chat. Do you agree? Because Super Chizik did not agree. Oh. Okay, so Parak did have a great game, and we will get to hear from him as well in a moment.
With these interviews, man.
Yeah, and actually thinking about interviews makes me very happy that BDD is the one that's standing alongside to have a chat with us as well. So let's throw it over to him now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by BDD on the side of KT Rolster. Congratulations! You finally earned your first win. How do you feel? No, we had to win today's match, and I'm just really relieved that we were able to win. And in this series of losses, you worked so hard, both personally and as a team, according to an interview. So what approach did you have for today's match? You know, we hadn't had enough practice with the current roster. I think practice did go well, but it didn't really reflect how we did on stage and on the official matches, so that's what really left a lot to be desired. And what was challenging about playing against BNK4X today? No, there were some moments where you had to wait until you find the right moment to actually make gameplays and actually create some moments where you can actually have some action in game. And what kind of feedback did you get after game 2? I think we mainly focused on talking about the draft instead of the actual in-game happenings. So, in game 3, you got your early game solo kill, and we noticed how bright you looked after getting that solo kill. So what crossed your mind in that moment? You know, during the laning phase, I just kept thinking about how we just cannot lose. So I think that's why I was so happy when I got the solo kill.
이렇게 해서 첫 승 신고에 성공을 하셨습니다. 정말 많은 팬분들이 기다리셨을 순간일 텐데 이제 연승을 노리실 것 같거든요.
So many of your fans have been waiting for this moment for this first win. And next, you will play against OK Savings Big Breon. What resolution do you have? You know, I think we're really having an optimistic mindset, so I hope that you guys can continue supporting us. Thank you so much. And that's the end of the interview with BDD, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ayaya. As that one, we found it. There it is. Welcome back to the space, y'all. KT get the victory against BNK4X, their first one of the season, and joining us here in the space is Padak, part of the bot lane for KT. Congratulations on the win. Before we get to the interview, we got to talk about the POM, since we had a couple people not vote for Peter, not vote for BDD.
I thought BDD and Cuz are both good, but I think Cuz really just set the pace of both games and had a lot of impact. But I think the duo together, you know, reminded me of 2023 when this team was so on fire with both of these players on the roster.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say that I think Cuz played so well. I think his playmaking was on point, and I gotta say, KT won because of Cuz.
Do the last part. All right, thank you. Finally, let's see what Chronicler said as well. Call it back to the replay that we saw of the solo kill in game number 3. The big sigh of relief, having exactly the right amount of damage and getting the solo kill onto Vikla. Bleep finally. I don't know if he said bleep, but, you know, leave the bleep there. And again,
your imagination.
Padak is here with us. Padak, who was your POM of the day?
파닥 선수, 본인이 생각하기에 오늘은 누가 POM이고 또 코멘트 한마디 해주신다면?
오늘 미드 선수 BDD 분이 제일 잘하셔서 POM 받는 게 당연하다 생각합니다. 네.
혹시 POM 코멘트도 하나요?
Yeah, what's your comment too?
네. 네, 보성이 형 잘해볼게요. 화이팅.
Okay, my POM vote is for BDD, and my comment is, my brother BDD, I will do better next time.
That's a good comment.
That's
I feel
good.
like having pro players do comments is good meta. It's good meta. All right, let's get to it. Even considering KT had a very difficult match schedule, the team started off with 3 losses. What did you feel like were some of the issues, and what have you fixed so far from week 1 to week 2?
일단 KT가 좀 힘든 경기 일정 속에 시즌을 시작하고 어쨌든 결과가 좀 좋지 않았습니다. 그래서 좀 그런 부분에서 많은 분들이 걱정을 하셨었는데요. 그래도 오늘 첫 승을 따내셨잖아요. 그런 과정에서 어떤 부분이 좀 가장 아쉬웠었나요? 좀 그런 부분들이 고쳐지고 있는 것 같나요?
일단 강팀들이랑 계속 경기를 하다 보니까 지게 돼서 좀 경기력이 좀 축됐다 생각하는데 이제 그런 부분이 계속 스크림을 하면서 좋은 방향으로 보이기 때문에 제가 최대한 열심히 더 잘해봐야 될 것 같습니다.
Yeah, so we played against so many stronger teams, so we felt like we were kind of being passive, you know, because you're playing against so much better teams. So, I mean, I think we are getting our confidence back, and I think it feels getting better and better.
KT's made some bold moves by substituting players from the challenger roster into the LCK starting roster. Can we get some more insight into what the hopes were with these moves?
최근에 이제 KT는 2부 선수들을 주전으로 좀 과감하게 기용하는 선택들을 하고 있는데 좀 이 부분에서 자세한 이야기를 좀 들을 수 있을까요?
일단 저도 이제 자세하게는 잘 모르는데 이제 경기력으로 제일 좋은 경기가 나올 수 있게 감독님께서 많이 노력을 하고 계신 것 같아서 네, 그래서 일단 그에 보답하게 실력을 늘려야 됩니다.
So I'm not sure about the details, but I think our coach and our coaching staffs are trying their best to have best performance from our team. So I think that's kind of a result of it. And also, I really wanted to kind of give the reward of it because I want to play. I want to play. So I gotta develop my skills as well.
For sure. Well, you've been able to play both in LCK before and in Challengers League. So for you, what has been the biggest difference between the skill levels on the two, and also how have you been fitting in this time with KT?
이제 CL과 LCK의 경기 압박감은 아무래도 좀 다를 수밖에 없는데 좀 어떤가요? 본인이 느끼기에. 그리고 또 이제 LCK 팀원들과의 호흡은 좀 잘 맞고 있는 것 같아요.
일단 LCK랑 CL의 이제 경기 압박감이 좀 많이 다르다 생각해가지고 좀 긴장을 좀 더 많이 하는 것 같고 이제 팀원들과의 호흡은 이제 맞춘 지 진짜 얼마 안 됐지만 계속 잘 되고 있는 방향으로 보이는 것 같아서 좀 긍정적인 것 같아요. 일단 제일 많이 도와주는 거 이제 서포트 피터 선수나 이제 코치님 분들이 많이 도와주시는 것 같아요.
So CL and LCK is completely different. I think the pressure is a lot higher, and I feel like I'm getting nervous. But yeah, and also with the new teammates, we didn't play together that many of games, so we are getting better. And I think especially Peter, my support, and also our coaching staff are really helping me a lot. So we are getting so much better as a team.
We were wondering your name, Paddock, what the reasoning was for you to pick this name, and also we were wondering if you knew that you have a lot of global fans because of the name Paddock.
글로벌 팬분들이 파덕 선수의 닉네임을 정말 좋아합니다. 아무래도 그 고라 파덕 그 캐릭터도 있고 또 해외 분들이 그 캐릭터를 엄청 좋아해서 그런데 혹시 닉네임을 왜 그렇게 지으셨는지 또 그 닉네임 때문에 글로벌 팬분들이 엄청 좋아한다는 사실을 좀 알고 계셨는지 궁금해요.
일단 파덕으로 지은 이유는 이제 포켓몬스터 영화를 보다가 좀 재밌는 부분이 나와가지고 이제 그것 때문에 좀 닉네임이 생각난 것 같고 일단 해외 분들이 제 닉네임에 대해서 이렇게 좋아하실 줄은 잘 몰라가지고 이번에 처음 알게 된 것 같아요.
So, I mean, I was watching Pokemon movies and there was a scene with Padak and it was really cute. So that's why I picked it up. And I really didn't know that global fans really like it. So that's kind of surprising.
Oh no, it is great. All those fans for you, great name. And so what are your final words to those fans that have been supporting you throughout your journey?
마지막으로 파닥 선수를 정말 열렬히 응원해주고 계신 또 시간대가 다르기도 한데 또 이렇게 많이 봐주시고 계시거든요. 영어권 팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다. 혹시
일단 많이 응원해 주시고 그에 대한 보답을 할 수 있게 열심히 하겠습니다. 늘 응원해 주셔서 감사하고 I love you.
So yeah, thanks for supporting us and especially for me as well. I gotta do my best to lift you up, guys, and also I love you. I think our I love you thing is getting up here.
Yeah, I like it a lot. All right, well, Padak, thank you so much for joining us here on the analyst desk. As we take a look at the standings here after today's matches, it is KT getting their first victory on the day. B&K Fearex, they went from winning record, now back to 2-2. Still a good start for the squad after week 2. Been a ton of great matches so far. One more day left to go here, Dan.
And I think it's a big win for KT, but also considering how rough their first 3 matches were, there's the potential for them to start a bit of a win streak going and find some momentum.
Oh, I think finally you're kind of stepping up from your standings. How do you feel? 이제 좀 순위표에서 점점 한 걸음씩 올라가고 있는데 좀 어떠세요?
이제 슬슬 올라갈 일만 남은 것 같아서 최대한 열심히 많이 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
We only have one path, winning right now. So I feel like I'm getting more confidence. We're gonna do better.
Love that. Love that. Again, congratulations on the victory here to Padak and KT. We're not done with the week yet. We've got one more day of matches. D+ versus Gen G, a secret banger here on Sunday. We've had some great games on Sunday. And then a low-key kind of like trap game here for Nongshim. They come off the loss up against DRX, who are kind of coming off their own disappointment, looking to try and bounce back here.
I think the first match is just, it's always a banger, always delivers, no matter the level of these two teams. I feel like that one always pops off.
It's been a fantastic Saturday showdown. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll catch you tomorrow for the final day of week 2.